Chapter 68, New Haven. The claptrap in charge of opening the way to New Haven was green with a white stripe across its middle and just as badly maintained as any I had seen so far. I've received proof of Mad Mel's demise. Claptraps everywhere will rejoice. Please wait while I enable access to New Haven, the little robot said gleefully before rolling over to the keypad and punching in the code to let us through. We got back in our vehicles and drove into the dimly lit tunnel, which was surprisingly clean. I'm transmitting to inform you that I've made a decision I think you won't like. As administrator of New Haven, I am responsible for the well-being of its citizens. And in that capacity I must keep the road to Sanctuary closed for now. Baron Flint's tribe and that infernal contraption of theirs are out on the salt flats, and I don't want citizens getting killed trying to get past them. A woman's voice came over the echo as I drove through the tunnel. I don't get it. Why would we give a shit about getting to Sanctuary unless there is a key fragment there? I pondered, genuinely confused. I was quickly snapped out of my thoughts, however, as a wave of putrid hot air hit my face and shot up my nose, causing me to dry heave for a moment. It fucking stank to high heavens, like someone had straight up dumped several landfills worth of garbage in one location and then set that shit on fire. The moment I drove out the other end of the tunnel, I discovered that was almost precisely what the fuck had happened. Trash was piled up as far into the distance as I could see, with some of those piles literally being on fire. The vast majority of it appeared to be metal, as I saw as we followed the dirt road leading to New Haven. There was enough other stuff, however, for the place to smell absolutely rancid, which the burning piles of refuse didn't help with at all. There were a few windmills made of metal scrap turning here and there across the vast piles of garbage, and about halfway to the town we drove under a makeshift bridge over the road that led to a small shack that was on raised metal supports. Soon we drove into town, and I could say without hesitation that the place was a dump. Listen to this, mud dwellers. Skipping all the details that would confuse the lot of you, I have concluded that the vault is more than likely genuine. In addition to that fact, which has probably burned a hole in your brain, the vault can only be opened once every 2 centuries, and that time is about to arrive. Tanis broadcast across the entire ecosystem of Pandora as we stepped out of our vehicles. No longer distracted, I got a real good eyeful of the town. The wall around the town was the same shoddy scrap metal crafting as I've seen all over the bandits' places. The buildings were at the very least actually made of concrete and decent architectural designs, if a bit basic. They were all without exception, however, run down and shabby looking. To the direct right of the entrance to the town, however, I immediately spotted a runner in pieces and scattered mechanics' tools and car parts. From there, a man covered in grease stains and dirt with a ball cap, cargo jeans, and a vest over a shirt was walking over. He flat out ignored us to look over my bike from front to end while nodding and frowning at different parts. Should have built a new motor from scratch. This one ain't quite right for something with 2 wheels, he said with a familiar voice. I did the best I could with what I had without making the whole thing from scratch. Even went as far as to refresh the parts for the engine to improve efficiency, I said with a shrug. He nodded. She's a beaut, no doubt about it, just missin' that extra something to make her perfect, you know, he said, and it was my turn to nod. Yeah, not much originality in her at all, just a mix-up of an original with some small improvements, I said, tapping the guns. Don't you worry a bit, now that she's here, Scooter will see her right. Not that there's much to fix though, he said with a grin. Proper introductions then: Alexander Drake, Siren, Vault Hunter, Ultimate Predator. I go by Alex though, I said with a grin of my own as I held out my hand. Scooter, mechanic I guess, he said as he shook my hand. Human life force, 1171 traits, clever mind uncommon grade 2000 units, mechanical savant epic grade 32,000 units, mechanical engineering expertise rare grade 7000, athletic body common grade 1000 units. So now there's a right treat. Don't mind if I take a copy of those traits of yours, do you? I asked eagerly as I saw mechanical savant and a rare grade version of mechanical engineering expertise. No, he said, confused until I did exactly that. What in heck was that? He demanded as he tore his hand back after I had copied that most juicy of traits. I copied 2 traits of yours with my Siren powers. You agreed to that after all. I said, and he looked at his hand oddly. This ain't gonna give me like turbo herpes or anything, right? He asked worriedly. Fuck no, if anything you are now healthier than you were before you shook hands with me. Happens to anything I copy traits from, well that isn't dead, that is. I said with a chuckle. How's that work anyways? He asked curiously. To simplify it in a way you'd get easily, it's like sending a burst of nitrous oxide into an engine, makes it burn fuel a bit better for a short time. I said, and he looked enlightened. What traits did you even get anyway? Lil asked curiously. Mechanical savant and a rare graded mechanical engineering expertise. Once I integrate them I'll have the same innate knack for machines that he does, maybe slightly stronger. I said, pointing my thumb at Scooter. You can copy something like that? Scooter asked, astonished. I nodded. Anything that has a trait for it present in something's body yet. For the mechanical savant trait though, I'm pretty sure it's genetic rather than skill. I said frankly. You two can talk later, we need to get settled in first. Roland said seriously. I couldn't disagree with that and left my bike with Scooter as we headed towards the marker in the mini-map. The marker took us to one Helena Pierce, a stern woman with a heavily disfigured face. I mean like straight up fucking Two-Face looking level of disfigurement. Besides the side of her face that looked like it had been introduced to a cheese grater, she was decently attractive. Her face was smooth and round and she had brown hair tied back to keep it out of the way. She was dressed in a tan jacket and khaki pants. As we walked into her office, you've got some nerve, vault hunters, strutting into New Haven like the world owes you something. Well, I've got news for you. You pull your weight here or you die, she started to say before I interrupted her. Drop the nonsense and tell us what you want already. The whole power play grog shit is not needed, none of us care. I said bluntly. She glares at me for a moment. Fine then, the last electrical storm knocked out power for New Haven and we need someone to flip on the generators again now that they are fixed. That's where you come in, she says before sending us the quest details. We split up to each grab one of the 5 generators, with me taking the one on the roof of a building in the middle of the town. I noticed that nearby was a shop that had Marcus's logo outside it in a holographic image. While the others flipped their switches, I walked into the shop to see what was up. The place was dirty as was expected of anything on Pandora, but the selection was not small at all. Guns of every variety and corporation were available on display. Alexander Drake Life Force, 591,366 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade X2, omega body rare grade X4, supreme armored hide epic grade X2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade X4, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade X2, fire resistance epic grade X2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade X4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade X2, radiation resistance epic grade X3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade X2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade X3 quick thinking, rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, mechanical engineering expertise uncommon grade, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade X3 stored traits, fire resistance uncommon grade X5, omega body, supreme armored hide, powerful vitality, energy projection epic grade. Minor regeneration, gun expertise uncommon grade, elemental body, corrosive, rare grade, corrosion resistance rare grade, mechanical engineering expertise uncommon grade, mechanical savant epic grade, mechanical engineering expertise rare grade. Chapter 69, Mercantile. There wasn't just guns though, but stuff of other sorts as well: food, drinks, clothes, tools, preserved organs, materials, parts. It didn't matter as it was all here. What did fucking matter though was how ridiculously marked up the prices of this stuff was. Like a single bottle of Edenian whiskey costing over $1,000 despite not being from a premium brand. I can say with absolute certainty that that same bottle wouldn't go for more than $100 on Eden 6. There were plenty of other stuff too that I was willing to bet heavily on that should not be so expensive. You just going to stand there and look at my wares, or are you going to buy something already? A voice said with a tone of irritation from nearby. I turned to look at the source of it and easily recognized its owner. Hard to fucking not when his face is plastered all over the place. You must be Marcus, I said casually as I looked him over. He wasn't anything impressive to look at, to be honest. Below average height, overweight and with wrinkles and whitening hair at the sides of his head. His arms were quite strong looking, but his protruding Buddha belly ruined any image of strength he had. His clothes were a brown leather jacket with fur interior, grey cargo pants and the hints of a red shirt under his jacket by his neck. And you are one of those vault hunters I've been hearing so much about. A piece of advice, friend: give up. The vault is about as likely to exist as a skag is to invite you to a tea party, one lump, or two, he said with a single harsh laugh at his own joke. You say that, but the mountain of proof that says otherwise seems to disagree. For example, the key fragment that I have to open it. Now you tell me, why would a key exist if there was no lock it went to? I asked with a mocking tone. Bah! Just another fool chasing legends. So many have sought the vault over the years and failed. What makes you any different? He shot back disdainfully. I'm a siren, have opened 2 vaults already and have a single part of the key for this one, I said with a smirk as his eyes bulged. You got any proof of that? He asked suspiciously, but clearly already starting to doubt what he thought was true. Of course I do, watch, I said before taking out my house and opening it up right inside the shop. Holy skag balls! It's true. What do you want for that? He asked greedily as he eyed the archway and portal to my house. I shook my head. Not for sale, it's bound to me and there's no way to undo it, I said with a shrug as Loudon walked out of the portal, sniffing the air once before snorting and shaking his head in disgust before going back inside. And that thing? Marcus asked with a raised eyebrow at the portal that Loudon had just went back in. That's Loudon, my pet dragon. Also not for sale, I said with a chuckle. Where did you even find a beast like that? No, don't tell me, I don't wanna know. If you aren't here to sell something, then you must be here to buy something, so what do you want? I've got a little of everything, except guns. I have all the firepower you could ever need, he said his sales pitch. I decided to put him to the test. Do you have any iridium? I asked curiously. He frowned and seemed to growl almost in frustration at the question. I don't know what that is, he said with a reluctant sigh. It's a sort of metallic crystal that's dark purple-pink in color and gives off strange energy readings. Most planets have it scattered across the surfaces or in deep veins below the surface. It tends to be particularly abundant around iridian structures, though for some reason I haven't seen any on Pandora so far, I said, not at all surprised by his answer. This iridium is valuable, yes? He asked with a greedy look. Under the right circumstances, very. Enough so that it can probably be used as a currency all its own. Of course, to anyone who isn't a siren, the unrefined stuff is next to worthless beyond being used to make the refined stuff, but obviously you'd need a lot of the unrefined to make a little of the refined. Unrefined iridium is too stable, you see, not reactive enough for most of the sorts of tech that would need it, I explained. I'll have my contacts look out for it. For now though, can I interest you in anything else? He asked without skipping a beat. You got any legendary weapons? Torque or Maluan specifically? I asked, and his face lit up before he reached under the counter and pulled out a sniper rifle with carbon hollow butt and a rather unique pump-action reload mechanism for slow but smooth reloading of its internal mag. It had a light and dark blue mixed coloration over its entire surface and a Maluan brand on the side of its barrel. The moment Marcus released his hand from the gun as he set it on the counter, that familiar ding sound rang out and a thick orange pillar of light came off it. Name: VRR450C Cobalt Volcano Level, Legendary Type, Pump Action Sniper Rifle Damage Type, Pyro X4 Manufacturer, Maluan Affix, Pele demands a sacrifice. Shots explode into a large fireball on impact. Very high elemental status chance. What do you want for it? I asked eagerly. 200,000, no negotiating, he said firmly. I grimaced at the price, as I knew he was price gouging me here, as this model of Maluan sniper usually ran half that price. The problem, however, was that each one was made to order and as a result were worth even more second-hand, since getting Maluan to make and ship a brand new gun to anywhere in the Borderlands when not buying in bulk was a paperwork and waiting nightmare. The same was true of all corporation guns, as they all collectively made the process intentionally harder for individual orders while bulk purchases were made easier. It's a profit scheme, to be honest. The old man had told me about it when I was getting educated, as well as how to get around it for Jacob's guns. It was a sort of VIP backdoor type deal for specific individuals who were part of the corporate family. According to the old man, all the corporations had something similar, though individually different. For Jacob's it was putting in the old man's name on the line labeled notary for an order slip. What this does is flag the old man to review the document when the bots in charge of the order slips look them over. The old man then uses some of that CEO power to express mark the order as first-rate priority. Fine, but I want an official bill of sales, so you can't try any funny business. I say seriously. He feigned offense. Do I seem like such a person? He exclaimed dramatically. I deadpanned at him. Your reputation speaks well enough as to the sort of businessman you are. I say flatly. I've been slandered. I swear I am but a humble arms dealer, he says, and I give him a look that tells him exactly where he can stick that grog shit. Fine, fine, you'll have your damn bill of sale, he says with an annoyed expression, when he fully understood that I wasn't going to fall for his nonsense. It took a while, but he got a bill of sale all filled out and signed by both of us, though we had to switch copies after I found a few clauses that he tried to sneak in about reclaiming the gun if certain conditions were met. Conditions that, I might add, all had the common factor of being nearly guaranteed to happen. Still, at the end I got the sniper with no messy strings attached. After I gave him the money that he counted on the spot, he had a whole ass machine specifically there to make sure that there was no funny business during the transfer of funds. Not that I really even felt the burden at all, since this was pretty much pocket change compared to my current fortune. It came as little surprise, but the others had long since finished flipping their switches and talking to Pierce about what came next by the time I finally walked out of the store. Chapter 70, Confrontational. If you insist on continuing your mad pursuit of the vault, you should visit Patricia Tanis. I spoke with her and she seems eager to meet you. In fact, she showed an unusual interest in a particular member of your group that concerns me, as it is out of character for her to speak so highly of anyone. Pierce was saying as I walked in. You could call it mutual appreciation for a fellow researcher. We happen to share a particular field of study is all. I say, casually, drawing attention to myself. I feel there is much you are not saying, but unless it's a threat to the people of New Haven, would prefer not to know. Pierce said sternly. No threat to New Haven unless you all have a rather profound secret of Iridian origin. Some offense meant, but I highly doubt that. I said dismissively. New Haven is a fine and orderly settlement, I will have you know, she said, clearly very offended by the implication I gave. Perhaps by your standards, but it's literally located in the midst of mountains of trash. That doesn't even begin to fucking cover how in disrepair everything is. I haven't seen a single damned building of proper maintenance since we arrived. I said scathingly. Enough. Roland said firmly. Unless you've forgotten, we need her help to find the rest of the key fragments as well as the vault itself, so keep your disapproval of the living conditions here to yourself, he said with a stern look right at me. Hi, play nice with the backwards locals, I get it. I said with a sarcastic tone, but let the conversation drop anyways. Pierce looked was red with anger at that last barb, but I just cocked my head at her mockingly since we both knew she was going to lose that argument. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself before addressing Roland since he had taken charge. Your friend's confrontational habits aside, you are free to stay in New Haven until you inevitably move on to the next place your mad pursuit takes you to. While you are here, however, I expect each and every one of you to respect the laws of the town and my authority over it. Am I clear? She said pointedly, looking at me. We'll be on our best behavior while we are here, even him. Roland said sternly, giving me a look. See that you do. Pierce said before shooing us out of her office. Once we were out of earshot of the woman, Roland confronted me. What the hell was that? He demanded. I chuckled. That was me knocking her down a few pegs. Perhaps you might not have really cared, but she treated us like dirt from the moment we first came face to face with her. She acted like she was so much better than all of us and that she had any right to treat us like dogs, to be beaten into submission and humiliated. I refused to just sit back and take it. That's what that was. I said firmly. He's right, man. Pierce hasn't even tried to play nice. He might have been a bit harsh, but he is right to be angry. Hell, we all should be. Morty said, backing me up. Roland looked at Lil and Brick as if hoping one of them would say something to the contrary so he wasn't alone in his chastisement of me, but both of them just shook their heads at him. I reach up and remove my mask, much to everyone's surprise. I look him right in the eyes. Look, man, I get that to a soldier like you used to be. Her attitude was not all that strange, but we aren't soldiers and she isn't a commanding officer. We were just strangers new to town, and rather than welcoming us, the first thing she did was try to humiliate us to establish her authority. It wasn't right and you know it. I say seriously. He looks back at me with a conflicted expression before sighing and nodding in agreement. You're right, I'm sorry for attacking you like that, he said sincerely. Apology accepted. Now let's find a place I can set my house down so we can talk about our next move. I said with a grin before I put my mask back on. Why do you wear that mask all the time anyways? Lil asked curiously as we walked through town in search of a good spot. Besides the fact it protects my face from bullets, mostly because I unnerve folks with it off. My glowing tattoos and the way my eyes and teeth are because of my powers makes it hard not to see me as a monster even if you know better. With the mask though, it's obvious that it's just a mask, so nobody bats an eye at it unless I pop up out of nowhere. I said honestly. It was true too, as thanks to the changes my powers caused, my eyes were slitted like a reptile's and had the same piercing quality an eagle's might. My teeth were also shaped in such a way that they could tear through flesh, bone and plant alike with ease, and gave them an inhuman quality as a result. Add on the constantly glowing green tattoos and yes, sitting face to face with me unnerves the ever-living fuck out of people. Wearing my mask is as a result simply better for everyone. This was something I had long since come to accept after these changes first started to appear months back. Even with this downside to my powers, I wasn't upset about it at all, as I really didn't mind so long as I didn't look like a human blobfish. I can stand being scary to look at, but being hideous was an entirely different thing. Absolutely unacceptable. Makes sense. Brick said with a nod. Behind Marcus's shop we came across a face we hadn't expected at all, Zed. He apparently had a whole ass 2-story building to himself as a clinic that was leagues better than the borderline shack in Firestone. You have a clinic here? I thought you were in charge of Firestone. I asked, surprised to see the doc in this shithole at all. I do, and I am, spend most of my time there, but make regular visits to New Haven to treat those here. Well, I used to before the fast travel went down, that is. Most the time though it's the med trap that does it. Zed said, nodding the primarily white with a red stripe across the middle claptrap that muddled about the clinic. Did they make a version of those bots for fucking everything? I asked incredulously. They tried, a bot for everything they advertised, but when the things really came out, the personality matrices had glitches that made them clumsy, brash, or frightful rather than useful in 9 out of 10 cases. Medtrap's useful but of a frightful disposition, so it's best left in a clinic like this away from anything that might set it off. Zed said with a shrug. Hey, do you use that second floor up there for anything? I asked, changing the subject. Not really, kinda forgot about it, to be honest, he said with an embarrassed look. Mind if we use it then? Can pay you too. I offered. Now that you mention it, I could use some fresh samples for my research. Tell ya what, y'all bring me some bandit corpses and I'll lend to place to ya for a bit, he said, and we agreed without hesitation. Finding bandits was pathetically easy, as literally right outside of the town across the dirt road at the back of the town was a small encampment of them. 6 bandits total there, a bruiser, 4 marauders and 1 flaming psycho. We tied all of them together and dragged them back into town in under 15 minutes. Pierce looked like she wanted to say something until she saw where we dragged them to and chose to turn a blind eye as a result. Clearly this was not the first time Zed's done something like this, which was a little bit worrying, to be honest. Thanks for getting these for me, as promised. The upstairs room is yours for now, Zed said as he eagerly took the corpses into a separate room. We all silently agreed that we would collectively rather not know what he was going to do with the corpses and just headed outside and up the rickety metal stairs to the second floor room. Opening the door, we weren't met with any odd smells or anything, thankfully, and if anything, the room was almost entire empty. There was a couple pieces of clearly forgotten medical equipment with dust settled over them, but that was it really. Chapter 71, Buffs. I was satisfied with this and tossed out the sphere that was my house and watched as it unfurled into that lovely archway formation and the portal opened up. We wasted no time at all heading inside, where everyone collectively sighed in relief at the cool and most importantly not rancid smelling air. Alright, before everyone goes fighting over the shower, I have something to say, so listen up. I've nabbed a copy of Fire Resistance for each of you and want to pass them out before anyone hits the shower. I say seriously. When'd you even get those traits anyways? Morty asked, surprised. I took them from those flaming psychos we killed. Been holding on to them for the next time we weren't running about like our asses were on fire, I said with a shrug. Can't argue there, been rushing all over the place doing stuff this whole time, Brick said with a laugh. Yep, so who's first? I asked with my hand out. To little surprise, Brick slapped his giant hand onto mine and got a good grip. Me first, he said with a wide grin. I just shrugged before sending one of the copies through me and into him along with some life force to ease the transformation a bit. He grunted as the top layer of his skin peeled off painfully and a new layer grows back in its place with a noticeable red tinge. I casually stick up my thumb and set it ablaze, which he unhesitantly reached out for with his hand. Stings a bit but it doesn't hurt much, he says as he grabbed my thumb. You sure you don't plan to make a cult of some kind? Morty asked jokingly. Hadn't thought about it, but if I ever change my mind I'll let you guys be the first to join, I said with a chuckle. Guess I'll go next then, Roland said as he walked over and grabbed my hand after Brick let go. First time, huh? Don't worry, I'll be gentle, I said with a chuckle while he just rolled his eyes and the others snickered. Human life force, 1429 traits. Quick reflexes common grade 1000 units, gun expertise uncommon grade 2000 units, clever mind uncommon grade 2000 units, strong body uncommon grade 2000 units. His traits were more or less the same as what I saw from Clay months ago, though his body trait was a grade higher, but that was to be expected since his body was much more muscular than Clay's. I grabbed a copy of Quick Reflexes and Gun Expertise before punting the Fire Resistance trait into him in one smooth action. He flinched back and groaned for a moment as his top layer of skin peeled off, just like with Brick. I ignored that and held out my hand again for the next person to take. Morty sighed before taking my hand and tensing up to prepare for the pain. Human life force, 1370 traits, sharp sight uncommon grade 2000 units, steady hands uncommon grade 2000 units, gun expertise uncommon grade 2000 units, clever mind uncommon grade 2000 units, athletic body common grade 1000 units, avian taming expertise rare grade 7000 units. Morty's traits were nearly identical to what Clay's used to be, but had a couple key differences that made perfect sense. The first was that his eyesight was better, which made sense as he was a sniper. The second was that he had a trait for keeping his hands perfectly still, which was not all that surprising for the same reason his sight wasn't. The final difference was the biggest though, as I wasn't quite sure what to make of it: avian taming expertise. What it did was fucking obvious to anyone with two brain cells to rub together, but to clarify for the mentally challenged, it gave the person with it a sort of muscle memory for how to tame birds and bird-adjacent creatures. It wasn't bad or anything, but just so niche that I wasn't sure if I wanted it or not. I decided to give it some thought and only grabbed steady hands and gun expertise while shunting fire resistance into him. Finally that left Lil, who seemed less reluctant and more nervous after seeing the others go through it, and only groaning or grunting a little. Obviously there was going to be a bit of pain, but that was about it at this point, as it was all benefits. I won't lie and say I wasn't also the most interested in seeing her status out of the whole group, as this will tell me exactly how far from getting her siren trait I was. She took my hand and I checked her traits immediately and had to admit that she was just as broken in existence as my siren life force. 3,850 traits: Clever Mind Uncommon grade 2,000 units, Quick Thinking Rare grade 7,000 units, Athletic Body Common grade 1,000 units, Beautiful Form Rare grade 7,000 units, Dimensional Awareness Legendary grade 350,000 units, Energy Projection Epic grade 40,000 units, Energy Reservoir Epic grade 40,000 units, Siren, Phase Walk, Mythical. Grade 2 million units. Sweet fucking Christ. I thought, looking at those prices and feeling queasy at the mere thought of paying it all. Surprising abso-fucking-lutely no one. The siren trait that belonged to Lil was twice the price that Maya's was. Even just looking at it made me feel ill, as I knew exactly how much death it took to accumulate half that amount. I had more or less wiped out 30% of the total Rach population on Eden 6 to get to a bit above a million life force. While I had absolutely no qualms with killing and devouring life force like that, even I had to acknowledge the almost genocidal amount of death it took to reach that amount. Even with the sheer volume of disposable life forms on this planet, I wasn't sure if I could kill enough to satisfy that price without a decently long period of effort, a year at least anyway. I stuffed fire resistance into her and left the rest of her traits alone, as I already had a legendary trait I needed to grab from that massive mutated corpse in my menagerie's frozen environment habitat. That's right, I hadn't forgotten that thing despite it sitting there for a few days now and me having the life force to afford that trait. I need a damn shower. This extra skin is itchy. Lil complained once she was done shedding her top layer of skin and replacing it with a new one. Have fun figuring out who goes first. I have a frigid date with a particularly delectable corpse in my alien zoo, I said with a chuckle as I walked towards my menagerie. On the way I dropped off the volcano in my crafting room, since you just know I was going to modify the fuck out of the thing before I used the Iridian artifact on it. Of course I was absolutely going to study the shit out of the artifact before and during my usage of it, as while I knew how to make one I needed to see one in action to understand how the fuck it worked. Anywho, when I strolled into my menagerie I actually slapped my forehead as it dawned on me that I hadn't been using the place to its fullest potential. See, each enclosure in the menagerie could be set to the ideal conditions for any life form placed within it, with automatic feeding and everything. With that in mind, what exactly was stopping me from breeding a massive number of Rach to use as a sort of life force farm? Each of the enclosures were the size of a football field at minimum, and there were nearly 100 of them. I clearly had plenty of space and the perfect environment to allow the raised colonies to explode in population within a short period of time. So long as I didn't wipe out the entire colonies and left some in each alive to repopulate, it was all profit. Putting a mental pin in that thought, I removed the settings for the enclosure with the roid mutated corpse, which immediately started the thawing process of the enclosure. I couldn't care less about that honestly, as I reached out with my powers and latched onto the dwindling life force in the frozen corpse and immediately dragged it and the legendary grade trait out to me. I winced as my life force stash dropped to 234,847, but couldn't help but grin as I felt the large trait sink weightily within me, waiting to be integrated. Heading back to the main area of my house, I saw Brick and Morty playing some air hockey, though like normal, as I told Brick he'd be banned from the table if he got as rough as he did before. Without many ways to entertain yourself here on Pandora, Brick absolutely didn't want to risk it and had played nice after that. Alexander Drake Life Force 234,847 integrated traits: Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Omega Body Rare Grade X4, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade X4, Superior Vitality Epic Grade, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X2, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, True Omnivore Rare Grade, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Hyper Flexibility Rare Grade, Strong Circulation Epic Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade, Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Uncommon Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3 Stored Traits, Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade, Omega Body, Supreme Armored Hide, Powerful Vitality, Energy Projection Epic Grade. Minor Regeneration, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X3 Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Uncommon Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Quick Reflexes Common Grade, Steady Hands Uncommon Grade, Mutant Strength Legendary Grade. Chapter 72. Here we go again. Lil was missing, but that was to be expected as she was likely in the shower at this point. Roland meanwhile was sitting with that ridiculous stoicism of his as he cleaned his turret. Lawton was over in the corner sleeping with a deep contented rumbling sound accompanying each breath he took. Adorable really. I found myself a seat and leaned back while closing my eyes to focus on the weighty traits just waiting within me to be integrated or given away. I nudged the expertise traits first as those didn't cause any physical changes really, and grunted slightly at the headache and sting I got as they popped into place. 3 copies of gun expertise and 2 of mechanical engineering expertise, with one being uncommon and the other rare grade, all at once even made me feel like my head was the battleground for a clan war. Still, it wasn't anything I couldn't handle, and it paid off as I had 4 stacks of gun expertise uncommon grade and only needed a single one more for the trait to turn into a single stack of the rare graded version. My integration of the rare grade mechanical engineering expertise I got from Scooter ate the 2 stacks of the uncommon grade version while it settled into place. I found my knowledge of mechanical engineering now making a whole lot more sense than before. Like if before I had just scratched the surface of understanding, now even with the same amount of knowledge I had a deep hole. Concepts involved fit together better, and I was making connections that I hadn't even realized were there before. I waited a bit for my headache to die the fuck down before turning my attention to the copy of energy projection I had unintegrated. This was number 5, and if the pattern held, that meant I was about to get my first legendary grade copy of the trait. I won't lie and say that I wasn't a little nervous as each grade a trait went up there was a qualitative and quantitative improvement to it. Right now, with 4 of the epic graded copies, my powers could take traits and life force from anything dead within 50 meters of me, but with this 5th copy all that was going to change drastically. Fuck it. Go big or go home, I thought as I gave the trait a mental nudge and braced myself for the impact. It did not help. The moment the trait clicked into place over the others and began to fuse into a single legendary grade version, my tattoos exploded in green light while my eyes blazed in the same hue. It didn't matter if my tattoos and eyes were covered as the light shone through it all, and I flooded the room with my power's light. The others all freaked out over this and looked defensive even after the changes settled and the light died down. Ugh, that fucking hurts, I complained loudly. What the hell was that? Morty demanded seriously. Trait evolution. Whenever I collect 5 of the same trait with the same grade, they fuse together into a single higher graded trait of the same kind. In this case I evolved an epic graded trait to a legendary one. That whole event was that change manifesting. It's my first time evolving a trait to that level and also didn't expect it to be so fucking dramatic. I said aggrieved. Understatement of the century, you lit up the whole damn room with the light coming out of you. Morty said and I winced. At least it was worth it. I said as I raised my right hand and an orb of red energy manifested there above it like a pulsing ball of liquid. That's new, what's it do? Brick asked curiously. I don't know, I'm gonna find out though. I said honestly as I played with the orb for a bit before absorbing it back into my body. The ability to project energy outside my body without physically touching something wasn't the only change, however, as I felt roughly an area over 200 meters around me in terms of reach for what I could drain traits and life force. A tenth of a mile may not seem like that big of a distance cosmically speaking, but that was a huge area in terms of targeting with my powers. Keep in mind this was a tenth of a mile in every single direction like a massive sphere. An easy way to explain it was that it easily covered all of New Haven and a bit more, meaning that if everyone here keeled over all at once I could harvest from them at the same time. In a manner of speaking, it was as if my mouth had suddenly grown several times larger, allowing me to swallow much more at once. In addition to this, I now had a sort of gauge of the life force of everything within the range. I still needed physical contact with living things to see their traits, but I could at least figure out how much life force they had from a distance. Perhaps not the most useful ability, but it had one upside that I was particularly happy with: stealth detection. No living thing could sneak up on me now, as if they entered my range I'd immediately sense their life force. Robots could still do so though, so I had no intention of letting my guard down on that front. As an added bonus unrelated to my original powers, I felt my phase locking become much more efficient thanks to my energy projection trait getting that qualitative upgrade. In fact, I was willing to bet that my energy efficiency with the ability was near the same level as Maya's. Her power was far more efficient naturally, as she uses an energy type actually meant for it rather than the version of her powers I use that takes life force instead. There was nothing for it really, as I absolutely wasn't going to add energy reservoir to myself even if her powers were supposed to use it. Still, just matching her efficiency like this was more than enough, as it expanded my usage of her powers in the future. That reminded me of that annoying spy that listened into us on our echoes. Something about their whole story fucking bothered me to no end, but I couldn't exactly figure out what. Whatever the hell it was, I didn't want to reveal my ability to use Maya's powers to that angel. That unfortunately also meant that I couldn't exactly reap the benefits of using the damn thing either, unless I was here in my house or there was no devices capable of listening in nearby. I had considered fucking with the angel and creating an Iridian signal jammer, but that also kind of fucks with all of us as well, since we couldn't send out or receive signals either if I did. In the end, I simply chose to wait until we opened the vault. That was the angel's only clear goal, to see what this puppet master was after. Anyways, Lil finished up her shower and walked out of the bathroom in her sweatpants and hoodie while drying her hair. Roland went next, and like the hard ass he was, he took exactly 10 minutes in and out of the shower even if there was no real time limit. Morty went next with Bloodwing, which we all chose to ignore as the alien bird needed a bath since she was covered in blood. He took longer than Lil, but both he and the bird came out clean, so nobody cared. Brick went after that, and to no surprise he took the longest, as he simply enjoyed the hot water that never ran out. With all of them cleaned up and the bathroom free, it was finally time for me to integrate the rest of these traits. I left my clothes in the cleaning array and my echo on a shelf as I locked the door and stepped into the shower. Fire resistance, Omega body, supreme armored hide, powerful vitality, minor regeneration, elemental body, corrosive, corrosion resistance, mechanical savant, quick reflexes, steady hands and mutant strength. These were the traits I had to integrate, and I sighed as I knew this was going to really fucking hurt. I started out easy with powerful vitality, minor regeneration, quick reflexes and steady hands. All of them folded in nicely with the pre-existing traits of the same type, and my body burned and stung for a few seconds before relaxing again once the changes settled. Next up was the slightly harder traits in fire resistance, supreme armored hide, Omega body, elemental body, corrosive, and corrosion resistance. This time I immediately felt my body tense up in agony as my entire skin sloughed off and my muscles sizzled in the air as my whole body took on a corrosive nature in addition to the other elemental natures present. Like always, this process was beyond words levels of painful but lasted a short period of time. Once my mind and body wasn't screaming at me anymore and my skin had grown back, I looked at the last 2 traits I had to deal with. In for a pound, I guess, I thought with gritted teeth as I nudged Mechanical Savant and Mutant Strength. Gonna be honest here, I blacked out as my brain straight up noped the fuck out of that situation as the changes started. All I knew was the pain started and then I was waking up in a pile of viscera and blood while feeling lighter than I had ever. I mean that both literally and metaphorically, as it felt as though I had lost a ton of weight in terms of both traits and on my body. I ignored that for now and moved pressed down with my hand to lift myself out of the mess, only to send my head slamming hard into the shower wall as I used way too much strength. Alexander Drake Life Force 234,847 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzzaxe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Chapter 73, Control. I groaned at the impact but wasn't really hurt by it due to all my defensive and regenerative traits. Okay, so I can honestly say I don't know my own strength at this point, best move carefully until I can rectify this. I thought as I carefully and cautiously tried to get up again. I still used more strength than I intended, but at least this time it wasn't so much that I launched myself. Once I actually got fully up and standing, I immediately recognized that my body was bigger than before, not massive or anything like that, but I was now close to 6.5 feet tall and my muscles were back to being hyper-defined and a bit bulky, though not enough to be an encumbrance to moving freely. So well defined in fact that my body almost appeared to be comprised of stone. My new skin certainly didn't fucking help here either, as it was no longer tinged but straight up a dull grey color like an elephant's. I chose to deal with that problem after I cleaned myself up, as I was covered in various not so pleasant things. I broke my shampoo bottle with my grip but eventually managed to get clean and smelling decently pleasant, while all the leftovers from my integrations were discarded by the very effective disposal systems of my bathroom. My clothes no longer fit, which was annoying as dick, but my skin suit was of the one-size-fits-all variety, so I at the least wasn't naked. I may as well have been though, as the skin suit was skin tight and left absolutely nothing to the imagination. I tied my old pants over my crotch while putting my mask back on, while grabbing my Echo with my other stuff in it before unlocking the door and leaving the bathroom. "You got bigger," Brick exclaimed when he saw me. "Lots of traits to integrate, with some being bigger than others," I said honestly. "I'm guessing your pants tied around your junk means they don't fit anymore?" Morty asked and I nodded. Was going to go make some more that are now my size before hitting the sim room to adjust to my new power. Might accidentally kill someone by moving otherwise, I said as I walked across the room carefully. "How's that work?" Lil asked confused. "Got a massive boost to my strength, so my control over it is shot to hell until I can work on bringing it back," I said over my shoulder as I left the room. Just walking was proving difficult as I had to make an active effort not to stomp my feet or high knee with both lifting and lowering them. All those shows or games that have the main character get a massive power up and then immediately handle it with no problem were absolute grog shit, as it was not nearly so effortless. Still, I eventually got to the crafting room and fed my pants to the material breakdown part before getting my new measurements and using those to fabricate a pair of nearly identical pants that were simply bigger than the last ones. I didn't bother with my boots or jacket yet, but immediately put on my shield and gun at my waist carefully before heading towards the sim room. On the way there I went over what exactly had changed after this round of integration. To start out with, my Omega body traits had all fused with the mutant strength, true omnivore, hyperflexibility, strong circulation, quick reflexes and steady hands traits to become the Demi-Supreme body legendary grade trait. I wasn't sure what a Supreme was to begin with until I got this trait, but the instinctive knowledge that came with it made me pause slightly. A Supreme was the next step in evolution for an Omega species. In other words, it was what came after an Omega body and had an infinitesimally small chance of ever being born if two Omega members of a species mated. To put it bluntly, if Omegas were the peak level for a species, Supremes were superspecies. In my case, I was at an awkward point in my evolution where I was superhuman in some regards but not quite all the way past that baseline human level in many others, and thus was a demi-supreme rather than a full-blown one. The difference was minuscule, to be fucking honest, but it still existed, so here I was. Anyways, beyond that, my other traits fused into the ones I already had, with the exception of the corrosive traits and mechanical savant. A few of the traits fused into a higher graded stack of a similar type, and altogether my internal space felt a lot less cramped now. In that same regard, I assumed that the prices of new traits would go down until the space got cramped again. It was a bit of a balancing act really, as I needed to keep extra space in my internal space or be forced to pay even more to force new traits in, as there wasn't enough space. Not that this was a bad thing, mind you, as if I added a new thing where there was no space and then the traits condensed like this again, the new space that the forced trait added was now also free, meaning I actually had more space than I originally started out with. I was a little curious how far the price of new traits had dropped thanks to this, but getting my strength under control came first. I walked into the sim room and spoke up. Training field set 8. No ballistic weapons. I commanded, and the room buzzed and holographic scenery appeared for a large arena with high walls and several gates. The gates opened and sim soldiers walked out with various melee weapons in their hands. Bats, spears, swords, axes, you name it, and these not people had it and were coming for my ass. I let them get close before trying to dodge a stab, only to launch myself to the side violently. I rolled a few times before stopping and pushed myself off the ground a little too hard and stumbled a bit as I corrected my balance. I didn't even have a chance to think as I ducked as a spear stabbed through the air where my head was previously. I threw out a wicked backhand at the sim soldier's midsection as they overextended themselves. I winced as the entire sternum of the soldier caved in as their ribs shattered beneath my fist. The body shrimped the fuck up as my fist forced the body to bend before the body dispersed into motes of light as the simulation got rid of it. I frowned as I wasn't trying to go for a kill but rather merely a simple weakening blow. Despite that, however, I had failed and accidentally killed the sim soldier instead. I didn't get much time to contemplate this as 5 other soldiers ganged up on me and I was forced to retreat again. I still launched myself to the side this time, but in a more controlled manner, as I didn't roll more than once before I managed to shift my momentum enough mid-roll to use it to return to my feet while sliding. I grinned at this and lifted and dropped my foot to launch myself towards the charging soldiers head first. They moved to impale me on their weapons, but I made a split-second shift in my center of gravity as I bent my legs to slide under their weapons. I shot forth my palms but made sure to hold back this time, and rather than outright killing the 2 they struck, it merely pushed them back a bit hard. I continued honing my new body until I fully mastered it as far as combat and movement was concerned. Fine and gentle movements with my fingers still needed work, but at least now I wasn't going to be accidentally murdering people, just intentionally doing so, which was much better. I didn't even work up a sweat despite this, however, which made sense as I wasn't really trying to push my current abilities to their maximum but merely to bring them under control. Training field set 2. I commanded, and the sim room shifted from the arena to a gym with several training machines. I walked over to the bench press machine and stacked 400 pounds of weight on the bar before laying underneath it and gripping the bar. I pushed up and the bar effortlessly rose, and I brought it down before back up again and racked it. Clearly that was not nearly my limit, so I chose to be a bit bold. Double the weight on the bar, I commanded, and the weights on the bar hummed for a moment but didn't seem to change. Chapter 74, The Nailer. I was moving this whole time and only got the last of it settled yesterday. Loscrow. Despite this misleading appearance, my order had indeed been followed, as the bar was now 800 pounds. I pushed up on the bar again, and this time I actually felt a bit of strain, but honestly not much more than one might feel lifting a cement block. Remove the weight and place a single ton on the bar, I commanded, and the weights vanished before two comically large weights took their place with a simple 2,000 lb mark on the inside faces to tell how much they weighed. I grabbed the bar and pushed up and smiled as I felt a heavy strain on my arms this time, and thus could understand that this was roughly my limit. A ton, hui! Not bad at all, I thought, pleased as I put the bar back and reset the room. It may have only been 500 to 600 pounds above what was considered the unaugmented human limit, but it is a superhuman amount of strength. My only real grip with it, if I had to say, was that my body weight had grown as well, so I now weighed close to 500 pounds through sheer density. Granted, about 80 pounds of that came from my metallic bones, but the point still fucking stood. It was rather amusing to me how my powers chose to grant me this strength, as while my height had only gotten a bit bigger, my mass had taken a leap forward. Increased density wasn't all bad though, as it also meant I was now even more bullet resistant. Not bulletproof by any means, but anything below 45s barely dug under my skin and was outright stopped within my muscles. That particular test was not all that pleasant for me, but necessary all the same. So what's the verdict? Lil asked when I finally rejoined the others. I grinned. I have finally reached superhuman status. Just benched a literal ton and can stop anything below a 45 with just my skin and muscles, I said proudly. That's it? Morty asked skeptically. You seem to be under a slight misunderstanding. This was achieved without any cybernetics or augmentations, pure biomechanical power. It's not all that impressive when stacked against robots, augmented or other species, but for baseline unaugmented humans. Superhuman, I said, clarifying the matter. So what, you are just a bit better than a normal guy who put in a lot of work and won the genetic lottery? Lil asked, and I nodded with a shrug. More or less. Still, it's a start. Right now I am only at the bottom of what was considered superhuman, but with more time and traits that'll change. At some point I'll be so powerful without even a single augmentation I'll practically be a walking vault monster in human form or better. And that's not even counting my Siren powers that absolutely place me at a higher playing field than even a vault monster. Shit, once I have a copy of Lil here's powers I'll practically be unstoppable, I said grandly. How? Not saying her powers aren't incredibly useful, but I don't think they count as unstoppable at all, Roland said with a frown. Ah, but that's because she's never used them to their apex potential. Not that she could be blamed, as she never got taught how to do so and likely thought the way she was using it was it until recently. Isn't that right, Lil? I asked, and she nodded. Yup, those records you gave me change everything, she said seriously. What's the difference? Brick asked, confused. Teleportation, like legit teleportation. Instant and nearly impossible to stop. The ultimate expression of movement plus the ultimate expression of control, aka nearly unstoppable, I said, holding up a phase lock bubble over my palm. Gotta admit he has a point. I can't think of a way to counter something like that, at least, Morty said before taking a swing of his drink. Right? With her powers on top of Maya's, I could phase lock someone and then blip their ass across the universe if I wanted to. Maybe throw them into a star or something, I said with a chuckle. Wouldn't you lose out on the life force and traits if you did that though? Brick asked, and I shrugged. Yeah, but sometimes it might be worth it if the person involved was annoying enough, I said with a shrug. What now, since you've finished eating those traits? Morty asked. I'm glad you asked, I said excitedly before explaining. See, I've got this unfinished prototype gun that I've been working on and I just so happen to be able to finish it up now. It will be the first gun I've ever made from scratch, a Drake original if you will. I said with a wide smile. What kinda gun? Morty asked, leaning forward, clearly interested. It's a mix of sniper and assault rifle if I can get it to work right. The best part though is that it will launch energy bullets instead of normal ones, so it will have near infinite ammo. Thinking about calling it the nailer since the projectiles will basically be nails of energy. I said frankly. I can see the assault rifle part in that, but where's the sniper? Lil asked curiously. That's the accuracy, fire rate, and range of course. Since the rounds are made of energy and not metal, the drop-off over distance will be dramatically less than standard guns without trading power. The lack of any recoil also means the shots are more or less as accurate as you are. The only real drawback is that in order to make the rounds solid enough for this purpose, there will be a small window of time between each shot, like a normal single-shot sniper but a tiny bit faster. Of course this is all fucking theoretical until I can finish the thing. I said seriously. Needless to say, Morty rushed me to go finish up the gun so he could give it a try, as it sounded like a sniper's wet dream come true. I certainly wasn't going to fucking argue either, as I was just as eager to finish the thing. Of course I didn't immediately start working on the gun, as I needed to practice my fine motor skills first so that I didn't accidentally break something by using too much force. Gunsmithing at this level was a delicate art and not something done haphazardly. I instead worked to first disassemble and reassemble a few guns from my armory before I was confident in my fine motor skills and got to work on the real project. I carefully mounted the Iridian energy condensers I had taken from the Seraphs in a spiral pattern with an automated rotational holsters, keeping them in place and functioning as I wanted. I had to do this part with tweezers and careful placement, as even the slightest misalignment could cause the projectile made by the gun unstable or outright unusable. Still, after quadruple checking my work, I was fairly confident I had done it right the first time. Next came the power core mounting and connection. I had already created the core slot of the gun where the recharged Seraph core would sit to provide the energy that made the whole thing function. It was a cleverly integrated ring-shaped area between the butt of the gun and the firing mechanism that was precisely machined to hold the core firmly in place without damaging it or letting the user of the gun directly touch it if properly used. That is to say, unless you tried to use the gun like a pistol, you shouldn't have any part of your arm ever come into contact with the core itself during firing. This was important because every time a new round was created and fired, the core would light up with enough energy to char normal skin instantly. In the end, I chose the bite the bullet, as it were, and modify the design slightly to cover the core so even accidental contact with that area was harmless. As an unexpected but certainly very fucking welcome surprise, this also improved the energy efficiency slightly. Next up was the barrel and scope being taken care of, which I needed to wait a few hours for, as I needed to wait for my maker machine to get off its cooldown from when I made my pants. Still, once that was done, I quickly used a steel barrel lined with a thin internal coating of iridian metal bored with a 7-lined bore with extreme rotational torque. The scope was easier though, as I just flat out ripped off the Iridian's take on that exact thing but modified it slightly with a dial to control the distance. It zoomed from 200 miles all the way down to a mere 20 meters, kinda extreme I know, but this gun should have the ability to land a shot from such a distance if the sniper was far enough up in elevation and there were no obstacles in the way. To put it in simple Earth terms, you could shoot someone at the horizon from the top of Mt. Everest with this gun. Obviously it wasn't going to be used for such an extreme distance shot the vast majority of times, but the potential was there and I refused to half do shit, so the option was available if that ever became needed. Chapter 75, Boom, Headshot. I of course carefully assembled the gun, and the moment I finished, a bright pillar of orange light came off it and a screen about it showed up. Bling. Name, Dirty Nailer. Level, Legendary. Type, Machine Repeater. Sniper Rifle. Damage Type, Shock X6. Manufacturer, Drake Affix, the last thing you never see. Has near limitless ammunition but a slow reload speed. Extreme range. Whew. God damn, you look fine. I mutter with a whistle of appreciation at the stats of this gun I've made. The dirty in the name was not by choice so much as something that got added automatically because of the higher focus in elemental damage than should be normal. This wasn't the first time the name of a gun or shield changed with the stats of the thing itself, as my original gun and shield had similar changes after I finished modifying them. It was just a sort of rule of this reality for some reason, and I could only shrug at it and move on. I had no intention of keeping this gun for myself, however, as it simply didn't fit my style of combat. I liked getting up close and personal when in a fight, and even with bullets being involved I was rarely taking shots from further than 15 meters of my targets. You might be wondering why I was even interested in the volcano then, and the answer was simple: miniaturization. The volcano, unlike the nailer, could be modified into a smaller form without trading its damage or unique fire ability, though it would drastically lower the range it was usable. I'd need to swap its firing mechanism and convert the ammo to shotgun slugs, but as a pump-action rifle to begin with, this wasn't that major a swap. To be completely honest, the volcano being converted to a shotgun would make it go from a decent gun to an absolute fucking beast of immolation. I put that off for later though, as for now I needed to test this badass gun I had just made, and who better for that than the resident sniper himself, Morty? When I walked out of the hallway with the nailer in hand, all eyes were on me, but Morty in particular looked like he had just seen the most beautiful woman ever. You just going to look, or do you want to give her a test run? I asked with a smirk. Don't have to tell me twice, he said eagerly, getting up out of his chair and rushing over. We all headed for the sim room, and I gave them the rundown of what this sniper rifle was capable of and how it worked, since it was slightly different from the normal sort. So first thing you need to understand is that pulling the trigger doesn't fire the gun, but instead generates the bullet. You will instead fire the gun by releasing the trigger once the bullet is fully made. Doesn't take long either, maybe a millisecond or so. There should be a slight sound to tell you when to release the trigger. Second, the scope magnifies up to 200 miles away, which is the theoretical distance the thing can hit a target with the right conditions. I said, and Morty gaped at me. How much power does this thing pack? Roland asked with a serious expression. I shrugged, no fucking clue honestly, should be a lot though. Oh right, almost forgot to mention that it can punch through shields like they are made of butter, since the bullet is entirely made of energy. I said casually. You mean to say you made a gun that can go through shields like they don't exist and has a range of 200 miles? I pity anyone who ends up on your shit list, won't even know how they died. Lil said with a wary look at the gun I was still holding. Oh, I'm not going to use the thing myself, not my speed, ya feel me? Morty though? This gun is right up in his sweet spot. I said with a grin. We arrived at the sim room at this point, and I handed the nailer over to Morty, who lifted it a couple times with a surprised look. She's really light, like holding a pistol instead of a sniper, feels weird, he said honestly. Simulate a distance of 200 miles, place us on an elevation of 30,000 feet without the cold, create a row of immobile humanoid targets 2 meters apart all the way to the horizon. I commanded the room, and the scenery started to shift and change to create what I wanted. The room wasn't actually bigger, however, but thanks to some handy spatial manipulation, the bullet being shot would travel as though it was in fact that big. The air also thinned as though we were actually at the top of a mountain, and the wind being simulated fit as well. The only inconsistency was the temperature, which was still not frigid like it would be at that elevation. By no means was it comfortable, however, and Morty wasted no time at all taking his first shot at the nearest sim soldier. FWEW. The gun barely made a sound louder than a whisper as the bullet was sent flying out. None of the others even got a glance at it due to the speed it was traveling, but thanks to my bullshit senses and minor spatial awareness, I got a good feel for the projectile before it passed right through the sim soldier it hit. It was more or less a rod about 1.5 inches long and about as big around as a standard .22 round. It also had a ridiculous amount of power behind it as it hit the sim soldier and then went through it and the next 8 behind it before finally being stopped when it hit the 9th. Well, saying it was stopped wasn't entirely accurate, so much as the energy that made up the bullet fucking unraveled into ambient energy that was impossible to even perceive, much less be harmed by. Hey? So that's what happens when the bullet finishes its journey, neat. I muttered out loud while the others just stared at the gun in shock. There was no recoil at all, and it did that? What sort of voodoo did you do to accomplish this? Morty asked as he looked at the gun in his hands in awe. No voodoo, science. You can thank the Iridians for that, by the way, as their understanding of the subject is so mind-gasmly deep that I literally have no fucking clue where to begin with the mere fraction I have access to. Thankfully I don't need to understand to put some of it to use. I said with a shrug. If this is what you can make without really understanding the stuff, I am worried about what you'd be able to create if you did. Roland said seriously, and the others nodded in agreement. I want something this cool too. Brick complained, and I chuckled. Oh, I already have plans for you, mate, don't you worry. I said with a grin that would have greatly concerned all of them if they could see it. I'm going to see if I can't hit that target out at 200 miles like you said. Morty said as he raised the scope to his eye again. FWEW. The shot whispered as it was released, and this time we could legitimately see the bullet as it flew for a few moments before the sim soldier at the horizon faded away in a confirmed hit and kill. And what did you say you wanted for this again? Morty asked while lovingly stroking the gun. Not a dime. We have a deal, remember? You guys and gal get more iridian metal and I give you a cool new toy to play with. That gun is a sort of down payment, I suppose you could say. I said honestly. I certainly hadn't forgotten that deal we made previously, even if Morty may have been joking when he made it. I seriously needed the metal and tech, and by giving them a taste of the good stuff I motivated all of them to take that deal seriously. My friends were each to some extent greedy individuals who loved loot as much as I did, and the promise of loot like this was fatally attractive to them. I had little doubt that they'd kill any Seraph Guardians they could now to funnel that iridian goodness my way. Gods knew that there was plenty of the robotic bastards on this dirtball after all. Pandora was kinda infamous for the sheer volume of iridian stuff found on it, with even its moon Elpis supposedly having some traces. Chapter 76, Project Clean Up. This begged the question of why it wasn't long since brought to heel by the corporations who sought the vaults. The answer was because it was too much fucking work. There was no clear evidence of exactly how many vaults were on this planet, only that there was at least one. This compiled onto the fact that there was a metric fuckton of iridian ruins and stuff on the planet, and nobody was willing to deal with all those possible red herrings. Not even I knew how many vaults were on the planet, and I was likely one of the most knowledgeable people on the Iridians in the universe. How could I not be when I had a, let's say, vested interest in anything to do with them? The sheer amount I was able to learn about the race because of the technology knowledge rattling about my head was vast, to say the least. For starters, I was slowly piecing together the alien language based off what I understood, despite the language used in the knowledge being foreign to me. It was mostly just me taking terms used in their language in my head and finding the matching word or words in the common language. It was a really fucking tedious process, but I knew it would eventually be worth it, as once I could one-to-one translate the language in my head, a whole lot of tech would become fully understandable to me. The Iridians, as far as I could tell, were usually quite literal with how they labeled things, so if I could understand the name, I had somewhere to start on understanding how the stuff did what it did. Another thing I figured out was that the Iridians weren't mystical or divine or anything like that. They were just an uncomfortably advanced species. Some of the stuff I had rattling about in my brain pan had the ability to make the laws of physics their bitch, and I legitimately had no clue how. Knowing what something did was not even remotely the same as knowing how it did it. I unfortunately was at that knowing what stage and not the how, so I was naturally quite cautious with what I touched on. That said, there were a few things I had my eye on, given the fact we were probably going to be operating out of New Haven for quite some time. The first was a material scanner that could create a list of all the materials within like 20 miles. This was important because of the second piece of tech I had my eye on, the Universal Refinement Furnace. The Iridians were really fucking literal with what they named their stuff, as the name pretty much told it all. This piece of technology was the epitome of waste not want not technology. Green aliens, who knew? Jokes aside, the thing was about the size of a small house and was more or less the perfect way to recycle literally anything en masse. The reason I needed the scanner as well as this was that the two actually could be combined to automate the process of refinement, and thus let whoever was using it shovel in whatever junk they had to get it broken down into clean fresh material in nice neat blocks or liquids, if that was what it was. I get some robots to collect the surrounding mountains of trash here at New Haven and feed it to the furnace, and I can convert this putrid place into something actually worth living in. The best part was that once the stuff was refined, I could feed it to my maker thing in order to be able to create even more bots and furnaces until the whole of this trashy place was purified. Thankfully, this idea also wouldn't take a single piece of iridium metal too, and could be made using materials that I already had stored up in my maker. Though doing so left the energy efficiency at less than optimal levels, but using a Seraph core to power it all meant that wasn't a problem at all, since each Seraph core more or less held the energy of an entire fucking Sunday. That isn't as big of a flex as it sounds though, as humans long since figured out how to generate that kind of power. They had to for the ships they built to work. The real trick was figuring out how to harness all that power rather than have it wasted for the most part. Unit-wise, humans have figured out how to produce, let's say, 10 units of energy and harness 5 of that, while the other 5 were wasted. By comparison, the Iridians could create 10 units and harness 8 of it with only a 2 wasted. That was roughly a 30% greater efficiency than what humans were capable of at this exact moment. This is as big a flex as it sounds. If I used some iridium metal for this project, I could achieve this as well, but without it the efficiency drops to 7 units of energy harnessed out of every 10. A pretty big drop when you consider how much energy we were talking here, but a small price to pay to keep the good stuff to myself. There was no reverse engineering this stuff because it came with a built-in self-destruct mechanism that kept you from tampering with it. Unless you went in the guts of the thing in the exact way you were supposed to, there was no getting into it. But just because I didn't trust luck as far as I could shoot the bitch, I was going to put a barrier shield around the whole complex to zap the shit out of anything or anyone who didn't have a special item on them. A simple trinket with the exact energy alignment needed for the barrier not to fry them like Zeus himself. You think Pierce will let you do that? Roland asked seriously after I explained my plan. Not up to her, since I'm not setting it up in New Haven, just nearby. Besides, if she has anything to complain about, it'll only be how the town isn't getting any of the refined materials after I'm done with them. My answer to that is simply to tell her to fuck off. It's my tech and my effort, so New Haven isn't owed dick. I said with a scoff. You can't seriously think she'll just accept that, do you? Roland asked with a stern frown. Doesn't matter if she does or not. You heard him. Big ass zapper around the whole thing to keep out anyone who's not wanted. She could attack the bots or get mad at him, but she can't do anything to the furnace itself. Morty said, countering Roland's concern. Yeah, but what about us? What if she decided to chase us out of New Haven? Roland asked seriously. Portable house, that's like 1,000,000,000 times better than New Haven. Brick said with shrug as he gestured around my house. Relax mate, nothing bad will happen because of this plan, well, not for us that is. I said with a chuckle. What's that supposed to mean? Lil asked with a raised eyebrow. It means that once all this trash is gone, the stuff that lives in the trash will be very unhappy. Bandits, those weird bugs, and who knows what else, all exposed and forced to move. I said with a predatory grin. Won't that destroy New Haven then? I'm fine with getting rid of all this trash if we profit with it, but I won't sign off on the deaths of an entire town of civilians. Roland said firmly. And you won't have to. We kill shit religiously and I eat lives, so put those together with us protecting New Haven and it's a win for everyone who matters. I said grandly. We're good, but I don't think anyone is that good. Morty said with a frown. Fine fine, I'll throw a shield around New Haven as well. Happy? I said with a huff. A good shield. Roland said, and I sighed. All right, a good shield. But only until things calm down. I said with finality. Roland looked like he wanted to argue, but a harsh glare at him told him better. I could accept temporarily shielding New Haven since it was kinda my fault it was going to be attacked, but I refused to just leave the shield there once things calmed down again. That was proprietary tech and I was going to be damned if I left it behind for who knows who to try and steal. What's mine is mine and I don't want to share. Chapter 77, Let the Hunt Begin. With that settled, I bunkered down in my crafting room for the next 3 days and only came out to use the bathroom and eat. While I did this, the others started to grab some quests from the bounty board. 3 for now that while I would have liked an on I could skip without issue. The first was to kill some midget bandit who called himself King Wee Wee and lived in a literal garbage fort in the Tetanus Warrens. These warrens were actually just hollows under the mountains of rusting scrap and trash, and just as dangerous as that sounded, the second quest was to kill off some of the scythids that lived in the trash piles around New Haven, as they had gotten a little too many. The final quest was to repair the claptrap by the bounty board that a bandit had shot and no one else bothered to fix, but whose whining death speech was getting annoying to listen to. The second and third quests I got involved in sort of as the scythids' corpses were brought to me to drain the life force from, and the claptrap was flat out thrown into my crafting room for me to fix unceremoniously. It was kinda annoying. The hunt for Wee Wee though proved really good, as he apparently had a very fucking nice shield. Name: Wee Wee's Super Booster Level, Rare Type, Shield Damage Type, N/A Manufacturer, Pangolin Customizations, N/A Fast Recharge Rate, Powerful Bio-Bolstering Field. Now that might seem like a fairly weak shield since it was only rare quality, but that Bio-Bolstering Field was a seriously rare thing to find on a shield, much less when it was so fucking strong. Not only did this thing allow for faster healing, almost on par with fucking regeneration, but it also made the person using it ever so slightly more fit passively. The ridiculous thing actually improved your health to use. Needless to say, I gutted the shield and stole that tech without hesitation for myself. Well, I say myself, but really I mean Brick, as I stuffed it on his rare quality shield, which also raised it to epic quality. The Warrens apparently held a new type of creature too that Brick was so kind as to bring a corpse of back to me, a spider ant life force, 529 traits, tough exoskeleton uncommon grade 1500 units, colony mind common grade 700 units, poor vision trash grade 50 units, rapid reproduction common grade 700 units. The corpse was about the size of a cat and had a hard exoskeleton everywhere on it except its thorax, which was much softer tissue. These things were clearly not designed to run away, as their heads were larger than even their thoraxes and were used to tank damage since their thoraxes were highly vulnerable and stored most of their organs. In other words, they would never retreat because they were literally evolved not to without risking death. The naming sense behind the things were also highly uninspired, as they lived in colonies like ants while using a web-like substance regularly like spiders. It also didn't help that besides having only 4 legs, they looked like a weird mix of spider and ant, just without large eyes. I wasn't all that impressed with the things, to be honest, as they were basically all swarm, as their weakness was too fucking easy to hit. Still, besides these minor distractions, I had managed to gather all the parts for the furnace, scanner, and shields in these 3 days, alongside some rather simple bots designed like mini centaur goblins with baskets on their backs and shovel hands. 4 weight-bearing movement legs and 2 limbs for collecting scrap, while a basket was on its back to be filled with said scrap before being dumped. Not many of the things mined, as I was still limited on my resources at the moment, but I did create 10 of them. Thankfully I knew enough programming to get them set to collect scrap and toss it into the furnace without also yeeting themselves into the thing, or anyone else for that matter. I grimaced when I left my house for the first time in days and filled my nostrils with the rank air of New Haven. I grit my teeth and ignored this as I dragged the large shield projector out of the room and up onto the roof of Zed's place before flicking it on. I watching as a beam of energy shot out the top and formed a massive dome around the whole of New Haven. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" Pierce demanded through my echo moments later with clear anger in her voice. "What, don't recognize a fucking shield? You'll forgive me if I don't trust some welded together scrap metal to provide much protection. As an added bonus, it also purifies the air coming through so the town doesn't smell like it's situated in mountains of trash." I sent back mockingly. "I'm watching you," she returned coldly, but didn't try and argue about the shield at the very least. "You know she's going to do something if you keep antagonizing her like that, right?" Morty asked, and I shrugged. "Let her try, she's so far out of her league it's pathetic," I said blandly. With New Haven covered, it was time to start assembling the furnace and getting that set up. It took multiple trips from my house to decently clear a spot that may or may not have been a bandit camp before I borrowed it. Not like the original owners will miss it after I had a nice snack before clearing the camp out. Setting up the shield of course came first, and then I set up the furnace itself that was all nice and fucking shiny, had that new car smell too. Finally I cranked on the thing and let my bots go start shoveling the scrap into the furnace. After that it was finally time for me to get some action of my own while my minions worked to slowly dismantle the heaps of trash nearby. I headed into town and Scooter flagged me down with an exclamation point above his head, which meant he had a quest. "Hey man, I just got a call from my good buddy, TK Baja. You met him right? Blind as a bat in heat and twice as loony. He'll watch your back in a fight though. Just make sure you yell a lot so's he knows where ya are." Anyways, he called me but he didn't say nothin'. That coot never calls unless he's got a reason, you know? Would you go check on him? Make sure a skag didn't eat his other leg or somethin'. Scooter said with a worried look. I nodded. I got it. If he's still kickin' but in danger or something like that, I'll make sure he gets out of it all right, I said confidently, which seemed to relieve him a bit. The others stayed here in New Haven as I took the fast travel near Scooter to Firestone and shook myself after the digital transport ended, as it always felt weird. One thing I had to give Firestone was that it smelled a whole fuckton better than New Haven did. Sure, it smelled of dust and dryness, but compared to the smell of literal mountains of garbage it was heavenly. I headed out of the town with a wave at Zed, who was in his building, and shot the skags that had reclaimed the empty dens we cleared out mere days before. This gave me a small but satisfying amount of life force to add to the piles. Before I got to Baja's place I knew something was wrong before I even arrived, as I could smell the blood in the air. It wasn't fresh, but it wasn't very old either. Smelled like it was a day or so old at most. The second sign that something was wrong was the smell of flesh beginning to decay along with the buzzing of flies. Baja wasn't on his porch like usual, which along with these smells and sounds made me think the worst. That was soon confirmed when I walked into his shack. His arms were tied behind his back while his body slowly swung around upside down from the blade of his ceiling fan. He was still clothed, but the blood pooled beneath his slack jaw on the floor, and faint fist imprints of dust and dirt on his shirt told me what had been done to him. They used him like a fucking punching bag. I was pissed. He's dead. Scooter, bandits, smells like close to a dozen or so of them. They strung him up and beat him to death. I'm going hunting, I sent Scooter over the echo. Make it painful, will ya? He asked with a firm tone. They'll scream till the blood takes the breath from their lungs, I said with a vicious grin. Chapter 78, Vengeance. If they had simply executed him I may have granted these shitheads a quick death, but this was clearly a personal attack. These bandits made Baja suffer before leaving him hanging there to succumb to his injuries only after we had left. I inhaled deeply and firmly memorized the scents of each and every last bandit I could smell, having been here. I cut Baja down first and spent a few minutes burying him in a grave deep enough to keep most things from digging him back up. Once that was done, however, I breathed in the dusty air and chased after the first scent I recognized. It led to the camp that Brick and I had cleared previously to blind Nine Toes to what was happening in Firestone. These new bandits who had taken over this spot were idling about the camp when I ripped off the head of the one guarding the entrance and crushed it in my hand. He killed Jeff, get him, a marauder yelled angrily, and all hell broke loose. I dashed forward low to the ground and grabbed the nearest bandit before flames, electricity, and acid erupted from my hand to reduce them to nothing in a split second. This elemental combination cloaked my hands as I went from bandit to bandit and erased them from the planet. Soon I found a scent I recognized and, unlike the others, knocked this bandit out. I found 7 others who were there when Baja was attacked in this camp and tied them up in a circle before kicking each of them awake. You ants attacked Baja and beat him till he died before leaving him to rot from his ceiling fan. Why? I demanded coldly. He was in good with those fucking vault hunters and ruined everything. He got what he deserved, a marauder said before spitting in defiance. Where are the others who took part in the attack? I asked with a frosty glare. I'll eat your ears, a psycho yelled, and that brought a cruel smile to my lips. Oh, one of you will talk, eventually, I said as I grabbed the first marauder and used my gun's blade to cut off his pants legs and chest coverings. In front of all the others I pressed my finger against the marauder's leg and began to secrete acid from the tip. Not much, but more than enough to start eating through his flesh. The marauder screamed as I slowly started to write TK Baha over and over again across the man's skin in fine print, even as whole limbs weep puss and blood from them as the letters stand out in angry red. The marauder dies screaming in agony halfway up his torso with my writing after I already covered both arms and legs in Baha's name. What a pity, he died before I could finish with his torso. Oh well. Who's next? I asked with a grin as I turned to eye the other bandits. All of them, including the two psychos, shifted uncomfortably in place at this, but I had to give it to them, none of them betrayed their missing buddies. That was fine though, since I had all the time in the world to play with each of them until one of them let slip what I wanted to know. No. I won't let you. A midget screamed before biting his tongue off as I grabbed his leg to drag him into the center of the circle with the fresh corpse of the first subject. No suicide. I chided as I reached into his mouth and scorched his bleeding nub till it was nice and cauterized. Just for that I'll treat you extra nice, I said as the midget stared up at me in terror. True to my word, I walked over to pile of scrap and dug out 2 poles of rusted metal. I wrapped them together with wire I found to form a cross that I stuck the midget to them naked and hung up the crucifix in the center of the camp where it was sunniest. Crucifixion was an incredibly slow method of death and highly unpleasant as well, especially with the flies and rock that would have no qualms tormenting the one lashed to the crucifix. I'd say he'll die in a day or 2 at most if the rock don't rip out something vital. At minimum though, he'll be up there for at least several hours. Anyone having a change of heart yet? I promise whoever gives up the others first would have a painless death, I said casually to the remaining 6 bandits who remained silent. No takers? That's fine, take all the time you need. Any, many, miny, mo, skin a bandit starting with the toes. I started to choose the next bandit. I eventually grabbed one of the psychos and some nearby rope before tying one end around the ankles before tossing the rest over a rusted piece of what appeared to be a ship's metal support that stuck out of the ground just high enough to hang the bandit from upside down. I then held up 2 fingers and sent an arc of electricity through them before tossing the wiggling, screaming bandit over and over again in different spots. Eventually the psycho's heart gave out and I just left the corpse dangling there as I returned to the other bandits. They are holed up in Bonehead's old place, a marauder yelled, spilling the beans in fear. I'll eat your liver with it, the angry plants, the remaining psycho screamed and tried to drag themselves over to the squealer to kill them. Looks like we have a winner. Congratulations, you've won an all-expense-paid trip to hell, express shipping, I said as I grabbed the marauder's head with both hands and squeezed hard. Crunch! The head collapsed between my hands as blood and other substances showered the other bandits. I took a deep breath then spoke. The thing about competition is that there can only be one winner, and you all aren't it, I said with a smirk. No longer needing to waste time tormenting them one by one, I piled every flammable object I could find in this camp together in a wide pile before stacking the remaining bandits on top of it. I then reached down and pressed my finger into the oil trail I made leading to the pile and sparked a flame on it. The flame burned the oil up and chased its way to the pile that ignited in a glorious rush of heat as the bandits screamed. Immolation may not take long to kill someone, but it was absolutely not a good way to die. Excruciating until the nerves were fried off and then you feel nothing at all, which is its own type of torment. I left the screaming pile of future barbecue and headed over to where I was told the rest of the bandits who attacked Baha were. I smelled their presence long before I saw them playing poker of all fucking things in boredom. It's one of the vault hunters. Get him, a bruiser yelled when he saw me. The bandits fired at me but missed or hit my shield to little effect. My pearlescent quality on the shield wasn't just for show, as the bullets even in the dozens pinged off it harmlessly. Those with unfamiliar smells were given a lead mercy while those who were involved were knocked out one by one. It was only 5 in total, which lined up with what my nose told me as far as numbers went. I stripped each of them and carved the Iridian symbol for vault on their chests before impaling them alive through the asses on metal spikes to serve as a warning for others. It's done. I'm heading back to New Haven now. I sent Scooter and the others before heading to Firestone to use the fast travel station. Scooter was waiting for me when I returned, re-emerged from the digital space in New Haven. Hey man, thanks for goin' and taking care of those sons o' bitches that killed TK like that. Me and the boys LL raise our glasses in his name tonight. You're welcome to sit with us, he said, patting my shoulder and leaving an oil stain. I nodded but didn't mind the oil stain at all since it came with being a mechanic. I went to the bounty board after that and looked for something else to do. I wasn't the type to grieve and I avenged Baja, so that was the end of that matter as far as I was concerned. It helped that I barely knew the guy. He was a bit odd but friendly enough and helpful as well, but that was pretty much it. Honestly, I was more pissed that the bandits attacked him because of us, made it personal. Chapter 79, Moth Rock. I found a couple of quests on the board but only one that I found worth doing. Taking it caused the poster to send me an echo telling me what was up. Over in the arid Badlands just east of Shine Gravel Processor, people have been disappearing in the night. Some say they're being carried away by a monster rock, one the locals call Moth Rock. She seems to be attracted to fire and that's how we're going to lure her out. Light the 3 torches I've set up and when she shows up you take her down. The guy said over the echo. It was a straightforward quest and one that piqued my interest as well, since any monster creatures were likely to have some nice traits and even life force. I headed up the nearby stairs and into the spare room Zed was lending us and then into the portal for my house. Inside the others were relaxing and playing cards that I wasn't sure where they got from but chose to ignore. Just hit up the bounty board and got a quest I'm taking. Who's coming with? I asked casually. What's the quest? Lil asked, interested. Big ass rock in the arid Badlands named Moth Rock has been snatching up poor fuckers at night and the poster wants it put out of their misery. Sounded like I might be able to grab some nice traits and life force from it, so I took the quest. I said frankly. I'm in, sounds like a good chance to test the new gun and give blood some exercise. Morty said as he put his cards on the table. Pass. Brick said with a grunt. Same. Lil said and Roland nodded. More for us, I guess. I said with a shrug. Morty and I left my house before heading to the fast travel station near Scooter's area. A quick digitalization later and we were back in the arid Badlands with the sun and heat beating down on us while the dry air filled our lungs. Never thought I'd say it, but I think I prefer this place to New Haven. Morty said with a chuckle. Yeah, that place reeks something fierce. I really hope after all that trash is gone the smell clears out, or there's no chance in fucking hell I'll stay there in any long-term capacity. I said with a grimace. Can't say I blame you. Even after that shield started to keep the stench out, the smell had seeped into the buildings, so it's not much better, he said with a sigh. Enough about that whole place though, we are here to kill something. According to the map the place is a bit to the west of here, just past the mine. Get us a runner to head over there from the cache ride while I take care of the skags that have no doubt overrun the nearby areas, again. I said and he nodded and we jogged off in the same direction to leave Firestone. As expected, the skags had taken over the empty dens outside Firestone and I wasted no time at all putting extra holes in them. The couple thousand life force was nice, but I had no interest in the traits they had. Morty had us a green-colored runner destruct in no time and I mounted up in the driver's seat as he admitted he was usually too drunk to drive straight. Finding the place was easy since it was a sort of flat area with a circle on it and 3 torches that had several human skulls adorned on them. For some fucking reason there was a desiccated tree in the center of the circle and nearby there were 3 long dead bodies tied to long poles at the top of the rock face. Oh yeah, using dudes on poles as a warning wasn't something I brought to this savage planet, but something long since in use by the bandits here. Without much sense of morality or decency, the bandits naturally found the most brutal of methods to punish their enemies. That list was long and had just as many reasons for existing as there were living things on this planet. Morty and I both ignored all that though and lit up the torches to draw in this moth rock creature. We weren't disappointed either, as from over the rocks a behemoth of a rock flew. It had a wingspan easily the length of 2 runners end to end and this marvelous coloration that even included patterns that glowed in an eerie yellow bioluminescence. The rest of it was a sort of burnt orange that was a mix of rust red and dull yellow. The best part, however, was that the beast had a special ability that I was quite greedily eyeing when it used it on us. mortars, well okay, it was closer to fireballs than real ordnance, but the point fucking stands. Anyways, the big ass bat creature passed over Morty and I as we shot at it and launched several of these exploding balls of flame at us as it did that. I tanked like a fucking boss with my shield and Morty dodged the best he could. The nailer proved just as powerful as expected as Morty punched holes right into the beast with each shot that went right through its naturally armored body. While we shot the thing up, Bloodwing was harassing it by flying by its face and raking her talons over its head. To my surprise, even with all this, it took us nearly 5 minutes to actually kill the thing, and even then we had to chase it down as the corpse fell off in the distance. Once we got within the range of my powers, however, I knew why it was so fucking hard to put down immediately. Rock, Mutant, Life Force, 1261 traits, Omega Body Rare Grade 6000 units, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade 23,000 units, Omnivore Rare Grade 6000 units, Powerful Vitality Rare Grade 6000 units, Hard Exoskeleton Common Grade 500 units, Gigantism Uncommon Grade 1500 units, Minor Regeneration Epic Grade 23,000 unit, Flame Projection Gland Rare Grade 6000 units. Bioluminescence Uncommon Grade 1500 units. I grabbed Powerful Vitality, Minor Regeneration, Flame Projection Gland and Omega Body for a total price tag of 39,739 units of life force, which stung a bit to pay, but I ignored it. Honestly speaking, the only reason I even took all this was because I wanted to buff up my friends. I understood the need to have someone around to keep me grounded, as I had a habit of going a bit wayward when I didn't. It was why I had friends on Earth who, while adrenaline junkies like myself, kept me from crossing lines that there was no recovery from. In a way, my friends were like my moral compass, telling me what I could get away with and what was too far. This new universe was much more morally bankrupt, so those lines were much more blurry, but I had people here to tell me how far was too far. It was really fucking funny how truly strange my current group of friends was in this regard. Roland was the most strict in his morals, but had the temperance to accept slightly less than savory methods when necessary. Lil was the second strictest, but that was mostly because she understood that with her powers she had to hold herself accountable or she would become a monster. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Any leeway given in a position of power gives rise to cracks that spread until the whole thing is broken beyond repair. Morty had one of the looser moral compasses, but was honestly too laid back to bother with many things. Brick was much like myself in that he had almost no morals to speak of, but set lines he didn't cross unless given a good reason. Unlike me, however, he wasn't a cold-spirited person, just without moral restraint. In fact, out of all of us, Brick was likely the kindest when he actually liked you or thought you worth it. He was loyal to the point of self-destruction and had a soft side that found joy in the simplest things: flowers, food, dogs, cats. My place in the group was a bit special, as even if it hadn't been outright stated, I was sort of the leader of our ragtag ensemble. I was usually the one who got us started on stuff and looked out for our interests. Roland could be seen as the sort of vice leader here, as he took up the slack when I wasn't around. We were an odd bunch, but it fucking worked, so that was all that mattered. Alexander Drake, Life Force 202,267 integrated traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzzaxe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, mechanical engineering expertise rare grade, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade X3, elemental body, corrosive, rare grade, corrosion resistance rare grade, mechanical savant epic grade, stored traits, powerful vitality, minor regeneration, flame projection gland, omega body chapter 80, boot, and just the traits and life force from the beast were enough of a reward for me, but to sweeten the deal for Morty too, the dust the corpse turned into had a few items. A shotgun of the rare quality, a shield of the uncommon quality, and oddly enough a chunk of gold that appeared to be created from many golden teeth fusing together in the beast's stomach. That threw both of us for a fucking loop, but was not the strangest thing we'd seen, and quickly moved on. It also helped that we could purify the gold and turn it into a bar actually worth something. The normal loot went to Morty since I certainly didn't want it, while the gold we agreed to split 2 ways. Unlike if we were bandits, there was no greed here to get us to turn on each other, as we both understood this pittance wasn't nearly worth it. Besides that, it helped that we both had an understanding that if we really tried to kill each other, he had no chance at all of walking away. If Lil were to try and fight me, she had a decent chance of winning, since teleportation was just that fucking busted, but any of the others? No chance they could win. Not that I'd ever need to worry about that, as we were a tight-knit group and trusted each other with our backs. Anyways, we drove back to Firestone and took the fast travel back to New Haven, where things got messy, shall we say. I demand you explain what you are doing, Pierce said firmly with a pistol pointed at me. I'll only say this once before I rip out your lungs and turn them into bagpipes. Put the gun away, I said as my tattoos started to blaze with energy and I prepared to lunge forward at the slightest movement contrary to that. I'd listen to him if I were you, lady. He tends to make good on things like that in my experience, Morty says, trying to de-escalate the situation. The scarred woman glares at me for a few extra moments before backing down and holstering her gun. That thing that you put up a while ago has been getting scrap sent to it, and no one can get near it without getting electrocuted. I demand an explanation, she said fiercely. First, you aren't owed shit since it's not in New Haven, so check your fucking privilege. Second, it's a recycler I set up to clean up all this damn filth, something you should have been trying to do. Third, this is your first and last fucking warning. Come at any of us like this again and I promise you won't live long after. You have no authority over us, and you best get it through your head before I rip the damn thing off and shove it up your own ass, I said firmly. Is that a threat? She said with her one good eye narrowing. I reached up and pulled off my mask. That's a promise, I said as I stared her down. If the way she flinched back was any indication, I'd say she got the message as I put my mask back on. Sometimes you really just need to look someone in the eyes to get whether they are bluffing or not. It also helped if you happened to look like a monster in the face. Even without seeing my sharp teeth, just my eyes alone were entirely inhuman and intimidating to look into. I told you she'd bring up that furnace, Roland said when we got back into my house. And like I told you, there's not a damn thing she can do about it. Still can't believe she tried to pull this grog shit and question me under gunpoint. Like fucking seriously, what part of us makes that seem like a good idea? I complained in a bad mood. It's Pandora, violence is the best threat they know, Morty said with a shrug. Yet I fucking got that, which is why I replied in kind. Better pray she takes the hint and stays in her lane, or I'll have to make good on my promise. Ugh, it'll make such a mess too, I grimace in disgust. You mean you actually will try to rip off her head and shove it where the sun doesn't shine? Lil exclaimed with a disgusted and horrified look. Despite my many flaws, I am a man of my word. I promised that if she tried something like this again, that head was coming off and up, and I fucking meant it, I said seriously. That's fair, I guess, she said with a conflicted look. Put it out of your mind. After the fright I gave her earlier, I doubt the bitch will have the courage to try something like this again anytime soon. That reminds me, but how goes your practice with your powers? I asked, changing the subject. Not great, honestly. I can feel my powers telling me I can do it, but I haven't figured out how yet. I did figure out the fire part though, and it's awesome. Lil said, and to prove her point yellow flames rolled over her body for a moment before vanishing. Neat. I said casually as I plopped down into a chair. What about that rock you guys went to kill, anything good from it? Brick asked curiously. A few good traits yet, a hunk of gold too. The traits were mostly for you though, mate. I said, and his face lit up with a huge grin. Whatcha get me for me? He asked eagerly. Minor regeneration and omega body, got a copy of powerful vitality for someone else since you already have it. I said, holding out my hand. Awesome, he says loudly as he eagerly grabs my hand tightly. I transferred both traits to him along with some life force to keep the changes coming from consuming his own. The effect was immediate as he growled like a rabid animal before his muscles visibly writhed and twisted beneath his skin. He didn't get bigger exactly, but you got the impression of being in the presence of a massive beast from him. His muscles were like thick bands of steel beneath his skin in definition when the change finished and he fully stood up and stretched. He cut an impressive and intimidating visage that I didn't doubt would strike fear in those of weaker wills that hurt. He rumbled in a tone barely more than a growl. I did say the bigger the change the more awful the experience. I said with a shrug. Worth it, he said with a grin. I ended up passing the powerful vitality trait to Morty, who was the oldest of us all and needed it the most to offset aging. According to him, he felt like $1,000,000 after getting it, right before the crash came and knocked him the fuck out. I did go to sit with Scooter and the others that knew Baja when night finally came a couple hours later and drank some questionable but decent enough ale they were sharing. Unsurprisingly, the night ended quickly, bringing the next long day and also the time for us to head out to meet with Tanis face to face. I packed up my house and we set out as a group. We walked up to the claptrap guarding the gate and it scanned us before speaking. Your DNA has now been given clearance to travel within the Rust Commons. Please wait while I activate the gate, it said before wheeling over to the panel and punching in a code. We walked through the tunnel, not fully aware of what to expect when we arrived at the end, but I was flat out confused by what we found. It was so much fucking cleaner than New Haven. Sure, you could see large pieces of scrap heaped up on the cliff tops in the distance, but the ground was clear of debris at the tunnel exit and there was even legit plants growing here. Why the fuck is New Haven in that trash heap rather than here? I exclaimed in abject disbelief. It just made no god's damned sense. This place was both clearly cleaner and more hospitable, but it also only smelled slightly bad, a big improvement from New Haven itself. Alexander Drake Life Force 201,367 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz-Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland Chapter 81, Insane, Lee, Smart Bandits maybe. Morty offered, not very convinced of his own theory. There are fucking bandits camped out in the trash heaps around the place, so absolutely not. I rejected that theory with facts right away. It's Pandora, people are weird here. Brick said with a shrug, and I honestly couldn't argue with that. Hey Scooter! You got my badger uploaded into the cache ride yet? Needed to reach Tanis without a few hours of walking. I sent my mechanically inclined buddy over the echo as I looked at the cache ride station nearby some vendor machines. Yeah, I done went ahead and put it up in the system with the new engine, should purr like a skag with a belly full of bandit. He sent back along with a sound I assume was him giving a thumbs up. I went first to destruct my ride and like he said it rumbled to life a jaguar ready to hunt after a nap. With the engine specifically put together by Scooter for it, all parameters had skyrocketed with the sole exception being the offensive capabilities. I didn't wait for the others at all and took off down the road from the station. There were two paths to it, but one had been mostly blocked off to vehicles at the leftmost side of the road while the official road was the paved one going uphill to the right, so I took that one. There was a couple of bandits walking on the road, but I barely felt it as I ran over those speed bumps. Soon I reached a spot where the road diverged again. There was a pipeline here at this spot that the smell told me was the sewage system, as it smelled of rotting shit and other nastiness. As if that wasn't fucking enough, there was also a flock of rock hanging around that pipe that took unkindly to my loud machine showing up. My turrets turned them into Swiss cheese shortly thereafter while I consulted the map to figure out where the fuck I was going. The right path took me to a scrapyard of all things that served as a sort of nexus place for entrance to 3 other locations. The middle path went to Old Haven that the Crimson Lance had sacked and looted while they were looking for vault relics, aka being assholes. The final path, which was to the left, had 2 branches but roughly led to the same area that Tanis was holed up. Unfortunately, the fastest route was also through the shallow poop river that I grimaced before driving through as I tried not to think about what was in the greenish-brown water. Once I left this shallow shit stain, though, I had to admit that the best spot to set up a town had to be next to these windmills that, while made of scrap, were still functional and mostly clean. The land was mostly sand and rock like by Firestone, but there was a nearby brown waterfall and stream and not literal mountains of fucking trash all around it. The only real flaw from what I could tell was that there was spider ants all over the area, but if you cleared them out and collapsed their tunnels they wouldn't even be a problem. While you couldn't pay me enough to drink that water, on a parched armpit of a planet like this, any source of water that could be purified into drinkable state was a valuable resource. As an added bonus, there wasn't trash piled up literally everywhere around the spot, big selling point if you ask me. Anyways, I drove past this area and up to the footpath that was the entrance to the dig site Tanis was staying at. The Iridian origins of the place were obvious the moment I walked through the gap in the cliff face. Carved stone pillars that glowed that emissive white and large perfectly carved Iridian symbols for vault all over the place on the ground that had been uncovered. The small group of spider ants I dispatched on the way to the main dig site gave me a couple thousand life force, and the main site itself was quite disappointing honestly, as it was not actually an important location. Sure, there was plenty of glowing Iridian architecture exposed above ground, but the design and lack of iridium told me it wasn't even a little important to the Iridians. A common area even, I theorized. The others hadn't quite caught up to me yet, but that was fine as it gave me a chance to speak with Tanis alone, well, as alone as I could be with the angel spying on me. The scientist herself was in a small shack looking over a set of schematics that I recognized as belonging to the weird dump truck thing I had seen previously at the mine. Tanis was surprisingly quite the looker actually, as she had fair skin and smooth round face with greenish blue eyes and a pixie-cut brown hairdo that just peeked over her goggles. Her body was thin and frail looking without giving the idea of sickness. Her outfit consisted of a dark red cloth jacket with long sleeves and leather pads at the upper arm area. She also had on fingerless leather gloves and leather chaps over a pair of khaki pants that were tucked into tight knee boots of durable material. Your choice of apparel is savage and crude for a scientist, though I suppose it would serve in a combat situation, she said after looking me over as I did the same. Functional and stylish don't always have to be mutually exclusive. This undersuit, for example, protects me from most environmental factors while keeping me comfortable without restricting my powers, perfect for field work. Machine washable too, I say with a grin, pointing at the part visible on my chest. Point taken. I would prefer to speak without constantly looking at the visage of a predatory animal, however, it's unnerving, she said, looking at my mask. I pulled it off and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. This better? I asked sarcastically, but she actually nodded. While your inhuman qualities may be offsetting for the average mind, I find them a fascinating phenomenon worth study since they are a result of your powers if my sources are accurate, she said seriously as she looked at my face quizzically. Not much to study really, since I already fully understand how my powers work, though the method by which they accomplish what they do eludes me still. In simple terms, my powers integrate features of creatures or constructs on a genetic and molecular level to myself. I use the fundamental energy of life force, as the fuel for this integration, but that's as much as I am willing to freely share. I said candidly. Extraordinary. Even this alone pushes my understanding of Siren powers forward considerably. That reminds me, for whatever reason, where is the gaggle of dullards that you usually associate yourself with? She asked, looking behind me curiously. To be fair, only one of them can be considered below average in intelligence, so that's rather rude of you. They are also playing catch up since my car is better than theirs, I pointed out, and she scoffed. If I bothered to consider the feeling of the mundane every time I spoke, I'd be rendered mute. Still, I will actively try and avoid speaking ill of your associates in your presence. Their absence is problematic, however, as what I have to propose is a matter concerning all of you. While utilitarianism might be more convenient for me, I understand your group operates on a system closer to democracy where all opinions are accounted for, she said with a frown. That's fairly accurate, though I should note that we can act independently if we so choose. For example, my deal with you in regards to the information I have set aside for exchange, I said, taking out some of the notes I had written down in my free time about the vaults I opened and what I have discovered of the Iridians through self-study. Paper copies? How unusual. Why not have the information be made digital instead? Certainly more convenient that way, she asked, confused. Ah well, you see, there's this nasty little thing that's been spying on us through our echoes, and I didn't trust that whatever it is can't look at data stored on the echo as well. Physical media solves this problem, I explained frankly. I couldn't help but smirk when I said it, as I could almost taste the jackass behind the spying's frustration. How could they not be when I regularly made it known to them that they weren't getting shit from me I didn't want them to know? They were playing some game by helping us get to the vault and were keeping things from us that didn't serve that purpose, whatever it was. While I couldn't exactly sabotage their whole plan since our goals aligned for the moment, that didn't mean I had to give them anything beyond that either. In a manner of speaking, we were openly using the other, and both sides knew it. Once the vault was open, though, all bets were off, as things were bound to turn tense between us. Alexander Drake, Life Force 204,903, Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade, Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland Chapter 82, Big Brain Energy, Third Person POV Hyperion Office. Any updates on the Vault Hunters? Angel, the man behind Angel asked as he leaned back in his chair. They have collected the first piece of the vault key and moved into New Haven for the moment, the Angel said with an odd tone. I know that tone, there's more you aren't telling me. What is it? The man asked sternly. The anomaly, Alex. He's set up some sort of refinement furnace outside New Haven that has a powerful shield around it. A similar shield is set up around New Haven itself. Through the external scans I ran with the local claptrap unit, the furnace is an entirely unknown design, highly efficient if the amount of scrap being refined by it is any indication, the angel said seriously. A refinement furnace? Why would he set up something as pointless as that? The man asked with a confused look. He has been rather vocal about his disapproval of the cleanliness of the area. A bigger concern, however, is that I still haven't been able to understand how my connection to the Vault Hunter's echoes gets cut off when they enter the Iridian artifact he possesses. For all we know, the mission has long since been compromised as a result of any discussions that took place within it, the angel said seriously. Have they made any moves that run counter to the mission? The man asked with a frown. Not overtly, the angel stated honestly. Then for now we won't jump to any conclusions that we can't prove with facts. Still, this Alex character is proving hard to predict. Clearly he's no idiot that I can lead by the nose like the others, but that begs the question, what is his angle? The man muttered deep in thought. Normal POV, Tanis looks over the papers eagerly for a good few minutes before looking at me with a sort of reluctant acknowledgement. Loath as I am to admit it, your knowledge on the Iridians is clearly superior to my own. Many of the things I have only postulated so far you already have confirmations on. As promised, here are my own research notes that I deem of equal value, she said, sending a data packet to my echo using her own. I didn't hesitate to open it up and look it over like a kid in a candy store eager to grab a treat for themselves. I can see how she came up with many of these theories, but some of them are wrong or looking at it from the wrong angle, especially the parts involved with the Iridian's manufacturing process. To be fair, however, if I didn't have the knowledge I do, I would never guess that they used atomic and quantum rearrangement as standard practice for their creation process either. I thought as I scanned the content thirstily. You have made some educated guesses that are wrong due to the incomplete information you no doubt used as your basis. But otherwise I'd say your understanding of the Iridians is second only to my own, and I'm willing to bet I'm the best in the field. I said with an impressed look. She sighed in resignation with a face tinged in unwillingness. I assumed as much, but hearing it spoken aloud gives it a feeling of finality. Over a decade of research and hard work, only to be relegated to second best. Leaves a foul taste on the tongue, she said. But that's the fun part though. Knowing you aren't the best gives even more reason to tighten up the bootstraps and put the nose to the grindstone, as it were. While you may never be able to surpass me, there's no reason you can't stand as my equal, in this field at least, that is. I said with a grin. Hey? Never thought I'd be the one getting a pep talk. It's nice, she said with a small smile. Finally here. I heard Brick yell from near the entrance to the dig site, making me chuckle. The group walked over to the little shack Tanis and I were in and immediately complained about how many times they got lost on the way here as they kept taking the wrong turn or getting sidetracked by bandits and spider ants. Sounds like you had fun then. Introductions. This is Patricia Tanis. I said, pointing at the scientist before moving on. That's Roland, Brick, Lilith, Mordecai, and Bloodwing respectively. I continued by pointing at each of my friends in order of identification. Good to know. Now I suppose it's time we addressed the scroll-elephant in the room. I would like the piece of the vault key you have recovered so I may run some tests on it. I myself used to possess one such piece, but now it is in the hands of Crazy Earl along with many of my unmentionables. Do you like bugs by chance? Tanis said, and I had a bad feeling about this. She continued, proving my bad feeling right. Have you met the bearded turtle yet? Crazy Earl? He hides from me in his scrapyard to the south. I have to blow a hole in his junk pile if I ever need to see him. Anyway, he has a piece of the vault key along with most of my underwear. The details of that transaction are unimportant, just get that artifact back, she said seriously. Didn't need to know you traded away your panties, but to summarize, part of a trade had this dude get in possession of a piece of the vault key and we need to get it from him. I said, and she nodded. That is an accurate summarization of what I said. Yes, she said with a funny look. Fantastic, you heard her folks. Back to the garbage we go. I said with a chuckle as they all grimaced. I left the key piece with Tanis less out of trust and more because I was curious how much about it she'd be able to uncover now that she had a fraction of my understanding of Iridian tech. Obviously what I had actually gave her was a periphery glance, the tip of the iceberg if you will of my true knowledge. The stuff I knew that could be explained by thorough study of ruins and scattered pieces of tech, but not what my Iridian library had dumped into my head. It was honestly a pain in the ass to separate my knowledge like this. The fact was Tanis, while clearly brilliant and dedicated, simply couldn't be trusted. I saw enough of Pandoran living to understand you don't survive alone unless you are ridiculously powerful, paranoid or have backing. Tanis was clearly the third of those options, as her dig site was suspiciously untouched by bandits and had no defenses in place at all. One might argue that this was because she was in an isolated area, but bandits from what I could tell wouldn't care, as the space was easily defensible and basically free to take regardless of her trustability as a person. I knew I could trust her scientific interest if nothing else, and that was enough for now. I didn't leave the others behind this time in my badger, but purposefully kept to a slower speed to lead the way. Reading the map of this area was a bit of a pain, so them getting lost was not odd, but I'd rather prevent that if I could. It wasn't even that hard to get to the place we needed to go, as it was the first fork in the road that wasn't blocked off one way coming from New Haven. Unfortunately, as I drove near it, I saw the amount of scrap and trash grow, and as I feared, the scrapyard in question was located in the miles of filth that New Haven was built in, though further in. The sort of nexus point of the area we had to go through to get to this scrapyard, however, was fucking infested with bandits. Bandits who, I might add, weren't happy to see us at all. I charged into the fray without hesitation, however, as close to 30 bandits attacked all at once. Most were marauders or bruisers who used guns, but a good 7 or so were psychos with buzz axes. Those died first. Alexander Drake Life Force 204,903 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzzaxe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland. Chapter 83, Turtle Earl. While the bullets flew through the air, the first psycho arrived in front of me, screaming with his buzzaxe held high. I threw out a sharp uppercut under his chin, lifting him off the ground before Spartan kicking him in the chest towards a group of marauders who were shooting at me. Like knocking over pins at a bowling alley, the now very dead psycho smashed into the marauders, sending them to the ground or stumbling. I dashed forward and executed the marauders as I went, as I got behind the pile of metal they were using for cover. Ting 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 ting. Bullets rained down on the thick metal piles as soon as I did, but I ignored that to wait for my shield to regenerate. That brief period out in the open had gotten it hit by several bullets, and pearlescent or not, the shield didn't have infinite defensive ability. My HUD told me that brief bullet sponging fuckfest had dropped the thing by half, which, while great, meant I wasn't going to be fighting any armies by my lonesome anytime soon, at least not in head-to-head combat. My friends were not idle either, as they burst onto the scene like the fucking Kool-Aid Man and started wrecking shit. Lil phased in and out of reality as she gunned down bandits with her SMG. Roland deployed his turret and took cover behind its shield while in a crouch with his assault rifle resting against his shoulder as he fired 3 rounds per trigger pull. Morty was nowhere to be seen, but spikes of energy found themselves in the bandits' skulls while Bloodwing straight up ripped out eyes. Brick was the easiest to find though, as he roared loudly while running through the bandits, throwing hands like the mad Chad he is. I joined in on this fun with precise shots to the fucking dome, 7 bullets at a time. Even as more bandits came out of the woodwork from who knows fucking where, we were dropping these bandits like they were shit on taco night. About 5 minutes later there were no more bandits upright and I held out my hands dramatically as I drew in the life force around me. The red energy flowed through the air before sinking into me as the bandit corpses turned to dust, leaving only their equipment behind. Got a faker over here, I called out as I saw one bandit corpse that hadn't been dusted on the ground. The corpse tried to bolt, but I casually blew the dude's head off with my gun before reducing him to dust before he even hit the ground again. Get anything good from them? Lil asked curiously as I indulged in the satisfying sensation of bringing in a good 32,571 life force. Just life force this go around, standard bandit traits otherwise. I prefer quality over quantity though, so no common trash for me, I said with a shrug. The scrapyard should be just through that tunnel there if the map is right, Roland said, pointing as a rusted metal pipe covered in trash off to the left side of the area. We destructed our vehicles back into the cache right outside the area before heading through the tunnel to the scrapyard. If we didn't, it was almost guaranteed that some asshole would steal our rides while we dealt with whatever nonsense Earl had us do to get that key piece. The tunnel was short and lead to a much more open garbage canyon, not even fucking joking. The rock walls that serve as the foundation of this area rose up 10 or more feet and had scrap and trash of all sorts pushed against it, and on it there was a metal scrap structure here at the entrance that had a med and ammo vendor set of machines, but I rolled my eyes at it as I was beyond wasting the brain cells trying to figure out how the fuck they did it. I had been on Pandora for just under 2 weeks and I was pretty much numb to the weirdness of the place save the few exciting bits left. Anyways, there was stagnant dirty green water on the sand and stone path forward and even a few storage units left to rot haphazardly. The fact there was plants growing from the ground at all had to be a fucking miracle, as this whole place looked like it'd give you a disease just to be in. This place just screams choice real estate, doesn't it? I said sarcastically. Dude's called Crazy Earl. I don't think he got that name by making wise life choices, Lil said with a chuckle. Fair enough, I suppose, but I swear to God if he sends us on different errands and doesn't even have the key piece, I'm going to set his house on fire with him in it, I said dead seriously. Tanis seems to think he has it and she seems pretty smart to me, Morty said, and I scoffed. Sure, she's brilliant, but in case you haven't noticed, she's also a fucking hermit who lives in the middle of nowhere and likely never leaves that place. You'll excuse me if I think it possible she's out of date on information, I said, and none of them could argue with that since I had a point. I got a glimpse of something ahead and grinned as I tossed out my house and got Lawton out of it. With a little more effort I sent the big lizard forward with a grin. Must not be bandits if you want Lawton to deal with it, Morty said curiously. Nah, skags. Besides, he's been cooped up most of the time and has been going stir crazy. A bit of hunting will do him some good, I said with a grin. Makes sense, Brick said with a nod. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later Lawton comes back with blood and flesh bits stuck to his scales and some burnt on his muzzle, no doubt from torching some of the skags. He trotted along with us as we walked forward and around the corner where we saw his handiwork. At least 7 skags that had been dismembered and 3 burnt to a crisp lay on the ground still smoking hot. I simply took the small amount of life force before directly giving it back to Lawton since he was the one who hunted them anyways. His scales flexed on his body with the infusion, but my tampering during his egg stage were clear as otherwise he didn't change at all. Isn't that supposed to do something to him? Make him bigger, stronger, that sort of thing? Roland asked, confused at the lack of reaction Lawton had to the life force infusion. Well, normally I'd say that's true, but with Lawton my current theory is that since I had been injecting him with life force in copious amounts along with traits while he was still an egg, his body is adapted to my power's effects on him near perfectly, hence the lack of reaction to the infusion. I said, and they all looked surprised but not disbelieving at all since it made sense. Moving on, we found more storage units sealed and left to rot, as well as one filled with trash that was hollowed out and had a red gas canister next to it. I shot the thing causing it to explode, which also cleared out the trash blocking the way. I thought she was fucking joking when she said she had to blow a hole in the trash to meet this guy. On second thought, it is a good warning system. Lets him know someone's coming, I said with a begrudging smidgen of respect. We walked through the newly cleared storage unit tunnel and saw our destination, a small fucking shack. I'm not joking here, this bitch was holed up in a shack that was made of thick welded plates of metal barely big enough to perhaps have a bed and a toilet in. Calling it a shed wouldn't be too off with how small the place was. As if that was not bad enough, the door on the front had 5 fucking locks on it and industrial hinges. The only way you were getting in this bitch was if you blew the whole place to bits or were let in. What you want? A grumpy old man's voice demanded from the sliding peephole on the door. Tanis sent us to get the alien thing she traded you previously, Roland said calmly. Oh, so now that Tanis bitch wants that alien hunk o' junk, eh? And you're her little helpers? Bah! And they call me crazy. What have you done for me besides blow a hole in my back fence? Tell me that, the grumpy old codger said both mockingly and angrily. Alexander Drake Life Force 237,474 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland. Chapter 84, Taking Care of Business. I have the distinct impression you are going to be difficult, I said, annoyed. You want a favor from me? Well, pick my nose and I'll pick yours, as the saying goes. I got trespassers crawling all over my property here. They got their eye on my treasure. You get out there and start exterminating interlopers. Then we'll see about whatever it was you wanted, the old fuck said before sliding the peephole shut in our faces. I know you can hear me, so listen the fuck up. You try and jerk us around and I'll personally come back here and broil your ass alive in that fucking box of yours, I said firmly before we left to deal with these interlopers of his. There were a few spider ants when we got to the fork in the path and I let Lawton deal with them, which turned out to be hilarious. The big lizard climbed over the hard carapace before ripping off the thorax with his teeth, getting that webby gunk all in his mouth and looking like he was chewing bubblegum for a minute before finally getting rid of it. The other 2 spider ants got the flamethrower treatment after that, as he clearly wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. We took the path to the right that led to a wide open dump that was turned into an encampment for the bandits. They apparently took the scrap and turned it into walkways and rough sheds that they were living in and patrolling. I was disgusted, however, as there was a literal lake of sewage and other sludge as well as piles of trash everywhere. Even New Haven was better in my opinion, as at least that place was dry. Morty, you want to try sniping them one by one and see how long it takes them to realize? I asked with a grin. Sounds like fun, I'm in, he said as he took the nailer off his back and scoped in. For the next 5 minutes we watched as one bandit after another got holes in their heads in the distance. That was how long it took for these dumb motherfuckers to realize that someone was picking them off with a sniper. When they did, however, it made no difference, as by then a good 15 of them had been removed from the census permanently. All that was left was maybe 10 others who Morty shot before they could even get close enough to try and shoot us with their piss-poor aim. I gained a neat 22,050 life force from them though, along with a mechanical engineering expertise, degraded, common grade. It wasn't all that useful to me since I had the rare non-degraded version, but improvement in that field, no matter how little, is always appreciated. We went back to Earl at that point since we'd done what he wanted, and now it was time to talk vault key fragments. We killed all the trespassers, I said loudly when the peep slit opened again. You killed all the trespassers? I have no idea what you are talking about. I don't see any trespassers, he said, and I had to stop myself from breathing fire through the peep slit and on his face. One more thing. I'm all out of booze. You wanna get my alien what's it? You're gonna go pick up a new supply from the bandits out at Treacher's Landing. They brew a mean moonshine out there. Don't know what's in it, but who cares? Those bandits don't part with it willingly, of course. That's why you're going and not me, he said, but I put my gun in the slit before he could rudely close it again. Now let's be clear here. If you don't actually have the thing waiting for us when we get back, there isn't enough locks in the universe that'll save you from us. Get me? I said after taking off my mask and staring the old man down through the slit. Wait. I mighta sorta lied to you. Crom stole that alien hunk o' junk from me, he stabbed me twice, the guy said, aggrieved and in panic. And why the fuck didn't you say that before trying to waste our fucking time? I demanded angrily. I thought I could get some free crap out of you before spillin' the beans. No harm done, right? If you lot are stupid enough to take him on, you'll find Crom to the northeast, in his canyon. Just follow the river north and past Flood Lock. If you get that alien doodad back from him, you and that Tannis woman do whatever you want with it. I'm done with it, the bastard said before ignoring my gun and sliding the peep slit shut. Easy, Alex. Like he said, no harm done. No reason to kill the codger. Morty said, trying to calm me down. I was bluffing about killing him actually, I said with a chuckle. What? They all exclaimed in shock. Yet, while I thought the guy probably didn't have the thing, he was the only lead we have, so obviously I wasn't going to kill him without getting what he knew first. Guy is clearly paranoid about his safety, so threatening it was the fastest way to get him to squeal. I said with a shrug. Psychological warfare? Doesn't seem like something you'd be good at. Roland said, impressed. Oh, I'm really fucking good at it, just don't bother with it most of the time since there's no benefit and only wastes time I could be spent doing something more productive, like killing stuff. I said honestly. Remind me not to get on your bad side. Lil joked and we all laughed. We took the fast travel station at the start of the scrapyard back to New Haven since we wanted to be fresh-faced when we went to Crom's Canyon to grab that vault key piece. We weren't stopped by Pierce when we got there, which I took to mean she learned her lesson and headed to my furnace. The furnace itself was still going, but the refined materials were starting to pile up, so I opened my house up and had Brick help me haul it all to one of my storage rooms to be stored until I needed it. There was a lot of different materials that I had to store and later organize. I even managed to get a whole barrel sulfur, which was one of the ingredients for gunpowder. I already had plenty of burnable carbon that could be used in place of normal charcoal and only needed the potassium nitrate to make my own magic black powder of death. One thing that was uber plentiful from the refining of all this trash, however, was plastic and steel. The sheer volume of these two materials alone was more than 80% of all the refined materials total. Still I was quite satisfied with the furnace so far as an area of 100 yards in every direction had been cleared of trash entirely, leaving only sand and stone behind. Admittedly that wasn't a lot considering the sheer amount of trash that was left, but it was a damn fine start. I did notice however that the rate the trash was being fed into the furnace was not nearly fast enough, so I decided I'd make some new robots to speed it up once we turned into the house for the night. Gotta admit I was kinda skeptical at first when you said you wanted to clear out this trash, but it looks like you might actually pull it off in a few years. Lil said, impressed as she looked at the cleared out area. I'll be setting up more furnaces when enough materials are collected to speed it up, but I never doubted it was doable, just time consuming. Once I finally get rid of all this trash I might work to terraform the area into something you'd actually want to live in, maybe add trees to throw off the locals. I said with a chuckle. I'd like to see that one day. Roland said with a small smile as his gaze was distant, like he was imagining the scene in his mind. Alexander Drake, Life Force 259,524 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade Chapter 85, Special Delivery. Yeah, it'll be a sight for sure, I said while also imagining it. Whatever the case, it was a far-off goal as I had to get rid of all this trash first. I didn't quite have enough materials to create a second furnace yet without dipping into my personal stores, but that was fine as the first furnace would likely fix this soon enough. With the materials stored in my house, finally we headed back to town where a surprise awaited me. There, standing next to the fast travel station with a cocky smirk, was Clay. Yo. Been a tick or two, ain't it, kid? He said, grinning. About 3 weeks give or take Galactic Standard Time. I with a smile as I walked up to him. What ya been up to, kid? And who are your friends here? He asked curiously. Follow along to the place we're currently operating out of, the walls got ears here, I said, and he nodded. Clay's a damn good smuggler and so knew that talking out in the open wasn't always the best idea, especially in hostile areas. My friends looked at Clay curiously but didn't say anything until we were back in my house. Well, I'll be a jabber's uncle, that egg finally hatched. Mighty impressive looking critter too, if a bit small, Clay said with an impressed whistle when he saw Lawton in my house. That's Lawton, the goodest boy, I said as I scratched the big lizard affectionately on his side. Anyways, I suppose introductions are in order. Everyone, this is Clay, smuggler, gunslinger, and all-around people person. Also an official/unofficial part of the Jacobs family like my badass self, I said grandly as I gestured dramatically at Clay. Haven't lost your flair, I see. Then again, you are the same person who created a dragon for no other reason than because you thought it'd be cool, Clay said with a chuckle. Presentation is important, I'll have you know. Anywho, moving on to this eclectic clusterfuck of a group is in order. Roland, ex-Crimson Lanceman and grouchy-faced soldier. Lilith, fellow Siren and Rose with daggers for thorns. Brick, berserker, and all-around bro. Finally there's Mordecai and his bestest bird Bloodwing, who is our designated sniper and bird respectively. You already know me, so no introductions needed there, I said with a grin. No joke? Damn son, that's quite the collection of personalities, Clay said, genuinely surprised by that short but sweet introduction. I'm not grouchy-faced, just take things seriously, Roland said defensively. No, you look like someone pissed in your cereal 90% of the time, and the remaining 10% you are either asleep or slipped up with some other expression, I said, giving him a deadpan look. Ha! Grouchy face, Brick said with a loud laugh as Roland's expression went to his default resting bitch state. I turned back to Clay with a curious look. Why are you here anyways? I doubt it's because you were missing this ugly mug, I asked as I took off my mask and sat back in a chair relaxed. You might look a bit odd, but I don't know about ugly. You're right though, this isn't a social call. Got a couple of reasons for being here as a matter of fact. Dude by the name of Marcus ordered some stuff you can't find on World for one, and the other was to drop off your ship that the old man finally got back from those eggheads who were, let's say, reluctant to part with it, Clay said as he leaned against the wall. I was wondering about that, I said honestly. I knew the old man wasn't the sort of person to go back on his word, and I also knew that simply putting parts together should have taken at most a month for the estimated size of the ship. That brought up the question of what the fucking hold-up was, but I didn't bother asking since the old man would definitely take care of it. Learning that it was the scientists and engineers who had been keeping the ships delayed on purpose solved that little riddle perfectly. I kind of felt bad for them, as if I wasn't wrong they were trying to figure out how I had miniaturized the parts without affecting performance. Since the manufacturing method was through my crafter, however, there was no way in hell they could, which led to the delay as they pointlessly wasted time to try and figure it out. Still, I had to admit I was very fucking stoked to get access to my own personal ship, as that meant access to the entire universe. Guy holding universe in hand mem, old Monty ended up sending some folks to forcefully collect the ships from the eggheads. Got a little hairy before the stubborn bastards handed them over. Gotta admit they are beauts too, only a bit bigger than an orbital dropship really. Only flaw I saw was a small storage space, but with this fancy alien house I don't see that being an issue for you, Clay said as he pulled up a picture of the ship on his Echo to project out for us to see. The ship looked a bit like a blade if you were to make the blade almost ovular and added windows and thrusters on it. Clearly the thing was designed for atmospheric entry and flight as well as space travel, just as I'd hoped it would be. There was plenty of planets that likely held life that went undiscovered still, and thus didn't have fast travel stations on their surface. If I found them but couldn't land on them to explore, much of the utility of the ship would vanish for me. I mean, I suppose I could rig up a sort of missile system to launch fast travel stations from orbit to the surface, but it would honestly be better if I could just take the ship from orbit and land it on the surface. That ship is Alex's, Lil exclaimed in shock when she saw the gorgeous and clearly high-end spacecraft's image. Yep, I wanted it to eventually travel the cosmos in search of new traits and life force, I said proudly. Road trip, Brick said excitedly. Don't jump the gun, mate, still gotta open the vault first, I reminded him. But then we go on a road trip, he asked with his best puppy dog eyes, kinda creepy looking to be honest. We'll see. I take it you've got the fast travel code for the ship with you, I asked Clay eagerly. Sending it over now, he said, and soon I got the code and chuckled at what it was. PR3D4TR, let's go check it out then. Not going to bring it down to the surface though, since the locals might try something stupid, I said, and we all piled out of my house again as I closed it up and stored it away. We headed over to the fast travel station, but I paused for a second instead of using it straight away. I waved over Scooter instead, who walked over with a confused look. You need something? He asked, confused. Nah, just wanted to know if you wanted to come with us to check out my ship. Seemed like something you'd get a kick out of, I said with a grin. He shuddered slightly at that, since I hadn't bothered putting my mask back on. I'd like to see the ship, but, Maybe you should keep your mask on, he suggested awkwardly. I shrugged and put my mask on. A scary look, I get it. Don't worry about offending me though, I am very aware I look like a demon. Side effect of my powers unfortunately. I said, unbothered by his repulsion response to my face. I don't see what the big deal is. Brick said, confused. I chuckled. Never change, mate. I said, patting his back before setting up the fast travel to the ship and hitting the button. The usual sudden blackness and then unfamiliar surroundings happened as I was sent digitally to my new ship. Looking around, I was impressed at what I saw, as the interior, while kinda small, was squeaky clean. I couldn't find so much as a spot of decay or any scratches on any of the walls that had exposed pipes and a few wires, as well as a smooth titanium floor. The fast travel was clearly located in the storage area, and as Clay said, the place was not big at all, maybe 15 feet wide and long, with a ceiling only 10 feet tall. It certainly wasn't crowded when everyone arrived, but it also wasn't spacious either. Scooter's eyes brightened as he looked around, and the others shared a similar amazed look. This is nothing like the transport we came in on, it's so clean. Morty said, amazed. Alexander Drake, Life Force 259,524 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade X4, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade X2, demi supreme body legendary grade, supreme armored hide epic grade X2, energy projection legendary grade, superior vitality epic grade X2, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade X2, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade X2, fire resistance epic grade X3, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade X4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade X2, radiation resistance epic grade X3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade X2, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade X3, quick thinking rare grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade. Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, mechanical engineering expertise rare grade, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade X3, elemental body, corrosive, rare grade, corrosion resistance rare grade, mechanical savant epic grade, stored traits, flame projection gland, mechanical engineering expertise, degraded, common grade. Chapter 86, recap. Of course not, this ship is brand new. Those transports are probably very fucking old and just as likely not very safe to boot. I said with a scoff. Yet, got to poke about in the guts of one of them and found like 8 things on the verge of breaking. Scooter said in agreement. So status quo for Pandora. Lil said with an understanding nod of the head. Hey, how'd you get all this down to this size without blowing this rig up? Scooter asked curiously as he tapped his knuckles on the pipes. Iridian fuckery, not something that can be copied. I said with a shrug. Fair enough, shame though, he said, satisfied with that answer for now. We started looking around the ship after that, and I had to admit it was a bit cramped. The whole ship from rear storage area to the bridge was at most 60 feet in length, and there was only 2 additional rooms on the whole ship, with the rest being used for the stuff that made the ship work to begin with. The 2 extra rooms weren't very big at all, at 10 feet long, wide, and tall, and merely had a bed and a bathroom set up with nothing else. The bridge wasn't a standard one with a wide holographic projection navigation system, but consisted of 2 chairs and a half-circle shaped high-end control board and projection layout. I was quite happy with it personally, as it was all business and no nonsense. It was also very user-friendly, with everything clearly labeled and ordered. Place seems kinda lifeless, doesn't it? Lil asked, confused. I haven't had the time to spruce the area up yet on account of just getting it like 30 minutes ago. I said with a chuckle. She's a beauty, man, what ya gonna name her? Scooter asked curiously. She's already got a name, Predator. Fits perfectly since she's mainly going to be used to hunt new life planets. I said with a grin. Hammerlock is gonna get a kick out of that, fits her like a glove though, I gotta agree. Clay said with a smirk. Welp, tour's over, so let's head back down to the planet to plan how we are going to retire Crom and his merry band of bandit fuckwits since they are holed up in a canyon. A frontal assault seems ill-advised for this, I said, shooing everyone back to the fast travel unit in the storage room. Once we were back in New Haven, Clay split from us temporarily to go find Marcus to finish the transport job he was officially on. Dropping off my ship was more of a happy side objective for him in truth. The rest of us went back to our temporary base in Zed's top floor room where I set up my house again. Once there we relaxed without bothering to talk about our next step since it wasn't like Crom was going anywhere. Bandits may be crazy fuckers, but they were predictable in that once they got entrenched in a spot they very rarely left it in a true sense. Perhaps it was a remnant from when they were normal folks, but they had a habit of setting down roots. Very few bandit groups were truly nomadic as a result, and thus made it easy to deal with them at one's leisure. When Clay eventually came through the portal to my house with an annoyed look, I chuckled. Marcus try and shaft you somehow? I asked knowingly, and he sighed. He actually tried to negotiate a lower price because, and I can't make this shit up, I was late by 5 minutes. I've heard of greed, but that's something else entirely, he said with a frustrated tone. Yeah, dude's a real wallet goblin. Pretty sure he measures out the exact amount he eats and drinks to get his money's worth, I said with an understanding nod. Forget the fat prick, I'm more interested in hearing what you've been up to since you got here. Wouldn't say no to a stiff drink too, he said as he pulled up a chair. It's been pretty strange, all things said and done. When I first got here I ran into this lot having just arrived at the stop outside Firestone. I won them over with my unending charm. I began. And snacks? Brick chimed in. That too. And then some of the local bandits showed up and went all terrorize the town on Firestone before we kindly sent them to meet whatever god they believe in. Bandits have terrible traits, by the way, maybe it's the lack of veggies. I said with a thoughtful rubbing of the chin. Sounds pretty standard fare for Pandora so far. Clay said, breaking me out of my thoughts. It was, but then it changed when we were contacted by someone or something claiming to be an angel, which is total grog shit, by the way. This angel communicates through our echo's connection to our thoughts somehow, which gave away the fact they weren't what they said, since they could be cut off entirely by isolating our echoes from all signals. Anyways, this person wanted us to help out the locals who weren't bandits take care of their bandit problem as a step towards the vault. I said casually. Nine Toes died like a bitch. Brick said with a chuckle. Quite. After killing Nine Toes we had to go track down the key to the mine-turned-bandit headquarters in this old safe house belonging to the head bandit Sledge. Actually got a legendary trait and a claptrap out of it, so not a complete waste of time. Lawton hatched out shortly after that and we took a small break before going to kick in Sledge's teeth. We fought our way through the mine before taking care of Sledge and grabbing his piece of the vault key, which the angel tried to take credit for us finding. I said with a relaxed sip of my tequila. I continued, then we took a few days to relax as we waited for authorization to the Doll Headlands, in which I made me a vehicle since I was tired of having to hang off the side of one of the others like a damned jabber. Finally we got to the headlands, reactivated the fast travel network for the planet, killed Mad Mel who was a bandit leader trying to take Sledge's spot, and waited a bit more for access to New Haven. I said with my expression turning annoyed at that part. I take it from that mean mug of yours something unpleasant happened at that part. Clay said, and I nodded. Helena Pierce, the lady in charge of this place, humiliated us right out the gate. Clashed a few times with him after that too. Morty explained. Clashed? Those two are like sodium and water, violently reactive when in contact. Lil said seriously. She really that bad? Clay asked, surprised. You've seen this town, it's a fucking dump, and that's putting it gently. If it was just that I'd say she was just a bad leader, but she's got the delusion she is better than everyone else, including us. I said with a derisive sneer. Didn't take you as someone with an inferiority complex, Clay said with a surprised look. I'm not, but I can't stand unfounded arrogance. She's hideous, a bad leader and weak, but has the audacity to treat us like we are beneath her? Ridiculous. I said, getting more and more heated just talking about it. Easy there. Just tell me what happened after you got here. Clay said with an easing tone to calm me down. Not much to tell really, as we got shacked up in this room as we waited to get allowed into the Rust Commons. A good guy who helped us over in Firestone was killed by bandits in retaliation, but I got revenge for it. Most recently we met the local science nerd Tanis, who is helping us find the other fragments of the vault key. She sent us to this crazy old fart who tried to lead us on, but I sniffed it out, and now we are relaxing before taking on yet another bandit lord who has a vault key fragment by name of Crom. I said with a shrug. Alexander Drake, Life Force 259,524 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade. Chapter 87, Plans. I take it that's the short version? Clay asked, and I nodded. That reminds me, actually, show him the nailer. I said to Morty, and he slung the weapon off his back and handed it over. Clay took the gun and looked it over with an appreciative eye before handing it back. Can't say as I've ever seen anything like it. Where'd ya get it? He asked curiously. I made it. And before you ask, yes, it is as impressive as it looks, I said with a grin. Shame that it's more of a Maluan type deal than a Jacobs, otherwise Monty would be mighty interested in the schematics, he said with a sigh. I owe the old man quite a bit, but I had a different idea actually. You know Atlas? I asked, and he nodded. What about it? He asked, confused. Right now Atlas is rife with nepotism, corruption, and spies, all teetering ever so precariously on a ledge with a single man holding it up from falling. General Nahs, a war veteran and the only thing standing between the corporation and its complete collapse. Atlas is on the verge of bankruptcy from the incompetent fuck nuggets in charge of it driving it into the ground. Even the good general is only slowing the inevitable at this point, however, and the sharks are circling in wait for the moment the corporation falls. I said seriously. Clay wasn't the only one interested in this, however, as my friends all had their attention fully on me. Roland in particular was nodding along as I spoke in agreement, having no doubt seen some of this firsthand. I wasn't spouting grog shit either, as this was very much all factual information. What's this got to do with the gun? Clay asked, confused. I want to buy Atlas, not now obviously, but when the company is at its lowest and dirt cheap. I'll use it as the foundation for my own company, Drake. It's been on my mind since the moment I got the library in that vault. My biggest issue right now is that I'm just one guy, an incredibly powerful and badass one, but just a single dude. As much as I'd like to stay under the Jacobs umbrella, it simply won't work long term. I need my own network and resources on the same level as Jacob's and the other corporations, and Atlas's situation gives me an easy route compared to building from the ground up. I said seriously. If anyone else told me this, I'd laugh before putting a bullet between their eyebrows, since they were clearly nuttier than squirrel shit. You though? I know you, and I know what you set your eyes on you tend to get done. Don't know how much help I can be for something like this, but you can count me in. Clay said seriously. What's the first step? Lil asked, leaning forward seriously. You want in? I said, genuinely surprised. Not just her, I'm in too. You've said it yourself, I'm a soldier. Might relax a bit after the vault is done with, but eventually I'll need something to do and your corporation will need good soldiers. Roland said with a serious look. Wouldn't be the first time I worked for a corporation. Morty said with a shrug. This is gonna be fun. Brick said with a wide grin. Thanks guys, really. Before that though, we gotta finish up with the vault. Speaking of, how are we hitting the canyon? I asked after changing the subject. We blow it up. Brick said eagerly. How are we gonna get the vault key piece then? Morty went to shoot it down, but I held up my hand. Hold up. He might actually be onto something here. I said seriously. You're kidding, right? Lil asked, and I shook my head. No, seriously. The issue we currently have is that we'd have to fight through what is effectively a long tall hallway with no doors and a lot of guns pointed at the direction we're coming from. Calling it an uphill battle would be a massive fucking understatement. Instead of that, however, what if we carpet bomb the canyon except the area Crom is in to wipe out all the resistance except for him? I asked while shaping my energy into a sort of holographic display of what I am talking about. You'd need to be precise with the bombs to keep the canyon from collapsing, but it could work. Roland said while looking at the display. Couldn't we just come down the side from the top, grab the key fragment and then bail? Lil asked, using her finger to show what she meant on the display. Doubt it, rock are a thing, so the bandits probably have lookouts up there. Morty said seriously. They'd also chase us to the end of fucking Pandora if we stole from them without wiping their asses out as well. I said with a shrug. Where are we gonna get that kinda ordnance anyway? Morty asked with a frown. Marcus, we all said with a collective groan. Best of luck with that. Only met the bastard once and I already don't want to make that twice. Clay said with a sympathetic look. I had to agree with that sentiment, as Marcus was the definition of corrupt businessman. He had no bottom line that he wouldn't cross if the price was good enough. I didn't doubt he was probably a major supplier to all the bandits on the planet. I couldn't see any other way they'd be so well armed otherwise without his shipments getting robbed constantly. Sure, there was whatever was left by the corporations when they pulled out of the planet, but that wasn't nearly enough to arm so many people. Beyond that, most of the corporations made a point of not selling guns directly to bandits because they were such a nuisance. Loath as I was to do it, I drew the short stick out of the lot and had to go have a not so pleasant chat with the fat arms dealer. I of course found him in his shop inventorying guns, one by motherfucking one. I'm told we have you to thank for the improved air quality, not that it'll earn you any discounts, but I appreciate it regardless. What can I do for you today? He said with a greedy smile. We need explosives, enough to carpet bomb Crom's Canyon. We figured if anyone would have the inventory of explosives for this, it'd be you, I said honestly. That's quite the ask. An expensive one too. He said dramatically. I rolled my eyes. Cut the crap, Marcus. Name your price and do consider if it doesn't work as advertised, I will personally feed you to my dragon. No refund needed. I said firmly. 500,000 in C6 should cover it. I guarantee its effectiveness, he said with a wide grin, as though my threat meant nothing to him. To be fair, if he was not trying to stiff me on the quality of the stuff, then it really didn't mean anything, since I'd have no reason to make good on it. I growled as I transferred the funds to him, and he digitized a large crate that I cracked open to inspect before closing again and setting into my inventory. Much like its two predecessors, C6 was a chalky white clay-like substance that was mostly safe to handle so long as you kept it away from an electric current or high heat. It was also far more potent than C4 and C5, so even a single medium-sized crate worth of the stuff like this was more than enough to bomb a large area. Pleasure doing business with you, Marcus said with a grin as I left the shop. What came next was a matter of the delivery mechanism for the explosives, which thankfully was the easy part, as I simply stuffed all the stuff into my machine and had it create thin metal containing orbs with a simple signal-triggered electrical discharge method on them. Each orb was roughly the size of an apple and didn't look all that intimidating at all. There was no mistake, however, that these things packed one hell of a punch, as I tested one in my sim room and it blew up a good 20-foot radius. Alexander Drake Life Force 259,524 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade. Chapter 88, A Dash of War Crimes, for flavor. Naturally I saw this and thought that it wasn't nearly effective enough, as while the stuff was blown away in the sim room it did still exist in a semi-usable fashion. I really didn't want to inspire whatever few bandits survived the initial bombings to turtle up with all this stuff, making it all the more a pain in the ass to get the key and get out. With this in mind, I modified the design to release a corrosive liquid in mist form within its blast radius. One more sim explosion later and I had my perfect bombs that not only had a high lethality upon detonation but also drenched any unlucky fucker able to survive that in acid. War crimes for the win. Naturally the matter of actually dropping the bombs off in the canyon came up, but that was easy to settle as we had Bloodwing. Morty was a bit skeptical about this idea at first, to be fair, but one snazzy shield upgrade for the bird courtesy of yours truly and that problem was no longer an issue. Honestly, it wasn't even all that fucking hard to upgrade the bird's uncommon quality shield to epic quality. With my current knowledge and skills I even made the shield reflective so any bullets that hit it got the return to sender treatment. I bit the bullet and upgraded everyone's shields while I was at it, even if it did cost me a hefty amount of my current stock of iridian metal. Still, I can say that the group likely had some of the best shield tech on the planet at the end. Thanks to my iridian knowledge and the magic of Scooter's savant trait, I got each of my friends equipped with a legendary quality shield. The real fucking kicker was that I even added some personalized effects tailored to each of them, so the shields not only improved their defense but also their offenses as well. For Brick I gave his shield a kinetic absorption and enhancement property. This basically meant that his punches grew stronger the more he got shot, like a nightmare monster. For Morty I added a slight cloaking effect to his shield so that if he remained still he blended into his surroundings, making him even more effective as a sniper. Roland got the turret upgrade that automatically dropped a copy of his Scorpio turret when broken, giving him just enough cover to rig in his shield without letting up the pressure on the enemies. Though I should specify that the copy was the sort with a short lifespan that ceased to exist once its time ran out, unlike the normal one built to last, so no turret duping happening here. Lil's shield was particularly tricky to do and also not fucking surprisingly the most expensive for me to upgrade. I had to more or less redo her entire shield with iridium metal from the casing to the circuitry and wiring. This made her shield not only the best out of everyone's other than mine but also the most unique looking. It was a silver/red color with a hexagonal shape that had the center exposed in a shiny pearl-like color. From the sides of the shield red fiery energy was ejected whenever she used her powers that activated the ability of the shield. In this case her shield absorbed the excess energy from her powers and stored it into a violent nova that was released upon the shield breaking. It was more or less an extra get away from me mechanism in case her powers somehow failed to save her from an attack. It was also passive, so even if she failed to manually activate it there was no problems. Anyway, with that done with, we were ready to take on Crom's Canyon. "Looks like that's my K to get outta here," Clay said once we got ready to go. I took a bottle of bourbon from my inventory and tossed it to him. "Give the old man my thanks when you get back," I said with a smile. "Will do, would wish you luck, but at this point I think the bandits need it more." "Any last-minute requests?" he asked, and I thought about it before nodding. "See if you can't find me a planetary energy harmonizer, not picky as to the wear and tear so long as it works," I said seriously, and he raised an eyebrow before shrugging. "Sure, I'll keep an eye out. Don't expect too much though, awfully specific piece of tech after all," he said before leaving through the portal. I pull up my map on my Echo and look at the route to the canyon to get it in my head before nodding. "All right, lady and not so gentleman, let's go fuck up some bandits' day," I said with a grin as I slid my mask on. We walked out of my house and with a push of a button I put the place away. We walked through town like we were on a mission, 'cause we are, and soon got to Scooter's place where we got our rides. The Badger for me and the Runners for the others. Wheels taken care of, we drove out of New Haven and took the road to the Rust Commons, and from there the road to Crom's Canyon that was just past the water retaining gates at the end of Sludge River. There were fences up when we got there, so we had to hoof it. I raised my hand to stop everyone when I caught sight of the way forward. "There's 3 turrets and like 24 bandits of various flavors up ahead. Morty, you think you can quietly take out the gunners if I get you up high?" I asked seriously. "Probably, need a clean line of sight though," he said with a shrug. "Would that do?" I asked, pointing at the top of the metal structure for the water gate that was about 15 feet above us. "Yep, but how am I?" "Wait," he started to question before I grabbed the front of his vest before spinning him around a couple times to build momentum and threw his ass at the thing, screaming all the way. "That was awesome, me next," Brick said excitedly. "Maybe next time, man," I said with a chuckle. Morty, despite being quite unprepared for his impromptu flight, caught the edge of the metal structure and pulled himself up easily. He gave me the finger angrily before pulling out the nailer and taking aim. FWEH. 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 3 shots, and thanks to my superhuman vision I saw all 3 land on the gunners and render the turrets they were on useless. Morty grimaced when he realized that he had to jump to get down from the metal structure before he did it. I easily caught him before he hit the ground and set him down casually. "See? No problem at all," I said with a chuckle as he glared at me. "Would have liked a warning first," he said with a scowl. I just grinned and shrugged at that. What came next could barely be considered a fight and was more along the lines of a slaughter. We walked into the small pond/source of the river and ignored the rusty scaffolds and now empty turrets as we headed for the crevice that led to the canyon. The couple dozen bandits camped out in this area died to us after trying, and failing, to kill us. The 31,602 units of life force I got from them was a nice bonus, with the common and uncommon quality loot they dropped as well. Walking through the crevice we finally entered Crom's Canyon, and I had to admit the guy at least had good fucking taste in locations. The canyon walls were tall and sheer with many levels of ledges that without the help of the makeshift bridges would be ridiculously hard to climb. Other than the top of the canyon, this place was pretty much impossible to siege without throwing a massive amount of bullets at it. It also didn't help that there was technically two fucking canyons, in fact, with the right one being a dead end and the left having Crom at the end in his little platform scrap throne. Alexander Drake Life Force 291,126 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade Chapter 89, Bombs Away, and like fucking always there were two vending machines in a metal scrap thingy. One healing and one ammo. By this point I was numb to the appearance of these things and merely pointed them out before taking out the bombs from my inventory. Alright Bloodwing, it's your turn. Go drop off our presents to the naughty children, I said with a grin. What's to stop them from just tossing the things away? Roland asked worriedly. Stupidity mostly. Rather than toss them away, you should be worried about them eating the fucking things, I said seriously. Yeah, bandits can be pretty stupid, Brick said with a nod of agreement. Morty had Bloodwing grab a couple of bombs and drop them off in the encampments on the canyon ledges in multiple trips before the pile of bombs was finally gone. I held up the detonator with a grin. What did the fingers say to the face? I asked with a grin. What? Brick asked curiously. Slap, I said with a laugh as I slammed my palm down on the button. Boom! Several explosions went off simultaneously as the bombs detonated, sending a wave of pressure through the canyon while shaking the ground. We rounded the corner of the canyon and I grinned at what I saw. The encampments were blown apart and what few bandits survived the initial explosions were mostly covered in caustic liquid, eating them alive, or were heavily disoriented from the explosions, fucking up their senses. It was like taking candy from a quadriplegic how easily we went through the canyon and finished off the few bandits still kicking. My life force stores grew drastically as well, as there had to be at least 100 bandits here originally, which gave me 107,571 life force by the time we reached Crom's little scrap nest. The guy himself had a multi-cyber turret that we weren't expecting, but Morty put a hole through his head before it made an impact beyond forcing us to cover when he first started firing at us. Hold up, is that a fucking med trap unit? I asked in surprise when we got up to the scrap nest. Finally. Someone who actually knows what I'm worth. You may worship me at your leisure, the white and red painted bot said while flexing. Yeah, no. I will take you with me though, you'll be useful once I get you reprogrammed slightly. Less cowardice and hemophobia and more actual medical usefulness, I said with a chuckle. Sigh. Can't win them all, I guess, the bot said depressed. You just going to collect these things or something? Brick asked confused. I'll try and get a complete collection if I can, since almost versions need to be useful as a slight reprogram. Best part is I won't even need to touch the personality matrices, so they'll be as zany as before, just more useful, I said with a shrug as I tossed the bot into my house before putting it away again. Well, that takes care of that, but what about this gun? Lil asked, pointing at the purple glowing light that rose out of the ash pile that used to be Crom. Name, Crom sidearm level, epic, unique, type, repeater pistol damage type, Shock X3 manufacturer, Atlas Affix, a gift from Papa. Crom has 3 round burst capability and large magazine size without reduced accuracy. A custom piece? That's pretty rare. This guy must have been pretty well off before he was abandoned by the corporations, I said as I looked over the pistol seriously. It was a fairly standard shape for an Atlas pistol, very traditional minimalistic appearance. It had 2 yellow stripes painted down the front of the otherwise grey weapon, and besides the shock module barely visible under the barrel was a no-nonsense pistol. He was the warden of Doll's prison here on Pandora before the corporation left us all here. Leslie, I believe, was his original name. Tanis said through our echoes. What is with people and hacking echoes on this planet? I complained. To be fair, the echo communicators have never had particularly good encryption, something about it being unprofitable. Tanis said seriously. Figures, so to what do we owe the lovely sound of your voice on this errand of ours? I asked with a smirk. Flattery would get you nowhere, though I do have a pleasant voice. My communication at this time is because I assumed you were close to retrieving my original piece of the vault key. The lack of murderous sounds cued me to this, she said calmly. Yep, it's in the chest nearby if I'm not wrong. These bandits clearly don't understand not to keep valuable shit so easily accessible. Second piece that was just waiting for us to pluck it the fuck up, I said with a sigh as I walked over and twisted the latches on the silver crate, causing the top to pop open. Lo and motherfucking behold, there in the middle of the crate, sandwiched between rolls of cash, was the glowing alien key fragment humming with energy, primed for use. So I was right. This key also served as a data storage device of a sorts. Though as I saw that the shape of the fragment was the same at the previous on, with the exposed projection and connection areas on it clearly designed to work as a whole to project data once charged and stimulated properly. Second key piece acquired, good work team, high five. I said with a grin as I held up my hand, but only Brick actually gave me a high five. You found another piece of the key without my help. Or did you? I'm always watching you, friends. Be careful, others are starting to see their own opportunity. The angel said over our echoes. You do realize you can drop the mysterious angel shtick, right? Like we've been on to you for a while now. Not quite sure why you want us to open the vault, since we'd be the ones who got the loot, assuming there is loot anyways. Whatever the case, give it a think, maybe sleep on it, we've got time. I said, knowing damn well she heard me. Third-person POV Hyperion office, is what he said, Angel said after repeating Alex's words. Funny thing is that in any other circumstance he'd probably be right in that they'd get the loot. This vault though is a bit special in that it's all that iridium hidden beneath the surface of the planet that it's tied to. The vault itself is merely a prison feeding window from the records I've been able to translate. Worst case scenario, they kill the thing inside it and we lose the body to this guy's powers. Best case? Then they kill each other and we get both the monster and this guy's tech. Either way, that iridium pops and we get rich mining and researching it, the man at the desk said with a smirk. Would a cooperative attitude not serve us better then, especially if the projections of his growth are right? Angel asked seriously. I still find it hard to believe that a human would ever be capable of that, but perhaps you are right, best not to risk it. Send him a private message telling him about the iridium as a sign of good faith, ask for a partnership. See how he responds, we'll go from there, the man said seriously. Understood, Angel said. The man then turned his attention back to the computer screen that displayed a long and complicated amount of programming code. In the top left corner of the screen, a holographic display of an unusual-looking claptrap unit rotated slowly with the label Frag Trap Experimental. Alexander Drake Life Force 368,697 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2 Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3 Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade Chapter 90, Trap, Normal POV, Who's up for digging through rubble for loot? I asked with a grin once my message went through. There's not actually that much rubble since you added that acid to the bombs, ate away most of the stuff. Roland pointed out. Maybe, but we still have to dig through what's left anyways, so the question still stands. I said with a shrug. We split up after that to search the ruins of the encampments for anything worth grabbing. Turns out that was a great fucking idea too, as we found a red chest squirreled away in a little mini cave under an encampment towards the start with something awesome in it. Name, DEF-100B Terrible Defender Level, Legendary Type, Combat Shotgun Damage Type, N/A Manufacturer, TDO or Affix. I can do this all day. Regenerates ammo, causes melee attacks to do more damage. Dibs. Brick yelled with a wide grin as he figured out what the gun did. Normally I think we'd like vote on it or something, but this really suits you too fucking well. I said with a chuckle. Yeah, it's like it was made for him. Morty said seriously. Makes divvying up the loot easier if nothing else. Roland said with a shrug. Besides that shotgun that Brick got, we found a few other gems in the ruins, though nothing as good. 3 rare quality weapons, a pistol, and 2 assault rifles specifically. I ended up shelling out the price of them to add them to my growing armory since nobody else wanted them. Other than that, it was merely a bunch of common weapons and shields which we all decided to sell to Marcus. While I absolutely could have taken them and added them to my armory, I was trying to make the room be filled with more quality than quantity, and common stuff was just that, common to no fucking surprise. The bandits didn't have anything else of value to us, so we left the canyon and headed for Tanis's dig site. Said scientific person was ecstatic to receive the second key piece, though had some bad news for us. I have picked up readings of a similar Iridian energy signature to the first vault key piece on the Trash Coast. Unfortunately, access to that area is tightly controlled by the imbecilic bandits of Janisticone. I am in the process of searching for a method to gain access, but will need at least 3 days to get it finished. Tanis said with a frustrated look. Would a decent meal and a shower speed things up at all? I asked helplessly. An unusual offer, as I was given to the understanding you were only 14, she said with a raised eyebrow. I wasn't trying to fucking get into your pants. I just know that one's mental state can affect performance, so I figured improving yours might make this whole thing faster. Much as I like having a goal to chase, I'd like to get into the vault sooner rather than later. I said, annoyed. I see, my mistake. A pity though, there is quite the amount of evidence that the mind works exceptionally well after coitus. Post-nut clarity, the phenomenon has been called. Still, I will not deny that a shower and truly good food would likely allow me to speed up my progress to a degree, she said casually. Yet I'm just going to ignore the first part of what you said entirely, like it never happened. But to be clear, you do want a shower and some decent food? I asked, and she nodded. Lucky you then, I happen to have just the thing. I said, taking out my house. What is that? she exclaimed in shock and excitement as she practically rolled over her table to look closer at it. The Iridian Habitation Unit, my prize from the first vault I opened alongside my powers. A sort of pocket vault if you'd like, with the inside having everything anyone would ever need to survive, including crafting, fauna and flora studying capabilities. In simple terms, my home. I said, puffing up my chest proudly. I clicked the button on the orb and the thing hovered in place as it whirred and unraveled into the archway that the portal manifested in. Incredible! If I could study this device, I might be able to advance my understanding of all things Iridian by several-fold. Tanis said excitedly as a little drool escaped her mouth as she stared at my house's portal hungrily. You're drooling. I pointed out and she snapped out of it with an embarrassed look. Apologies, lost my composure there for a moment. Surely you of all people understand how much something like this could teach us though, she asked, and I nodded in agreement. I am very well aware of the value of the secrets of this thing, I am me after all. Anyways, we'll need to go in to get you the shower and meal, I said with a chuckle at her enthusiasm. I didn't share that I had far more than a mere surface-level understanding of my home, however, as that was a fast way to get pestered for that information. Tanis was the sort of person who had no problem discarding dignity or pride if it meant she could advance her research. This was already proven with that deal she made with Earl that she previously mentioned. Understanding this also meant I was aware she didn't truly care if I was trying to get into her pants despite my age. She cared little for morals like most people in this reality that I met, but to a much greater degree. To be blunt, she was as not someone you wanted to pester you. Clay had long since taught me that all people have a price, no exceptions. Someone like Tanis had no problem crossing any line she needed to reach that price to get what she wanted. I respected that sort of cold, ruthless pursuit of one's goals was rare and worthy of respect, even if it tended to be more trouble than it was worth. That said, I had no intention of letting myself get dragged into the machinations of such a person. In truth, my offer to Tanis had two purposes behind it. The first was to help her mentally relax with a hot shower and truly good food. The second was to incentivize her not to betray us later. I'm not a fucking idiot and certainly not blind, so I had my suspicions the moment I saw the sheer lack of equipment here in her dig site. There was literally no way in hell that she could scan the whole planet with what she had here and on the headlands. It was equally true she couldn't scan and probe the vault key pieces properly as well with this stuff. That meant she either had a really fucking good set of cloaking tech on the site hiding a secret lab, or she was working with the only advanced force on the planet, Atlas. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't mad at her for doing it, as logically it was a damn good move. Nepotism and corruption-riddled leadership aside, Atlas was the corporation that understood vaults the best and could fuel her research the best. Add on that they were the only corporation really on Pandora, and even an idiot could understand why she would work with them. If I didn't exist, I gave it a solid 76% chance she'd betray my friends once they got all the key pieces, maybe even sooner. Atlas was simply a better bet for opening and studying the vault is all, nothing personal about it with my existence. However, I knew for a fact Tanis had to recalculate whether betraying us was a good idea or not. I know for a fucking fact that I have given her information that even Atlas lacked about the Iridians, and unlike the uncertainty that came with trusting untested vault hunters like my friends, I had a proven record of opening 2 vaults, which was even higher than Atlas. She may not believe my friends capable of truly opening the vault, but me? I was a whole different story. The best part here was that I didn't need to force her to switch sides from Atlas to us, but as Marcus would say, offer a better deal. It was a simple question that needed to be answered: who benefits me the most? I was simply hedging the odds in my direction is all. Alexander Drake, Life Force 368,697 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3 Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade Chapter 91, Trap, 2. To no surprise at all, Tanis lost her mind when she stepped into the portal of my house. Her eyes rapidly scanned every surface and fixture in the room and thus easily spotted the food maker thing. We'll get to the tour of the place later. For now, focus on getting clean, I said, grabbing her by the collar to keep her from rushing over to the food maker and doing something we'd both regret. Unhand me. Science demands fulfillment, she demanded as she struggled with a red face and dilated pupils. Nope, I said casually as I dragged her off to the bathroom by her collar like a misbehaving child. I tossed her into the bathroom with a brief explanation of how it worked before shutting the door. You sure bringing her here was a good idea? Roland asked once I returned. I shrugged as I took off my mask. Can't ever be truly sure of anything in this world, but I believe it is for the best. Should help keep her honest and not stabbing us in the back, I said honestly. You think she'll turn on us? Lil asked, surprised. I nodded. She's a ruthless scientist who was willing to trade her undergarments to a dirty old man to get ahead. Oh, it's almost a certainty. Let's be honest here, between a ragtag group of vault hunters and the elite forces of Atlas, who do you think looks like the best shot at opening the vault? I asked seriously. From a resource and experience standpoint, Atlas has the best chance of succeeding, Roland said with a look of understanding dawning on his face. You think she's been working with the Lance, don't you? He asked, and I nodded. None of you would realize it since you're not scientifically savvy like me, but the stuff she has at her dig site could never do what she has been saying she has been doing. That sort of tech doesn't exactly grow on trees either and must be custom ordered and carefully maintained. There is only one way she'd get access to such resources here on Pandora, Atlas, I said seriously. Why are we still working with her then? Morty asked, confused. Oh, that's simple. She's not betrayed us yet. She's been nothing but helpful so far, in fact, as we have gotten reliable leads on 2 key pieces through her. The key moment here is what happens after we get the last piece. It's why I brought her here, in fact, to tempt her to betray Atlas instead of us. If it was just you four, she is almost guaranteed to betray you, since you were logically the worst option. With me here though, I muddy that equation up really fucking good. What Atlas can offer I can as well, and even exceed in some areas, experience opening vaults for example, I said honestly. So we are still working with her then, at least until we get the last piece? Lil asked for clarity, and I nodded. It took Tanis much longer than expected to finish her shower, but it was clear how badly she needed it, as her whole body was much less tense when she walked out of the bathroom. She was also much more calm in the face of my house's extraordinary features, though her excitement was still very much visible. As promised, I took her on a tour of my house, but made sure to keep her from messing with anything. This was slightly difficult with the crafting room and teleportation room, but I managed. She was slightly interested in Loudon as well, since he was a creature modified by my powers from before he hatched and thus a unique existence. But she didn't test her luck once I pointed out he would absolutely try to eat her if she bothered him enough. No matter how well trained and smart Loudon was, he still came from a Saurian origin, and that meant hunting humans was not a strange thing for him at all. So far I had been able to instill a rough sense of friend and foe recognition in the big lizard, so he wasn't straight up hostile towards everyone who wasn't me, but that was it. If antagonized enough, he was more than willing to ignore this training to get rid of the problem, something Lil had found out the hard way after getting a bit carried away. Still, Tanis losing her shit over the crafting room was hardly surprising for me and totally understandable. Even if you ignored the Iridian research value of the maker thing, its usefulness was ridiculous. So long as you had the resources, raw or otherwise, you could have absolute creative freedom. One must remember that the biggest problem in manufacturing was that sometimes there was a lack of methods to craft certain components. My maker skips this problem by directly spitting out a finished product through the Iridian's weird magic-y science. It was how I was able to make a ship with interstellar capabilities that was many times smaller than should be possible normally. For someone like Tanis, the thing was the stuff of wet dreams, as it would give absolute autonomy. As for the teleportation room, that was mostly because of the sheer impossibility of the thing. The room allowed the person using it to literally cross the entire universe in an instant, so long as they had been there previously. For an archaeologist like her, this meant she could in real time make fine detail comparisons between Iridian locations regardless of distance in person. This doesn't sound like a big deal, but I can say for absolutely fucking certain it very much was. The Iridians were a tricky bunch, so actually in-person views of their stuff became necessary as cameras couldn't fully capture it. This was mostly due to the living quality the race liked to add to their stuff. If I'm being honest, it wasn't a matter of pure architecture or tech at that point, as the Iridians added a certain feel to their things, so even things that appeared identical could have very different meanings. Made the things really fucking annoying to research, to be honest. Anyways, once the tour was over, I sat Tanis down and demonstrated the food maker's awesomeness with a feast for everyone. She was skeptical at first of the food, since it had been practically 3D printed, but after tasting it practically melted in her seat. She had asked for a thick Apex grade steak cooked medium rare along with a side of spicy asparagus and red wine. By comparison, the rest of us ordered much more normal food. Brick had a whole roast jerk turkey. Morty had burritos, and Lil ordered pizza with 7 different toppings. Roland ordered a lasagna, and I myself ordered a large amount of gumbo with all the fixins. Loudon and Bloodwing got raw meat and bones with bone marrow for their meals. The meal was quiet as we all dug in with gusto, with Tanis unsurprisingly being the last to finish with her proper etiquette. It was rather amusing how heartbroken she looked when we left my house and I put it away. Well, we should get back to New Haven since we need to wait a bit to proceed. Thankfully there are lots of jobs available and projects to be done. Boredom sucks, I said and turned to leave with the others. Tanis looked like she wanted to stop us but couldn't bring herself to speak up even after we left. Oh, I knew that what I was doing was cruel as fuck, but it served my purpose, so I frankly didn't care. After living on Pandora for so long, luxury was a fatal temptation for someone, and giving a taste of it before abruptly taking it away was enough to drive even the strongest will to desperation. Perhaps not immediately, but as she was forced to go back to how she was living before, Tanis would start craving the luxury I had given her a glimpse of until it consumed her. That, or she'd get over it and it would be as though nothing happened, but I fucking doubted it. She was obsessive-minded, and that means she literally couldn't help but fixate on something once it was in her head. It was a great trait for a researcher, but a terrible one for a manipulator. That obsessiveness was the key to making her not betray us later. The best part is I knew that she knew I was manipulating her. She was too damn clever not to realize it. I looked forward to seeing how she handled the fatally tempting trap I had laid for her. As for us, we did as I said and headed back to New Haven to pass the time. Alexander Drake Life Force 368,697 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3 Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade Chapter 92, Designing. Once we got back to New Haven we split up as there were different things we all wanted to do. Lil and Roland went to talk with Marcus, who apparently had a job he wanted done, while Brick and Morty went to the bounty board to look at what was there. I myself headed back to the room above Zed's clinic to set up my house again. While they were busy with their things I had my own to deal with. For example, Loudon, who was growing rapidly and might soon reach the right size and strength needed to fly finally. It should be remembered that nearly 7 or so Pandoran days had passed since he had hatched, with each day being over 90 hours long. For a newborn this was no small period of time, and his growth showed it, as he had nearly doubled in size, coming up to my waist at his shoulders. That is to say, he was currently people-sized and showed no sign of slowing down. Considering the type of saurian he was originally, this didn't surprise me at all. Tyrants tended to be massive creatures, and the Chomp Stomp version was even larger than normal. Even with his final height being cut in half because of his quadruped physiology, he was still going to be at least 7 feet tall at the shoulder. That doesn't even cover his length, which was almost triple his height and would no doubt stay that way as he grew. Perhaps that was small for a dragon, but I personally thought it was an ideal size, as it was large enough to have serious power but not so large that flexibility and movement were inhibited. Still, I needed to adjust the shield he had, as soon it wouldn't be strong enough to cover his full body, which due to the way shields work meant that it wouldn't work at all. Needless to say, that was fucking unacceptable. Taking the shield off of Loudon, my big lizard watched curiously as I headed to the crafting room with it. Once I was there I got to work with my tools. I cracked the casing open and began to look over the wiring and all-around design of the shield to see where I could improve. This was standard practice for me, as I was a firm believer in flawless upgrades and not the upgrades that come with a trade-off. This sounds easy to those who don't know any fucking thing about tech like this, but obviously it wasn't so simple. Most people have forgotten that shields haven't always been a thing, and that meant someone had to create a design, test it, refine it, then test it again. The process of creating something like this wasn't easy unless you got really fucking lucky and took years of research and development. The same logic applied to gunsmithing as well. It was a gradual improvement process over many years and tests. This was always the way of humanity. We build our futures off the hard work of those who came before us. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but I was fairly certain this understanding was why I was so good at innovating and modifying tech I found. I wasn't stuck on tradition or any other preconceived ridiculous shit like that. I saw what I was working with, and then I overlaid my imagination of what it could be before moving to make that a reality. In this case I saw how the shield functioned, its defects in manufacturing, the wiring, energy reservoir, and projection matrix. From there I mentally started moving things according to my knowledge until a new, better design was overlaid with the original. Remove this, swap out this, change that entirely, expand this, the works to make it reality. It sounds straightforward, but that was only because I knew what I was doing. I guarantee that if someone who didn't tried, they'd fail at best or kill themselves at worst. While shield tech was obviously defensive in nature, a few small tweaks could easily invert it to offensive. In hindsight, that'd be an interesting way to assassinate someone. I thought offhandedly as I soldered the new miniaturized Iridian battery in place. Honestly speaking, the biggest problem I had to overcome with Loudon's shield was the sheer energy requirements needed to extend a shield over a thing so big without trading mobility. Naturally, I simply used that library of Iridian engineering knowledge in my head to find a easy solution, hence the battery. Something I should probably clarify here is that library of knowledge wasn't a I know everything type deal but more of a Google it one. I didn't just automatically have full knowledge of the whole library's contents but rather had to sift through it bit by bit to find what I wanted. Thank fucking Christ the Iridians were considerate enough to build in a search function to the knowledge, or it would be like literally reading each book in a library one by one with no labels to find anything relevant, tedious. The serif cores naturally weren't the only method of energy storage the Iridians had developed, since otherwise that'd get awkwardly bulky in some of the smaller pieces of portable tech. Finding a small recharging battery with some serious juice in it took me no time at all, since I was quite specific in what I was looking for. One quick use of the maker thing later and I had the shiny new battery, no bigger than the sort you'd find in a watch on Earth, with enough power to kickstart a fucking sun in it. Maybe a bit overkill, but that description fit the Iridians to a god's damn T. The whole race was straight up overkill according to everything I could find about them. Way smarter than everything else, stronger than nearly any human, and with lifespans counted in the thousands of years. Like I said, overkill. Still, they were gone now and their tech was mine, so I could do whatever the fuck I wanted with it. In this case that meant overclocking a shield so it worked on a Siren created dragon. The final product after I fully refurbished the shield was legendary quality, as I expected it to be. I didn't stop there though and started drafting a new weapon up. This time I wanted to create something that Brick would actually use properly, unlike that shotgun. Don't get me wrong, he'll absolutely use the shotgun, just not as a gun. Nothing wrong with it, but the guy just prefers melee over guns, even if it puts him at a disadvantage. With that in mind, I wanted to design a weapon that perfectly incorporates both. My current idea was a kick-ass pair of cestus that serve as both gauntlets but also guns. The trick with something like this, however, was getting the firing mechanism just right so it doesn't go off whenever he moves his arms. A manual trigger also wouldn't work, since it wouldn't smoothly mix firing and punching things. After thinking on it for a bit, the solution I came up with was a series of sensors in the knuckles and forearm that would detect muscle movement and impact force to set off the shots upon his fist hitting his target. I would have to find the right sensitivity for these sensors as well, since otherwise fist bumps would be very dangerous for everyone's health. For this I needed Brick's help, as I needed to get data on his forearms and punches, both casual and serious. Sadly, this wasn't going to happen at the moment, since he was off on a job with Morty. I settled with sketching out a blueprint for the rough design of the weapon for the moment. It consisted of a glove that covered the hand with raised points on the knuckles. From there it swept back to a row of several barrels surrounding the wrist at a slight angle to prevent self-harm, but not so much as to throw off the trajectory too much. From there a solid part over the forearms that holds the ammo and loading mechanism, as well as the firing mechanisms for each of the barrels. The idea was that for each punch thrown, a single barrel will fire, and only once all the barrels are empty will the loading mechanism move a new shell into place while removing the old one. It would work similarly to a standard machine gun that ejects the spent cartridge out the side, though this time through the top instead. The final design looked a bit bulky, but there was nothing for it unless I lowered the caliber size of the bullets from 50s. The design itself though looked oddly similar to cufflinks, with how it covered the wrist and stuck out like fins to the sides. Alexander Drake Life Force 368,697 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz-Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, mechanical engineering expertise rare grade, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade X3, elemental body, corrosive, rare grade, corrosion resistance rare grade, mechanical savant epic grade, stored traits, flame projection gland, mechanical engineering expertise, degraded, common grade chapter 93, get good. I used the sim room to simulate the weapon based on the design I created, and after finding a small problem with the loading mechanism getting jammed if the bullets were fired too quickly, I tinkered with the design to fix it. This simulation ability was one Brick had ironically discovered when he asked the room for a rocket launcher in one of his uses of it. I hadn't even considered if the room could simulate weapons for the person using it to use, even though I probably should have. With the enemies having weapons, I couldn't be blamed, as it was not something that most people would consider, and only Brick, who literally didn't know any better, might stumble across the feature. With its discovery though, I had so many fucking ideas how I could utilize it. Creating a simulated version of a blueprint weapon was one such use. This let me test out a weapon without first actually making it, and thus saved time and resources. While my maker thing was highly efficient at converting already crafted items back to basic materials, it wasn't absolutely efficient, so a tiny amount of material was lost each time I did it. Simulating the weapon first from blueprint form let me skip the process of refining the prototypes and focus on creating a perfected product straight out the gate. I had so many fucking plans to abuse to unholy shit out of this when my company gets started. While it would take quite some time to go over all the Atlas I.ps and convert them to Drake I.ps that are better overall, I also needed to add some extra products to make my brand stand out past the old Atlas brand. This function would allow me to create these new things fully tested without all that annoying material cost for development. Naturally, I'd need to roll out these new things over a period of time to prevent suspicions, but otherwise I could churn out new and exciting products one after the other. Once I got the planetary shield up over Promethea, I could drop all pretense and go ham on the product drops. With the shield up, even if the other corporations got greedy and tried to attack, they'd find out that it wasn't so easy. Normally you'd not even be able to shield something like a planet for obvious reasons. I had Iridian BS though, and they just so happened to have exactly such shielding matrix tech. Then again, they also had tech for creating black holes the size of marbles for decoration, so probably not that strange, to be honest. Hell, the Iridians had tech for fucking with time itself, which let me tell you I was avoiding like the bad fucking idea it is. Anyways, I perfected the blueprint for the Cestus gun, name pending, and just needed to wait for Brick to get back so I could get the measurements for him. While I waited, I did maintenance on my gun carefully with the kit the old man gave me. Cleaned it, oiled it, and polished the parts, getting rough, standard stuff really. Brick and Morty came back right as I was finishing up, looking bored. Nothing good, I take it? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Missing persons case turned betrayal revenge killing, guy wasn't even tough. Morty said with a shrug. It was boring. Brick complained and I nodded sympathetic. Well, I have some news that might brighten things up for you, I said, projecting the blueprints out for them to look at. They looked at them confused, and I sighed as I realized I was going to have to explain it to them. I designed a new weapon, a gauntlet that fires bullets when you punch something. I already tested the idea out in the sim room, so I know it works. Just need to get some measurements so that it fits. I explained, and Brick's mouth grinned so widely I thought he was going to decapitate himself. I want that, he said eagerly, practically vibrating in place. Thought so, I did design it with you in mind after all. Probably would have made one for myself too if I didn't think my powers would render it pointless, I said honestly. Whatcha mean? Brick asked, confused. Already I have abilities that are just as if not more dangerous than any bullet using my bare hands, so adding gunshots to that is pointless. It'd be like adding salt to soy eggs, unnecessary, I said, holding out my hand covered in electricity, fire, and acid to prove my point. That's new, Morty said, surprised at the display. I shook my head. Not really. I just don't use it all that much, because by the time I am close enough to an enemy to do so, one of you have likely already shot them. It's more efficient to use my gun at this point. I said with a shrug as I retract my elements. I get it. Still hard to believe anyone can do something like that without any tech. Morty said with a sigh as he plopped down into a chair. My powers are fucking busted, I know. Anyways, I still need to get those measurements for the weapon, I said, dragging Brick back to my workshop. These measurements weren't just simple ones but ones where I had to get his hand in different positions and each individual finger's size and length. The weapon was meant to remain firmly in place once put on without hindering movement. This meant it needed damn near skin-tight fitting to work properly. I also had to test the impact and movements of Brick's punches, both casual and serious, as well as his fist bumps. To no surprise, it was a damn good thing I did too, as the data was clear as fuck that even his fist bumps had enough force to seem like he was trying to hurt you. Not that I had any intention of trying to teach him how to hold back his strength properly though. You don't end up looking like you got tossed in a blender with so many scars if you lived a peaceful life, and Brick had those scars. It was his life, and as far as I can tell he was damned happy with it, so who was I to interfere? Still, all his fucking fidgeting didn't make getting these measurements a quick process like it should have been. In fact, it took close to a fucking hour to get it done, and we were both mentally checked out by that point. I found my bed and crashed there once finished, since it was about time for sleep anyways. When I eventually woke up, Lil and Roland had returned and everyone had turned in for now as well. With a shrug, I took out some Pop-Tarts I'd had made some time ago with my food maker and toasted them with fire from my palm before munching on them as I read through one of the books I'd copied on Athena's. It wasn't too terribly interesting, just a history book for the planet. But I was just passing the time and didn't really care. Roland was the first up and was grateful for the cup of coffee I handed over as we sat in silence. Morty was next, and he had his own beverage of choice in the form of beer. Lil came shortly after and merely drank some juice I offered. Brick was up last to absolutely no one's surprise and oddly had straight water. Alexander Drake Life Force 368,697 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade, Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade. Chapter 94. Heading out. Any idea about what else we should do today, since you know the day's still not over, cause each day is like 90 fucking hours long? Personally, I was going to finish up Brick's new weapon, but that'll only take me maybe 15 minutes, so, yet. I said with a sigh. Could just kill some bandits. There's also a sewage problem, since apparently someone stopped up the pipeline. Pierce was concerned about backflow. Roland said, and I grimaced. Didn't think I'd be literally clearing out a shit pipe, but fuck it, may as well. I said with a shrug. Of course, first things first, and I went to my crafting room to have my maker thing spit out Brick's new weapon based on the measurements I'd gotten before I went to sleep. It was a shiny silver grey color and looked almost like a fancy glove, really, if you ignored the 7 barrels circling the wrist. Naturally, I had to leave my brand name on it, right on the back of the palm, in fact. Still I had a wide grin as I looked the thing over, since it was everything I had imagined it would be, sleek and shiny with a fine mix of pugilism and gunsmithing wrapped up in one sweet as fuck package. Brick looked like a kid in a candy store when I handed the weapon over to him, and we headed into the sim room to test it out once we filled it with ammo. The first test was the general performance of the weapon that I affectionately named the Punchline. In this test I simply set the room to a low-end combat scenario and unleashed Brick like an overeager murderous dog on the poor sim enemies. At first the gunshots with each punch threw Brick off balance, but once he got the hang of it he even started to exploit the kickback to throw slightly harder punches with his left hand. Once that was done we moved on to testing the range and accuracy of the shots, which wasn't great, but that was not unexpected. The barrels had a slight tilt to prevent him from running any risk of blowing off a finger, and for obvious reasons this meant long range was not very viable with the bullets it fired. Well, if I was being fucking honest, it is possible, but just would take a serious amount of effort to adjust to the odd trajectory of the barrels. Brick couldn't be bothered to try, and I didn't blame him, since just using a gun would be easier. At close range though, the Punchline was viciously powerful, as the 50 caliber rounds it shot off hit point blank, which meant no real chance to bleed off energy through the air. In terms of pure damage, I'd even go so far as to say it wasn't far off from what my own gun was capable of, minus badass elemental stuff. That is, unfortunately I knew I couldn't make this weapon one of my company's mainline products in the future, as the traditional use of guns was far too entrenched in the 6 galaxies to turn a profit. People like Brick and I who prefer using our fists were anomalies and a small minority. I thought it funny that the first 2 true Drake weapons I've made can't be mass-produced for sale. One used obvious Iridian technology and the other was so niche that it wouldn't earn much if sold. I needed to come up with a flagship gun for my brand, something new and exciting that nobody else had. I chose to ignore this for now though, as Brick was going ham with his new weapon, laughing maniacally. "You've created a monster," Lil said with a laugh. "I do have a habit of doing that, comes with the territory really," I said with a grin. "Can't argue there, you are barely even human anymore, right?" Morty asked, and I nodded. "I exceed humanity in too many places to still be considered human. It would be more accurate to consider what I am a close relative to humanity, maybe even a subspecies of it, scientifically speaking. Doesn't bother me none though. I'm awesome and only getting more awesomer over time," I said, still grinning. "Subspecies makes it sound worse than normal somehow, not better," Lil said with a frown. "It's not really strange, is it? Humanity has always been rather racist, or is it speciesist in this case? Whatever, the point is that term was created out of this notion that the originally discovered version is the superior point of the species evolution, and thus every branch off from there is below it. Blatantly fucking wrong at best and delusional at worst," I said honestly. As much as many scientists like to claim otherwise, science is not in fact an impartial thing in all its facets. Personal opinions, politics, religions, and even prejudices have long since been well integrated with nearly all areas of science. Some scientists only make certain discoveries because of these things, and that fact doesn't change just because others want it to. Sure, you can bury this ugly fact and even try and ignore it, but it can't ever truly be erased. I embraced this, however, as if I can't understand how those other scientists were thinking, can I truly claim to understand what they meant? Make no mistake, understanding them doesn't mean I agree, a fact many people failed to realize back on Earth. If it did, I wouldn't have died to that bear, since it was well understood that wild fighting was wrong. I may be a bit unhinged, but I wasn't delusional by any means. All my thoughts and actions were well grounded in reality. Anyways, Brick finished up at about this time, so it was time to head out of the house. "Hey, I got a job for y'all if and you're heading to the Rust Commons West." Scooter sent over the echo right after we left the house, and I put it away. "What sorta job?" I sent back, interested. Well, someone's been real hard on the runners lately, and we're not gonna see another shipment of replacement parts anytime soon. There are probably plenty of spare parts out in the junkyard in the Commons. Got a list and everything. I'll pay you for anything you bring back from it," he said honestly. "I'll be right over, beats what I was planning to do by a wide margin." I sent back and looked at my friends. "I'm with you on this one, no poop station for me, thank you." Lil said immediately. Looks like that means you three have the poop chute duty, tough luck. I said with a chuckle. Brick didn't look like he cared, but both Roland and Morty grimaced at the idea. We stayed together though until we got to Scooter's area in New Haven where the Catch A Ride was located. While the other three were grabbing a vehicle for themselves, Lil and I walked up to where Scooter was sitting. Got the list right here, pay ya extra if you find something good and bring it back, he said as he sent the list to our echoes. The list wasn't anything fancy or even all that special really. A couple fenders, some gas tanks, tires, that sort of thing. Honestly, it was hardly a problem at all to clear. We left New Haven on foot this time because the scrapyard in question wasn't far at all. It felt nice to get a bit of a walk in even if the air fucking stank to high heaven. So you think we'll find anything good in the scrapyard? Lil asked curiously as we walked. Depends honestly, like most scrapyards I know of have an order to them. Metal with metal, plastic to plastic, that sort of setup. Pandora doesn't have that. This whole place is completely random in trash and treasure, kinda annoying as fuck really. I said with a shrug. Alexander Drake Life Force 368,697 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade Chapter 95, Speedin' Up. I didn't know that. I always thought you just dumped everything together and moved on. Lil said surprised. I shook my head. That was the primitive method, true, but once humanity discovered that doing that tends to cause problems, we moved on to sorting the trash. Metal went one place, plastic to another, and so on in an effort to keep things clean. All this, I paused to motion at the piles of miscellaneous garbage, is only like this because the corporations couldn't give enough of a fuck to sort it. I said with a scoff. You seem to not like the corporations all that much. Some sort of story there or not? She asked, and I shook my head. No story, I just don't like the way corporations evolved. At the start they were just businesses like any other, but as they got bigger and bigger it stopped being about good products and service and more about profit and exploitation. There are a few exceptions like Jacobs that's all about tradition and consistency, and even Villadov that is all about getting good guns in the hands of the oppressed as cheaply as possible. The rest sort of lost the desire to actually be a decently perceived presence in the name of profit and power. I said seriously. Yeah, that tracks, gotta take the good with the bad all around. Just sucks there's more bad than good, she said with a shrug. I want to change that, at least as far as my own corporation is concerned. It might cause me some financial turmoil at first to clean up the mess Atlas caused, but I am confident I can make a truly respected corporation in the long run. I said with a thumbs up. Soon we arrived at the small junkyard that had a single building in the center with a couple turrets on top of it and bandits swarming the place. I grinned at this before crouching down and shooting towards the nearest bandit, a psycho, with my hands covered in all of my elements blazing at full force. The psycho went to scream in terror but barely got the first syllable out of his throat before my hands ripped through it like I was tearing apart tissue paper. I activated the adrenal rush trait and my body swelled slightly as my veins protruded under my clothes and my skin reddened. It was pandemonium in the bandits as I ran faster than anyone they'd ever seen between them, ravaging anyone unfortunate enough to get within my range. I put my decade of martial arts experience from Earth to good use as I did so, killing with such chilling efficiency that they didn't see me as a person anymore but a demon from hell. The elemental hands probably didn't help. Soon enough all that was left was a single shivering midget curled up under a pile of trash hoping we didn't notice him. "You good?" Lil asked with a concerned expression as she walked up after watching me single-handedly ravage the population of bandits here. I breathed out a heavy steaming breath as I let the adrenal rush fade to return me to my normal if slightly tired state. "Hold that thought, let me feast first," I said as I held out my arms dramatically as I extracted all the life force from the dead bandits all around us. For extra dramatic effect I even made it so that all the red energy flew towards my face so it looked like I was literally eating the essence of all these bandits. Much better. Their fear only makes them taste all the sweeter," I said with a smirk. Without skipping a beat I thrust my arm into the pile of shuddering trash and yoinked out the midget by his throat and brought his head up to look my mask in the eyes. "You will be my Masager this day. Go, and tell all you meet of what you witnessed here," I say to the terrified midget before dropping him. I swear that midget fucking blurred with how fast he ran once he was released. "What was all that about?" Lil asked curiously. "Reputation, of course. Bandits are superstitious as fuck, so if they hear about someone that has burning hands and eats the souls of their victims it creates a legend. On a backwards planet like this legends give power, metaphorically speaking that is," I said with a grin. "Could I do that?" she asked with an interested look. "Sure, though you'd have to build a certain image in the populace's minds to do it, like a signature move or power. For example, in time mine will be the devouring of souls when I take the life force of those I kill. Yours could be fire if you can get that aspect of your powers to work right," I said honestly. "I'll keep that in mind," she said thoughtfully. With that done we started digging through the trash to find the stuff Scooter wanted as well as anything else he might be interested in. It didn't take us long to find all the parts he wanted as the area wasn't that big and the stuff was on the larger side. As for interesting stuff, I found a few aftermarket parts that a genius mechanic like Scooter would absolutely be able to use. We headed back to New Haven with the stuff in our inventories. Scooter was thrilled to get it all and even paid pretty good for the aftermarket parts we found. That taken care of, we sashayed ourselves over to my house that had a faint odor that made me wrinkle my nose. "What the fuck is that smell?" I demanded angrily. "Believe me, you don't want to know," Roland said with a haunted look while in his clean clothes I had provided previously. "The pipes were so backed up we had to shoot the blockage and it sprayed everywhere. We all got covered in whatever that was. We need new clothes, by the way, destroyed the others before taking long showers," Morty said with a hollow look as he sipped a beer. Even Brick looked traumatized as he just sat in his chair with a blank stare at the ceiling. I mentally patted myself on the back for passing that job off to these three while I went off with Lil to the junkyard. That said, I wasn't heartless and took out some of my tequila and poured each of them a glass to take their minds off the ordeal. From there I took out some balsam and cedar scented candles courtesy of the old man and lit them up to chase away the scent of whatever that foulness was. While they drank away their trauma, I left my house alone and packed it up before heading over to my refiner that had once again stocked up on a lot of material. I opened my house back up and started bringing the refined stuff in for storage. To be honest though, a lot of it was fed to my maker thing in my crafting room as I now had enough material to put another refiner together. About an hour into moving the materials, Brick and Roland came to help since they had gotten bored of being traumatized. With their help I got all the materials loaded up and the parts for the new maker thing ready for assembly alongside a shield and worker bots just like the first. We left my house once again and found a good spot a bit away from the area the first refiner was in and got to work putting the second one together and functional before releasing the worker bots. I grinned at this sight as it meant the trash cleanup process had just doubled in speed. This also meant it was going to take half as long for me to get the next refiner made as the materials will be ready much sooner. I could already see the image of dozens of refiners and hundreds of robots active and visibly reducing the trash as far as the eye could see. It was a glorious vision and one I was more than happy to bring to fruition. Alexander Drake Life Force 402,199 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade. Chapter 96, Form and Massacre. In a good mood I put my house away again and returned to New Haven to really relax for a while as Tanis worked to get us access to the Trash Coast. I thought about perhaps going and seeing what methods the bandits were using to control access to that area, but decided I honestly couldn't give enough of a shit to do so. Of course my version of relaxation was not what any sane person would classify as it, as I sparred and competed with Brick in the sim room. Not that Brick could really hurt me without his new weapon, but the feeling of a bare-knuckle brawl with someone close to my strength was just what I needed to relax. Punching you is no fun, it's like punching a rock but harder. Brick complained for what had to be the 5th time as I once again tanked a punch without any damage at all. My body is literally designed to tank bullets below a certain caliber. The fuck did you think punching me would accomplish? Besides, this isn't about my unpunchability but your sloppy fighting style. Honestly, if you weren't so fucking strong it wouldn't even work. Your go-to method of punching is haymakers and uppercuts, leaving your body almost entirely unguarded, on top of the fact you barely use any fucking footwork, so you can't even hit with full strength at all. I said with an exasperated look. The beefcake merely shrugs. Never had a problem with it before, he said dismissively. I felt my eye twitch at that and mentally strangled the brute before taking a deep breath and attempting to try this from a different angle. Why don't I show you just how much harder you'd hit things if you actually had proper fucking technique? A simple matter of you copying how I throw a punch, I suggested, and he seemed to think about it for a moment before nodding in agreement. I had the sim room create a stationary target with a gauge that showed how many pounds of force the hits had. I took my usual loose stance and threw out a perfect punch that utilized my entire body as I punched the target's face. The hard light construct's face caved in and exploded like a watermelon before the number 4206 appeared on the gauge, representing the sheer force my punch had. I reset the whole thing and turned to Brick. First, punch the thing as hard as you can, like normal, so you know how hard you normally hit things, I said, and Brick just grinned and cracked his neck and knuckles before throwing out a powerful haymaker that also burst the sim target's head. 1275 the gauge readout, which was not a surprise to me as I expected as much since he had a fully realized Omega body. I then helped him get into a proper punching form and had him throw a punch as similar to my own as he could. 2719. The gauge read this time, and I laughed as he looked at the number like it had insulted him. That's the difference between having proper form and what you do. Martial arts were made specifically to utilize the maximum potential strength the human body holds for combat. The reason your normal punches seem so much less than that last punch is because your normal punches use only your shoulders and arms, while that last punch used your whole body. The difference couldn't be more fucking obvious. I explained with a grin. Needless to say, Brick became very serious about learning how to make all of his punches hit that hard. I didn't bother putting him through a traditional training method, as that would only serve to frustrate him. The beefy boy's mind was not programmed for calm rigid training, but more of a just do it wavelength. With this in mind, the way I had him train was simple but perfect for him. I had the sim room filled with enemies with those impact gauges near them that I had him fight full tilt while keeping score of how hard his punches were. This allowed him to slowly adapt to using proper form when throwing a punch, instinctively causing his average punch to slowly but steadily climb to the force he hit before. I didn't even bother trying to get him to use his legs for kicks, as he vehemently refused. After the first couple of hours guiding him, I left the sim room as I was no longer needed there. He had understood what he needed to do and merely needed time to fully absorb it into his fighting style. While that was going on, Roland, Lil and Morty had left my house to go find something to do and came back with some interesting news. So Pierce is worried about these smoke signals coming from Old Haven that seem to be some sort of distress signal? Much as it grinds my fucking gears to admit, I think she's right to be concerned. Bandits might be superstitious, but they aren't fucking cowards most of the time. Anything bad enough that they'd send out distress signals over in a place where hundreds of them gathered might be worth figuring out before it potentially comes a knocking on our door as well. I said seriously. Never thought I'd hear you agreeing with Pierce on anything, but when you break it down like that, I can't say as I blame you either. Lil said, and the other two nodded in agreement. We gonna go check it out like Pierce wants then? Morty asked, and I nodded. Yet I want to know what went down there, I said, and that settled that. Brick was brought in on it as well, and we all got our vehicles and set out towards where our mini-maps said Old Haven was. You killed the ugly one. I insisted that Pierce grant you Class A clearance, but she denied me. I stole her robotic arm until she finally conceded and did so. You'll likely find little trouble proceeding forward from now on. Are we friends? I think I would enjoy that. Tanis sent us over the echo as we drove, making me smile. Much appreciated, Tanis, and I think we could be friends if things continue as smoothly as they have been. I sent back without missing a beat. The drive to Old Haven was fairly boring, as we only came across a few less than intelligent bandits and spider ants along the way that got reduced to paste under our tires. The most interesting bits had to be the in heavy disrepair drawbridge guarded by a green and white claptrap and actually arriving outside the huge vault-like door to Old Haven. Unlike New Haven that had scrap metal walls, Old Haven was fully surrounded by thick concrete walls, and even the entrance was a massive steel vault-like door that led to a fully metallic and, more importantly, enclosed hallway. This place absolutely had the defenses needed to become a major pain in the ass to breach, which made me a little concerned, to be honest. The fact that there were 4 dead bandits who had clearly been gunned down fairly recently at the end of the hallway definitely didn't help. I examined the bodies carefully and frowned at what I found. Whoever did this was trained. Each shot is in a kill zone, and there are no marks on the walls from missed shots either. Even worse, none of these fuckers had drawn their weapons, though whether that is because they didn't have time or hadn't expected to be attacked is uncertain. That Crimson Lance banner kinda makes it clear who's to blame though. I said seriously as I took the remnant life force from the corpses that was almost fully dispersed by now. Life force doesn't stick around for long if a body isn't preserved, and I guessed based off of this that these corpses were maybe a Pandoran day old at most. None of the bandits had any good traits either, so I just snatched up the common quality loot they dropped, and we entered Old Haven proper through the metal door that was still unlocked. My first impression of Old Haven when the metal door slid up and let us in was simply quiet. There was an eerie lack of any sound at all for a bandit stronghold like this. No gunfire, yelling, grunting or lunatic ravings at all, just the sound of wind and burning fires. Focusing my hearing to the limit, I picked up some softer sounds that I identified as movement. Pretty sure the Lance are still here for some reason, so keep your guns spicy hot for these fuckers. I let the rest of my group know seriously. Alexander Drake Life Force 402,629 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade. Chapter 97, Military Downsizing. My second impression of Old Haven was that clearly they didn't get the memo about the new version being better than the old, as the place was in the same state as New Haven, just more banditified. Like the buildings were all the same architectural design as in New Haven, but with barbed wire at the tops and some other bandit favorites to make the place home for the planet's less than neighborly residents. In addition, there was burning piles of trash in the town itself, along with metals bits and pieces scattered about confusingly as they looked to serve no purpose. The entrance area of the town was much like in New Haven, where it was mostly a wide open area with only some relatively small things in the way, minus the water container off to the left. Like fucking always, there were Marcus and Zed brand vendor machines right by the entrance to the town. Thankfully the air wasn't nearly as rancid as it was over in New Haven, as there wasn't nearly as much trash here and even grass was growing from the ground. That said, there was a heavy scent of rotting flesh, piss, shit, and smoke that permeated every inch of the air as we walked forward. The sheer amount of dead bodies and blood spattered all over the place, along with the relative silence, painted a grim picture of what happened here. Lil made first contact with the enemy as she scouted ahead using her powers, and what we learned was not only bad but downright tyrannical. Thanks to her not getting spotted on approach, she managed to slip behind the board Atlas patrolling soldiers and listen in on some of their conversation before she got seen by another patrolling soldier. Turns out that not only did Steele have her troops kill everything that breathed in the town, but she also had them leave the smoke signals going to lure in others to kill as well, bandit or not being irrelevant apparently. When Lil explained this to us, nobody reacted well to it. Not because we gave a shit about the fate of a bunch of bandits, but because Atlas was now acting like tyrants, judging literally everyone as worthy of death. I believe we can all agree that we have some military downsizing to help the Lance with, I said seriously, and got 4 nods. I'll find a vantage point to try and get some sniping in with blood. Morty said before leaving to do exactly that. Let's kill these bitches, Brick said with a wide grin. Roland and I took point as we rounded the corner of the buildings on the first street that was honestly just a wide gap between buildings and had several Lance soldiers waiting in a line, firing squad style. Immediately I noticed the apparel of the soldiers had roughly 3 styles to it. Red loose body cloth covered by either white, red, or black armor pieces that covered the head, torso and front of the legs and arms. Some had a rectangle shield with the Crimson Lance logo on it, and others had red crosses on their chests. I shot those first. Look, I knew my shit, and in a fight like this you killed the medics first if you can. The fight started with a bang, literally, as Roland tossed a grenade around the corner into the firing line, causing the soldiers to leap away. We came around the corner, guns blazing at this point, while the soldiers scrabbled to get some semblance of stability back. As it turned out, that thick armor they had on wasn't totally useless against bullets. Not bulletproof, mind you, but it definitely resisted a casual shot to a decent degree. Case in point, when I shot 3 soldiers in the head and the helmets didn't explode on impact. Dead without a doubt, but not watermelon impact site like I expected by now. The fact these were trained soldiers also wasn't lost on us, as they quickly got their bearings and opened fire on us with really fucking good aim. Honestly, even Brick had to grab cover as his shield broke and he needed to wait for it to regenerate. Even with these benefits, however, the Lance were clearly not equipped to handle a threat like us, as between Lil's ability to pop up pretty much anywhere and leave behind a lead aspirin before vanishing again, and mine, Roland, and Morty's highly skilled weapons fire, we were taking them apart and they knew it. The biggest issue though wasn't the soldiers but their Scorpio turrets, just like Roland's. They deployed them and basically got free cover to regenerate their shields while still keeping pressure on us. Fucking Christ, that was exhilarating! I exclaimed with a wide grin once we cleared this group finally. At least someone's enjoying this. That was annoying. Lil complained. This is what makes Atlas different from anything we've faced before. Gear, training, and experience all on a completely different level from the bandits. Roland said seriously. I didn't bother with respecting the dead and activated my powers to check what these soldiers had, hoping for something good. Human life force, 1200 to 1300 traits, gun expertise uncommon grade 1500 units, athletic body common grade 700 units. Armor expertise uncommon grade 1500 units, mechanical engineering expertise uncommon grade 1500 units, pugilist expertise common grade 700 units. These are definitely soldiers, all right. They all have almost identical traits. The fact 1 in 3 has engineering expertise is surprising, but that can be explained by the need for regular maintenance of all types of equipment. I said as I grabbed 5 copies of that trait as well as gun expertise as well. Considering there were over 15 soldiers, this was still a net profit in terms of life force, even if it was a small one. Even better was the gear that was now up for salvage and later redesign using my Iridian knowledge, and oh did I have some ideas. The armor needed a full redesign since it was way too tied to the Atlas Corporation, but the guns, shields and turrets just needed a few small adjustments to be better than ever, and most importantly, ready for resale under the Drake name. I didn't need to reinvent the wheel as it were, merely put my own spin on it. This wasn't nearly close to all the lands here in the town either, as even now I could hear the sound of the others moving to take us down. Their military training showed as they were setting up kill zones rather than rushing us to get revenge for their fallen buddies. Just a heads up, but I can hear them setting up ambushes for us up ahead. Morty, you got eyes on what I'm hearing? I asked after my warning. Yeah, at the far side of the town they've got 2 auto turrets and about 30 guys all waiting for one of us to stick our heads out. Seem to be taking orders from a big guy in purple armor. Want me to take him out? Morty said over the echo. A Royal Guard? Those serve directly under the commanders for the Atlas Army. Steel will definitely miss one if they die. Do it. I said with a grin. A few moments later a pinkish-purple streak flashes through the sky overhead and I can hear the result as the soldiers start to panic at their leader's sudden demise. Wasting no time at all, I rush around the corner and open fire at the nearest auto turret. The others follow my lead and the soldiers caught in a tight spot try to gun us down at will. Since they don't have a leader anymore, we barely took out the turrets before all of us had to grab cover as the hail of bullets smashed into our shields like a particular angry green man. Unfortunately for the soldiers, they forgot to take into account that by firing all at once they all had to reload at the same time too. I whipped my gun out from behind cover and started taking shots at any face I saw. 14 bullets, 5 kills, 2 injured. Either way, I alone dropped the number of active participants on their side by about a third in a single instance before needing to take cover from the rain again. Roland was totally pinned down as even his turret couldn't help as it got fucked up the moment he deployed it. Lil and Morty were the MVPs here though, as Lil used her powers to get behind the soldiers and drop grenades at their feet while Morty was slowly picking them off one by one with his sniping. Brick had to be the most miserable though, as he flat out was useless here, as there was no way in hell he was going to get anywhere near the soldiers to punch them. Alexander Drake Life Force 406,379 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X5, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Uncommon Grade X5. Chapter 98, Military Downsizing, 2. It certainly didn't help that the area was built in favor of these soldiers either. It was at the back of the town, where a sort of drainage/sewage moat existed around a building with a lot of cover, all facing out towards the rest of the town. I spotted a couple of red chests there as well that I mentally tagged for looting later. Even with all their advantages, these soldiers were fucked and knew it, as they made sure we had to work for this victory. At one point Lil even had to stop using her powers to get close, as the soldiers adapted to the sound she made when she reappeared, and getting stabby shield or not, Lil decided that it wasn't worth the risk and chose to play the back and forth shootout game Roland and I were doing. The fight wasn't long at all in truth, maybe 2 or 3 minutes max, but it was super fucking intense. Once it was over though, all that was left of the lands in the town was maybe a squad or 2 off to the right side of the town where the trash was piled up. All that's left is to finish off the survivors and whatever's left in the rest of the town before we shut off those smoke signals. After that it's lootin' time, I said, grinning widely. I casually cleared the moat and activated my powers, sucking in all this life force and yet another 5 copies of gun expertise and mechanical engineering expertise. Most of the armors on the ground collapsed as the bodies in them turned to dust, but a few didn't, which promptly got shot until the bodies did turn into dust. No survivors. I didn't bother sorting all the loot just like before and opened up my house before stuffing everything in and putting it away again. In the first red chest I was disappointed to find a plain uncommon quality Atlas sniper and a grenade mod of the same quality. The other red chest was better slightly, as there was an Iridian gun of uncommon quality in it. It was a blaster-type weapon that had 3 barrels and a vaguely rifle-like shape despite its small size. It took me only a glance to identify what the thing did, and I was not surprised to find it was fucking weak. It effectively sent several small energy projectiles at whatever it was aimed at, like any similar SMG, but the projectiles lacked any real oomph to them. It was a fucking pea shooter. That bad, hey? Roland said after hearing my scoff. This thing is barely lethal unless you are a robot with circuits to fry. It's downright pathetic. It'll sell for a lot though, so I suppose there's that. I said honestly. I think you might be a bit biased, Alex. Lil said with a smirk, and I rolled my eyes but didn't disagree, as she was probably right. The smoke signal was in truth merely a pile of burning tires on a disposal trapdoor that opened with the pull of a lever, cutting off the smoke entirely as the fire suffocated. To my surprise though, there was a claptrap unit in a weird sort of elevator cage that had likely been what was keeping it safe from the bandits. I walked over to the keypad and promptly ripped it open to reveal the insides. Pressing my fingertip on the part that sent the unlock signal, I shocked it and immediately the elevator started to lower. Did you just brute force your way into rescuing my claptrap? Tanis asked over the echo as the robot was released. Didn't know it was yours, but yes I did. It's not even that hard to do if you understand what you are looking at, I said with a shrug. I suddenly feel like a lot of my research isn't really safe anymore. Still, you've unintentionally done me a service by freeing my claptrap, so I suppose I am in you debt, she said reluctantly. Nat, I was going to add this one to my collection if you hadn't said anything so purely a selfish act on my part that you benefited from. No debt needed, I said with a shrug. I meant it too, as saving the bot was merely something I did for selfish reasons, only for it to benefit someone else. Nothing for it in my opinion, as you'd be surprised how often things work out this way. If I collect a debt for every time that happened, I'd drown in the favors owed me. Most people assume that cause and effect is a simple 1-to-1 ratio, but it's rarely the case. In fact, most of the time a single action has multiple effects, whether immediately or in the long term, that may or may not be obvious. In this case, one of the effects was obvious, but the others may take time to see. I didn't bother thinking about all of them, because if I did I'd likely fry my brain from the sheer amount there. Ignoring the now roaming claptrap that was waiting for us to fully clear out New Haven, we headed over to the junkyard of the town that had the second of the 4 smoke signals we needed to shut down the resistance. Here was minuscule, with only 5 landsmen in our way. We collectively let Brick have these since he was useless in the previous firefight. He ended up with a new bullet hole in his chest, but like the Chad he was, he shrugged it off until the fight was over. Hold fucking still, we need to get the bullet out before I can use some life force to close the wound, I said as I dug around in the wound for the bullet, and he squirmed uncomfortably. Once the bullet was out, I sent 50 life force into his body, which caused the wound to rapidly stop bleeding and start closing. It wasn't really healing so much as the life force jolting his healing factor into overdrive for a brief moment. He'd still need a few days or a healing stimulant for the wound to fully close, and at least 2 weeks for his chest to return mostly to normal with an extra scar and some aching. This was more or less something I discovered about life force from past tests with it. The energy won't try and improve the body it's injected into if there's an injury, but rather works to fix that first. With that done, we turned off the smoke signal and moved to the third one that was nearby on top of a building. The Lance were more protective of this one, with 10 soldiers guarding it, not that it worked. A nice gunfight and snack later, that signal was also shut down, with us moving to the final signal at the far left side of the town. This one proved a bitch and a half to shut down, as the Lance had the gall to install 2 auto turrets high up and nearly 20 soldiers of various varieties in weight. Brick, that poor bastard, was once again rendered helpless during most of this fight, as the wall of bullets had all of us except Morty and Lil pinned down. Morty took out the turrets and Lil left explosive gifts at the soldiers' feet, while Roland and I took a few shots to the shields to slowly whittle the enemies down. Once that was done, it was my favorite time, and I collected all the loot into my house after feasting upon this fine meal. Nothing really interesting, but the amount was not small at all. Alexander Drake Life Force 452,814 Integrated Traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X4, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Projection Gland, Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degraded, Common Grade, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade X10, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Uncommon Grade X10. Chapter 99, Alex Wicket. All needed to be washed and researched, but that was fine as I would have time after the vault was opened. Likely even before that in truth, but the point still stood. With all this loot collected in my house, we took a brief moment to stuff it in my armory to be sorted later before heading back to New Haven. I held my tongue during the reporting in to Pierce since Roland had nagged at me the whole way back not to escalate things unnecessarily. Unfortunately, this meant not talking at all, because you better believe I didn't have anything nice to say to the bitch. It also didn't fucking help that she was purposefully throwing jabs at me during the conversation, making my trigger finger itch something fierce. Finally though, we got to relax back in my house that was once again set up in Zed's spare room. The first thing I did was hit the shower to integrate and fuse my waiting traits. I started with the easiest 10 stacks of Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade that fused together with my 4 already existing stacks to form a 3-layered stack of the higher graded trait Gun Mastery Rare Grade. The change I experienced was much more dramatic than almost any other expertise type trait I had taken so far, as not only had I pushed the trait to a higher grade but even got it to 3 stacks of the higher graded trait for a massive increase in effectiveness. The physical side of the change was small, as my finger and forearm muscles shifted from the countless hours of practice with guns they suddenly got, but the biggest difference was in my head. I winced as I remembered how I had previously handled my gun, as it was like looking at a novice mistreat a masterwork. The next up on the chopping block was the 10 stacks of Mechanical Engineering Expertise Uncommon Grade and 1 copy of the Common Graded Degraded version I had. Since I already had the rare graded version of the trait, though, the improvement wasn't as dramatic but still substantial as the traits were fused and integrated. Finally, however, that left the flame projection gland I had gotten from Moth Rock. Interestingly, this trait could be fused with Flame Breath Uncommon Grade to create the trait Lesser Dragon's Breath Epic Grade. Hold the fuck up. Are dragons real? I pondered in shock because of this trait to an absurd level. Like thinking it over, it wasn't such a hard to imagine idea, because the universe was vast as fuck and we humans had only ever been to 6 galaxies in it, and even then we hadn't explored everything in these galaxies. To imagine that somewhere the evolutionary conditions had been just right for actual fucking dragons to come into existence wasn't that hard to do. Take the Saurians from Eden 6 for example, that at their highest evolutionary form, the tyrants, could breathe fire and were huge. A bit more evolution or a different evolutionary path and you'd get honest to God's dragons, likely without magic, but that's besides the point. All dragons amounted to really were large intelligent flying reptiles that breathed an element of some sort, typically fire, but there were versions with other types of breath. Judging from the fact that a lesser dragon's breath trait was epic grade, I theorized that most true dragons had to be vault monster level existences and not weak ones either. By comparison, Loudon seemed kinda lackluster, and that simply won't do at all. My powers were evolution given form and sped up by like a fucking million, so I refused to accept my dragon being anything but the best. For now though, I shelved that thought for later and focused on the changes my body had gone through after the fusion and integration of the trait. Besides hacking up some of my lung and feeling like my chest was being ripped open from the inside out, the integration ended fairly cleanly. The new trait wasn't as simple as just spitting out fire though, which made it clear why regular flame breath wasn't enough to be considered draconic. The new trait allowed not only the standard stream of fire but also alternative forms of fire and even temperature control to a degree. While it was all fire, in the end being able to control how hot the fire was made it a whole fuck ton more valuable. At least from a crafting perspective, that is. Materials had different thresholds for heat, and that meant the fire's temperature needed to adjust to accommodate these thresholds, something standard flame breath was incapable of. It also helped that now I could roast things even resistant to normal fire by cranking up the heat, making me even more dangerous, though not by much. Admittedly, breathing fire was cool and even dangerous in a close-up fight, but it really paled in comparison to my legendary grade fire body trait that let me emit flames hot enough to make a volcano blush. Like my body trait, this new trait let me control the shape of my flames when breathed out, so I am absolutely going to show off to the others when I get out of my bathroom. I washed off the grime on me and got dressed again before heading to my common area. Anything good? Lil asked as usual when I finished integrating new traits. I opened my lips and blew out a blue flame in the shape of a ring. What do you think? I said smugly. That's awesome. Brick said with a grin and bright childlike joy at the sight of my flames. But wait, there's more. I said dramatically before puffing out several different colored flames in various simple shapes. Blue was the hottest I could go, but the others were much more visually stunning to see, like fireworks almost. I'm sure you'll be popular at birthdays. Morty joked and I chuckled. Yeah, and that's just the tame side of things. I can also bathe a large area in flames too, great for crowd control. I bragged openly. How big of an area? Roland asked curiously. I shrugged, not sure since I haven't tested it yet, was actually about to do that if you want to watch. I said honestly. Sounds interesting. Morty said, getting up from his seat and stretching. It'll be good to know in case we ever need something like that. Roland agreed. With that we all headed for the sim room, where I had it simulate a large flat plane strictly so I could test my coverage. They all stood behind me as I inhaled deeply, causing my chest to swell considerably before I exhaled with the trait active at my highest temperature flame. A cone of azure fire tore through the air for several meters as it spread from its condensed form after leaving my mouth. The cone of flame covered nearly 20 feet directly in front of me, and at its widest part at the end of that range nearly 10 feet from one side to the other. To put it simply, the further away from me you were, the harder it was to avoid so long as you were within this area of influence. Damn man, you could clear a room with a single breath like that. And did you guys feel the heat from that? We are behind him and I'm still sweating. Morty said, astonished. A powerful ability makes close-range contact a bad idea. The collateral damage it could cause is a concern though. Roland said, looking at the display from a soldier's perspective. It's basically just a powerful flamethrower, it's got its uses on a battlefield. Burning supplies or bases, for instance. I point out and he nods in agreement. Flamethrowers were typically used for such things in wars after all, so it made sense this was no different. After resetting the room, I moved it onto the third highest setting for the horde mode and tested out my new prowess with my gun. It was a massacre. 1 shot 1 kill, and even occasionally 2 kills per shot if the sim enemies were lined up. I effortlessly broke my previous record in this setting as the enemies died almost as fast as they showed up. Artillery support still proved annoying to deal with, but even that could be dealt with if I caught the sound of their approach and shot the shells mid-flight. Yes, I was that good now, like I was born with a gun in my hand almost. I wasn't pushing superhuman limits with my gunfighting though, just close to the natural limit for it. In theory anyone could get this good at using a gun, but not everyone had the same advantages I had, such as my superhuman senses and quick controlled reflexes that let me move in ways that looked less like a man and more a murder machine. Alexander Drake Life Force 443,074 Integrated Traits, Gun Mastery Rare Grade X3, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Lesser Dragon Breath Epic Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade X3, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Chapter 100, R&D. Ha, now that was a workout, I said with a grin as I let out a deep breath to relax my body from its high-intensity state. I'm glad you are on our side. That had to be an army's worth of bodies you dropped, right? Lil asked and I nodded. Show kill count. I commanded the sim room and a tally sheet showed up in mid-air with the record of all of this run's kills. Over 2,000 kills, fuck man, your powers really are unfair. Morty said with a slightly envious tone. Given enough time and prey, absolutely. The key here being the need for those two things being available. My power is active and not passive, so I don't just grow stronger by sitting on my ass doing nothing. I said with a shrug. Still, just look at the sheer difference between the you now and the you when we met. Back then you were a better fighter than all of us, but not to the point of being totally beyond our reach. Now though? We are all far behind you, whether in skill or survivability. Roland said with a mix of envy and self-depreciation. Ever heard the phrase comparisons are a poison? While I might be more awesome than all of you, that doesn't change the fact all of you are badasses as well. Lil can fucking teleport, Brick is a juggernaut that can burst heads like watermelons, Morty has Bloodwing and is an extremely good shot with a sniper. And you, Roland, have all the skill and discipline of a soldier, but ambition and a conscience that would have likely made you the leader of this little group had I not been here. I'm awesome, but don't go selling yourselves short, so are you. I said with a grin as I held out my arm for a fist bump. Brick was the first to bring it in with a grin of his own, and Morty came next, followed by Lil and finally Roland. With that done and over with, we all chose to chill out for a bit. Brick and Morty played air hockey, Roland and I played chess with the board I made with my crafting thing, and Lil lounged in a chair while reading the stuff I sent her on her powers that I found on Athena's. Roland was actually not too far behind me in terms of chess either, as he was really good at seeing the overall picture and making plans for it as a result. It kept me on my toes as I got caught off guard a few times by a series of moves that looked unconnected but formed a plan that left me at a disadvantage. Admittedly, he was actually a bad match for me, as forward planning wasn't exactly my strong suit. I was more of a now kinda guy, though I did have some future plans already. Hell, even my plans for my own corporation were still in the developmental stages, since Atlas hadn't quite fallen just yet. It was inevitable, since the corporation was only surviving on the existence of a single man and the idea they might get the vault here on Pandora. If they succeeded and somehow managed to kill the vault monster as well as loot the vault, it would likely extend the lifespan of the company quite a bit, but not nearly as long as it would have if the company weren't run by nepotism and incompetency. Not that that scenario will happen with me here, but the idea still stood. With Jacobs backing me, I just needed to wait for the company to start hitting the bottom of its entire existence and on the verge of collapse, just to be swept up by yours truly. Anyways, Roland won a few matches, drew even on others, and lost slightly more than he won. While we relaxed, my small collection of claptrap units had been busy cleaning and sorting our loot from the lands, as was the job I gave them. While most of the bots were considered useless by many, I saw the value in them so long as a few small flaws were taken out. For starters, I swapped out the clamps of the robots for three-fingered hands so they could grab and use tools and objects better. Next, I upgraded their movement capabilities so they could go upstairs, which they couldn't before, for some fucking reason. The final touch was slightly reprogramming the things to be less nervous without totally removing that part of their personality matrices. Thanks to this, the efficiency of the units in my employ skyrocketed, and this task was being done properly. I hadn't modified them for combat, however, as I had discovered that without being so nervous, their personalities took on a more egotistical edge that didn't bode well for loyalty if they could also fight. As far as non-combat minions go, though, they were great as they got shit done after these changes. If they weren't likely to get shot on principle, I might even have let them handle the refiners outside New Haven. My friends thought they were still annoying little shits, but I found it tolerable enough, even if indeed obnoxious. I hadn't even bothered offering to sell the loot but just straight up paid my friends for their share. All of this Atlas tech was prime study material for when I took over the company and rebranded it in my image. Once I got bored with playing chess, that was precisely what the fuck I did too, study it. The guns weren't anything special as like advertised, they were decent at everything but not exceptional at anything. The few elemental weapons amongst the looted weapons held this trait as well, which ironically actually made them better than the non-elemental versions. The shields were near useless to study though, as only a few were actually Atlas brand, with the rest being from standard shield suppliers like Anshin or Pangolin. I could always go the route of paired gear like my gun and shield for my company. It's new and would really make my brand pop as something special. I thought with a brief pause as the lack of Atlas shields perked my brain up with inspiration. The trick to this idea though was figuring out how to not only copy the pairing method of my gun and shield but also recreating it in such a way it could be mass-produced at a decently cheap price. Shelving that idea for now, I moved on to studying the armors I got from the Lance, and I had to admit they were pretty on brand for Atlas in that they had no real weaknesses but also no exceptional points either. The materials could be better, the inbuilt features could be improved, and there was a ridiculous amount of room for modification that had been sorely ignored as a sales point. Admittedly, the company didn't actively sell its armors, so that was somewhat understandable. But they still paid their troops and could have used this feature to get their troops to give them back that money to improve their gear in a virtuous cycle of improvement and profit. If they did it right, not only would they not lose money but their military prowess would be much higher, as their own troops paid to modify their equipment to better serve their roles. Medical soldiers' armors could have inbuilt medicine dispensers for rapid deployment, engineers could have tool slots, things like this. So long as the general shape of the armor wasn't changed during these modifications, the soldier's company would still be recognizable, so that wouldn't even be an issue either. The armors all had some features that made their wearers able to function in most environments, such as an inbuilt air filtration unit over the mouth, HUD connectivity in the eye area, corrosion resistance to a minor degree, and even bullet-resistant cod pieces, since getting shot in the dick is something to worry about. All in all, the armors were decent for general use but needed some serious TLC and redesigns to be great. The helmet shape, for example, actually made the head more of a target with its bulky angular aesthetic. Alexander Drake Life Force 443,074 Integrated Traits, Gun Mastery Rare Grade X3, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Lesser Dragon Breath Epic Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade X3, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade. Stored Traits, Chapter 101, R&D, 2, Reverse Engineering. My gun and shields pairing tech was not going to be an easy task, however, as even though I have taken both apart to upgrade them, I only had a small idea of what exactly was the source of this feature. For the shield, it was an unusual design in the energy projectors and sensors. For the gun, there was a bit in the hammer of the gun that somehow transferred the elemental effect of the shield into the bullets at the moment of firing. The science of exactly how this worked, though, was not something I could grasp so simply. What I did know, however, was that it wasn't Iridian in nature, as none of the knowledge I had on the race's engineering had something like that in a one-to-one for comparison. There was certainly similar things there for me to take inspiration from, but nothing so hyper-specific as the pairing tech for gun and shield. Deciding to set this idea to the side, I turned my attention to the armors that I wanted to upgrade. Taking one of the suits to my workbench, I began to carefully disassemble it until it looked like a really complex fucking puzzle. From there I fed the armor piece by piece to my maker machine after sketching them down for redesign. For the chest, I slimed it down a bit and made it sleeker with more features such as heat sinks and miniature air tanks on the back. For the arms, I took a page from the Iridians and extended the plates to cover the entire arms other than the armpits and elbows. I also added a tactical energy knife to the back of the left arm and ultra-thin but hyper-durable thread rope to the right arm. For the waist, I added a utility belt and extra space for any idea I could come up with later. The legs were where I got the biggest changes done, however, as I fully changed the designs of the armor plates into a sleeker, more fully covered one while adding some nice features. The thighs had various pockets added and a stand leg built into the back so the wearer could sit without a chair comfortably enough. The lower legs were where things got spicy, however, as I added hydraulic shocks to the heels of the boots that made it so each step was nearly effortless and covered more distance. I also added a small rocket at the sides of the shin guards that would accelerate any kick made by the wearer by a vast margin, all without harming them. There was also a hidden blade in the toe of the boots for cutting ropes if the wearer was captured. For the helmet, I made the shape more rounded and skull-like while adding air filters and a connection to the air tanks on the back of the armor. The eyeglass was replaced with a bullet-resistant version and lined with a top-tier Iridian HUD display that showed not only one's echo status but also the suit's integrity and even the vitals of the wearer. The helmet was also equipped with energy sensors and even thermal sensors to counter stealth tech. With all these changes made to the designs, I had my machine spit out a whole new set of armor using high-grade materials. Looking over the whole set, I nodded with a proud grin at it before leaving the room to go get Roland. He was polishing his rifle when I walked into the room and looked up at my approach. "I've redesigned that Atlas armor from earlier and need someone to test it out, you game?" I asked with a grin. "Yeah, give me a moment to finish up here," he said with a nod. The others were also curious about this new armor of mine, as I had this habit of making hardcore awesome shit and they expected this to be no different. They weren't wrong. Once Roland finished polishing his rifle, we went to my workshop and he started taking off his clothes, so we gave him some privacy to change when he walked out of my workshop. About 15 minutes later, I had to admit that I fucking nailed it. The armor pieces curved over his body perfectly as they shined in a silver hue since I hadn't painted over the metal yet. The helmet's silver color and skull-like shape with glowing red glass eyes had an intimidation factor I hadn't expected but was quite happy with. All in all, Roland looked like he was in the business of fucking shit up, and business was good. "That is awesome. I want one," Brick said with an eager look and wide grin. "I like the look, but I prefer seeing his face," Lil said honestly. "It is a nice face to look at." I agreed. Everyone paused a beat to stare at me in surprise. "What? I don't swing that way, but that doesn't mean I can't appreciate when another man looks good," I said with a chuckle. It took them a moment to process what I said before they all collectively nodded in agreement. It really wasn't that strange when you thought about it like that after all. It's a bit tight in the shoulders and hips, but it feels good otherwise. I do like how the plates cover more of the body than the original armor. It doesn't work well with casual clothes, but I assume you have something in mind on that front," Roland said with his voice coming through slightly deeper from the muffling of the helmet. "I was going to have a standard issue full armored nanoweave carbon bodysuit made for the armor later. As for the shoulders and hips, hit the button at the inner thigh and top of the shoulder to let the armor auto-adjust to your body better. I took the differing body sizes and shapes in mind when designing the armor after all," I said with a grin. Roland took a moment to find the buttons I was talking about, but once he pressed them, the armor shifted ever so slightly and he moved around a bit and even took a stance while throwing out a punch and a kick. The rockets in the shin activated at the later of those, surprising Roland and the others when it did. "Did you seriously add rockets to the legs?" Morty asked incredulously. "Fuck yeah, I did. Rocket kicks for the win. There's so much more too. Click your toes together and flex your left hand while twisting your wrist," I said with an eager smirk. Roland did as I said and the blades in the boots popped out while the energy blade in his left arm shot out in all its glowing blue glory. I think I'm with Brick on this one, that's pretty awesome. Lil said with an impressed look. This can't be cheap though. Roland said with a concerned tone. Nope. Easily 5 times the price tag as the standard Atlas armor to make, but it's like 20 times better, so really it's not like I'm making a loss here. I said with a shrug. Maybe not individually, but to outfit a whole army? That'll add up quick. Morty said seriously. Ah. But that's where you are wrong. See, if I use the materials I get from recycling all that trash outside, it's actually almost totally free to make one of these suits of armor. After that though, yeah, it'll be kinda pricey. I said with a helpless shrug. After that we headed to the sim room and had Roland give it the old college try at beating his high score. The armor showed its value as it kept him alive much longer than normal, as many of the injuries that would have dragged down his score or outright killed him were minimized or outright negated. Alexander Drake Life Force 443,074 Integrated Traits, Gun Mastery Rare Grade X3, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Lesser Dragon Breath Epic Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade X3, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Chapter 102, First Follower. It's good, like really good. Roland said after his run finished and he took off the helmet. Yet and just think, that's the mass-produced version of the armor. I still plan to create an elite version as well using some of my Iridian tech too. I was thinking flight and energy blasts, like fake sirens almost. I said with a grin. That sounds excessive. Lil said with a doubtful expression. I shrugged. Maybe, but it'll make my armed forces second to none in all 6 galaxies, at least in terms of equipment, that is. I said casually. You sure you aren't planning world domination? Morty asked jokingly. Fuck that noise, way too much work. Besides, I'll likely be busy as fuck once we finally open the vault. I'll need to collect enough life force to grab Lil's Siren trait, work on kicking Atlas while they are down so I can purchase the company for dirt cheap. Then I'll need to purge all the spies and rotten elements of the company while simultaneously rebranding the whole fucking thing in my image with a rollout of new products. Honestly, I'll barely have time to breathe for at least a year once the vault is open, and that doesn't even begin to cover what we might get from the vault itself. I said seriously. Going off of your stories and the Atlas vault opening, it'll probably be some kind of tech, right? Roland asked and I shrugged. Probably, but knowing the Iridians it could be any manner of things. Hell, I got my house and powers from the first vault I opened, so who fucking knows what crazy shit may be in the vault here. I said honestly. At this moment Zed walked into the room while looking around in amazement. Zed? Why the fuck are you here? I asked in surprise at the surprise visit. He looked at me. At that I knew this portal thingy of yours was bigger on the inside than the outside, but this is insane. How the hell do those crazy aliens manage to stuff all this in such a small thing? He asked with a seriously confused look. I sighed. It doesn't fucking work like that. Forget that though, why are you here? I asked, trying to get things back on topic. Oh right, almost forgot what with all this. Anyways, some strange fella by name of Fata wearing a skag's head showed up in New Haven looking for you. Said something about being your teeth chatter. Figured you'd probably want to know before folks start misunderstanding things. Zed said seriously. I shared a look with Lil. You don't suppose it's that midget I let go, do you? I asked, and she nodded. Sounds like it might be if teeth chatter means what I think it does, she said, and I groaned. I guess that I should at least see what the fuck this guy wants, since it's probably my fault anyways. What a drag. I complained, but paused to look at Roland before leaving. You can keep the armor, spray paints in that drawer over there, go nuts, I said before leaving. Zed followed me out of my house and headed downstairs to his clinic since his part was done, while I went looking for this Fata character. Finding the guy was not hard at all, as he was over in Scooter's area fanboying all over the Badger. I felt my eyebrow twitch when I laid eyes upon the guy from the distance, as he had taken some, let's say creative, inspirations from my own appearance to create his current look. He had apparently killed a skag at some point, cut off its fucking head and then slipped it on over his own head. No curing or tanning done, just straight up bloody raw skag head being used like a fucking helmet. The rest of his outfit was more forgivable, as he had on a tan sleeveless coat of leather covering his back. In truth, it looked like he had taken a rectangle of leather, no comment on its possible origin, and then popped holes in it to put his arms through. His pants and shoes were standard bandit fare though, so honestly besides that fucking head the whole outfit wasn't terrible. Of course, since he was a midget, his pants were technically shorts for everyone else, but the idea still stood. When the midget saw me, his whole body seemed to shudder in what I assume is a mix of fear and reverence before he ran over and prostrated at my feet. Mighty God demon, this one comes before you unworthy of favor, having failed to uphold your divine decree. This one has traveled to the clans of the ignorant and heretics to spread your message as commanded but failed. They laugh at Fata, calling this one weak and stupid. The unbelievers say you don't exist. This one has tried to convince them but is too weak to challenge them directly and show your glory to these heathens, he exclaimed in an intense regret-filled manner. Going over all the fancy wording and ass-kissing briefly, I got to the heart of the matter in an instant. He's asking me for power since his own is unable to spread any belief in the other bandits. I wonder if he'll regret this when I actually give him what he wanted, I thought with an amused smirk. Oh yes, I was going to give this little midget power, but the catch was he had to deal with all the agony that will come with it. Just off the top of my head I could think of a few fairly easily obtained traits that would turn him from a weak nothing into a monster you couldn't ignore. Predator muscles plus strong body plus dexterous hands equals Omega body rare grade, tough skin plus armored hide equals armored hide rare grade, flame breath uncommon grade, gigantism uncommon grade, and efficient lungs rare grade. Specifically the first three to make Omega body were common enough, with the first two being found here on Pandora and the last being on all jabbers back on Eden 6. Tough skin and armored hide uncommon grade were both here on Pandora commonly, so that was easy as well. The last three though required either luck or a trip to both Eden 6 and Athena's to grab. All in all, it wasn't a super long list, but would transform this midget into a massive fire-breathing beefcake. If that wasn't enough to turn some heads in the bandit clans, then nothing short of me directly showing off my powers would work. While this transformation would indeed empower Fata by a massive quantity, it would also put him in unbearable agony during the process. I can grant you a fraction of my power to convince others, but there is a price to pay. Are you willing to do so? I asked firmly. Yes. Anything to serve your glory, he screamed eagerly. All right then. First things first, make overtime. If you are working for me, you should at least look the part. Follow me and keep your mouth shut, or my friends may kill you. Also don't touch my dragon, he will eat you otherwise, I said before turning around and heading back to my house. Fata followed behind me like a particularly nervous chihuahua and froze in awe at the portal to my house, but I ignored it. My friends all looked at me, then him, and back to me with confused looks before I explained. After that they looked at Fata in pity more than anything. except Brick, who didn't give a fuck about his future suffering. The first thing I had Fata do was toss all of his clothes after I got his measurements before taking an extra long shower with industrial-grade body cleaners. The sheer difference after that shower in appearance was vast. He for one didn't look like a fucking grimy goblin anymore, but just a particularly pug-like little person. I provided a temporary pair of pants and a toddler-sized t-shirt for him, but nothing else, as otherwise I'd need to make him another set of clothes after his transformation. After that I used my house to make a few brief secretive trips to Eden 6 and Athena's to grab the traits I needed there, and finally did some hunting on Pandora for the remaining few. It cost me 26,600 units of life force for everything, which stung a bit, but now it was finally time to transform Fata. Lay down on the floor and we can begin your ascension into a being more worthy of serving me, I commanded the shivering naked midget. He did as commanded with a nervous expression, and I laid my palm against his chest to begin. First I sent in Gigantism Uncommon Grade to counteract his Dwarfism Uncommon Grade trait, forcing his body to the same state as a normal person's. The reaction to this clash and transformation was violent and agonizing for Fata as his mouth opened in a silent scream while his eyes bulged. His body broke apart under my power and rebuilt itself with the steady stream of life force I was feeding it. Once he was the same size and shape as a normal person, I shunted everything else into his body while maintaining a constant but gentle flow of life force to his body. His skin came off, his bones broke and lengthened while his muscles writhed and increased dramatically. His lungs were forcibly replaced by new better ones, and his throat was improved to handle the heat of his flame breath. In the end he passed out during the transformation as the agony overwhelmed him. The final result spoke for itself, however, as he now looked almost like Brick in terms of body, but had rougher bronze skin and a very different face. I ignored his nudity and took his measurements before having my maker spit out a set of clothes modeled after my own but different at the same time. The mask I had made was modeled after a skag's face and split down the middle to open up, allowing for an easier breathing of flames. The jacket lacked the Jacob's name and had no suit underneath it. The pants and boots were of the cargo variety with thick-soled boots to complement them. Alexander Drake Life Force 416,474 Integrated Traits, Gun Mastery Rare Grade X3, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Lesser Dragon Breath Epic Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade X3, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Chapter 103, Manipulation Strat. I ignored the unconscious fellow and simply turned on the shower before leaving him to get cleaned up as he shot awake sputtering from the water. "So how'd it go?" Morty asked curiously as I sat on a chair and propped up my feet on the table. "Swimmingly, really. You all are in for quite the shock when he finally gets out of the bathroom." On an entirely unrelated note, I got an extra flame breath trait for you, Brick, as promised, I said with a grin. "Gimme that," he said eagerly as he practically yanked my ass out of my chair by my hand. "Chill, dude, it's not that fucking simple, remember? We need to wait for that guy to get out of the bathroom first, otherwise you'll make a big ass mess," I said, slightly exasperated as I settled back down into my chair. Brick deflated at this though, as he really didn't want to wait, but my powers, my rules so too fucking bad. Love the guy really I do, but sometimes he's like a particularly overzealous dog, unintentionally harmful. While this time there was no harm, that didn't mean it would always be the case. About 15 minutes later the former midget, now hulking brute, crawls out of the bathroom awkwardly, making me realize something I sort of overlooked. See, he was not like me, who was an adult more or less stuffed into a child's body, and thus not that disoriented when my powers made my body the same size as an adult's. No, he was an adult fucking midget, and that meant he had no damn idea how to use a normal-sized person's limbs, much less an omega body's. You're right, that is shocking. Lil teased me with a laugh. I groaned in embarrassment at this blunder and got up before walking over to the guy and hoisting him to his feet by the back of his jacket. His legs shook as he tried to stand but simply couldn't get his footing. Lock your knees straight so I can at least stand you up against a wall, I said firmly, and the guy straightened his legs, which was something he at least knew how to do, thankfully. Good, now let's start with your arms, since those should work the most similar to how you are used to, I said, and got to work reacquainting the guy with his body. It wasn't particularly hard for his upper body, as I simply had him move parts of it in a specific but simple manner until he got used to how his arms and torso felt to move. Next up was his legs. That was more troublesome, as the length and shape of his musculature was very different than how it was when he was a midget, and I needed much more effort to get him used to his legs again. Finally though, after what felt like hours of embarrassing effort, the fucker could at least walk, even if shakily. All that's left is for you to keep practicing until moving feels normal again, I said as I took my seat again with a sigh. Glory to the great god demon, he yelled with a deep rumbling voice that made my friends flinch slightly. I waved off the fanaticism though and told the guy to leave already, since he had the power he asked for and merely needed to master it. I thought you'd at least give him armor or something too, Lil said with a confused expression after the guy walked out of the portal shakily. Nah, he's an investment, you could say. If my gamble pays off and he starts gathering a following for me, then I might give him some toys to keep him loyal, but for now it can go pear-shaped at any moment. A few traits and life force is nothing to me, as I can always get them back with some time and effort, but tech? That's something that's a lot harder to retrieve once lost. Besides, this can be considered a test of worthiness for him. If even with my gift he can't succeed, then clearly he isn't worth investing further in, I explained without hesitation. Why do you even want a following with bandits anyways? Aren't they kinda unreliable? Morty asked curiously. Depends on what you want them to do. If you want to create order and safety, then absolutely unreliable, but war or chaos? You couldn't ask for better people for a single simple reason: numbers. There are billions of bandits across the Borderlands, human wreckage from the corporate wars. Broken beyond repair, but not without their uses. In this case, I plan to slowly devour every bandit clan on Pandora into my followers to forcibly seize the planet for myself. I say seriously. Why would you ever want this place? Lil asked incredulously. Pandora is special for some reason. Sirens are drawn to it. The Iridians left countless ruins and relics behind here, and mysteries I want to understand the why of. I want to know what exactly makes this hunk of wretched rock so god's damned fucking important. To do that in relative peace, I need the bandits occupied and most importantly not trying to kill me constantly, I explained casually. That's a dangerous plan. If you succeed, what will happen to the normal people here? Roland asked seriously. Can't say honestly. Maybe nothing, maybe good stuff, maybe bad stuff. Too many things that can go one way or the other to predict the outcome before it actually happens, I said with a shrug. I didn't really care one way or the other, frankly, so long as I got what I wanted in the end. Even if the bandits were to kill all these people, it wouldn't really make much difference, since they might have done it even if they weren't part of the following. Can you even control the bandits to begin with? Lil asked, and I chuckled. Nope. This isn't about control but manipulation. They can continue acting however they have been so long as they don't get in my way, I said casually. Seems like a lot of work just to get them to leave you alone, Morty said doubtful. This is actually the best plan for it, as the others are more likely to get me hunted by everyone in the 6 galaxies if exposed. I said with a shrug. Can't be that bad, right? Lil asked skeptically. Well, the first plan was to engineer a planet-wide pathogen designed to kill humans exclusively. Naturally, I'd have a cure ready for those that needed it, but not exactly an idea that would be accepted once unleashed. The second idea I had was simply to poison the atmosphere, killing everything on the planet. Naturally, I also thought about glassing the place, but scrapped that idea since it would ruin the Iridian ruins too. I said casually, like I wasn't talking about unleashing apocalyptical level events. Damn it! Why would you even consider something like that? Roland demanded in horror. Did you not hear me? There are billions of bandits across the Borderlands, and like fucking 90% of Pandora's human population is bandit. Do you have any fucking idea how hard it would be to kill them normally? It would take ages. I said, annoyed at the question. I mean, he does have a point there, but that still seems like going too far to me. Morty said, and I nodded in agreement. Hence the manipulation, the most gentle of the plans. I said helplessly. Alexander Drake Life Force 416,474 Integrated Traits, Gun Mastery Rare Grade X3, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Lesser Dragon Breath Epic Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade X3, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Chapter 104. On a cob. The conversation was dropped after that, though I could easily tell that my friends now saw the less than pleasant side of my personality. Being murderous was normal for them, as they all counted to some degree, but the level of casual detachment I had towards the idea of killing an entire planet was not good at all for them. I thought this was ridiculous, since Brick would have thought similarly if he had the smarts for it to begin with. Hell, he already fucking did, as he had made it known many times that his solution to the bandits was just to kill them until none remained. The only difference was scale. Mine was bigger than his. Still, this not quite revelation didn't change anything really, as otherwise I was still the guy they all had come to know. Soon enough, however, word came from Tanis that she had finally gotten through to one of the bandits blocking our way to the Trash Coast and made a deal. It's a little shady, but I've arranged for a meeting with a bandit named Taylor Cobb. The bandits of Janus Town control access to the coast, but he says he can get you in. It goes without saying, but be prepared to be betrayed by him at any time, as he is still a bandit. Tanis sent over the echo a day after I transformed Fata and I was checking on my refinement furnaces. $50 says this guy uses us to take out a rival before double-crossing us. I say to my friends after relaying the message. No one's stupid enough to take that bet. The guy's definitely gonna try and fuck us over. Morty said with a scoff. Yeah, how about we make an example of him when he does instead? I suggested with a evil grin. What do you have in mind? Roland asked curiously. Ever heard of Vlad the Impaler? I asked, and everyone shook their heads. Well, he was a warlord way back when on Draco 5 that used a rather nasty form of intimidation that earned him the moniker of Impaler. See, he'd take still living enemies and shove a long blunt pole up their asses before leaving them hanging on it until their corpses were rotted and feasted on by all manner of carrion. Stories say it sometimes took agonizing days for the victims to die as the poles slowly pressured their way deeper in using the person's own weight to do so. I explained with a chuckle. Lil's face screwed up in disgust. I don't think I want anything to do with anything involving someone's ass. At least not like that, she said with a shudder. Seems unnecessarily cruel too. We should just kill the guy when he turns on us. Roland added, and I shrugged. Just a suggestion in case we wanted to leave a message to anyone else thinking about betraying us. I said, knowing damned well both the Angel and Tanis were listening in since we weren't in my house. In truth, I had knew before I even spoke that perhaps only Brick would be willing to agree to the idea. The reason I still brought it up despite this was because just listening to it through the echo would cause anyone with any not so wholesome ideas to get the shivers, not the good kind either. Still, with that implied threat delivered, we grabbed our vehicles from Scooter and headed for the meeting point this Taylor Cobb wanted us to go to. It was to no surprise right outside the fucking path to the coast, as though the asshat was mocking us. The drive there wasn't even smooth, as the roads were literally cratered and shattered in some part, making even the advanced shocks of the Badger and runners pause slightly as the tires got briefly wedged in there. It certainly didn't help that we got fucking ambushed by spider antlings right outside the little rocky enclosed area he had set up shop. Taylor Cobb himself was nothing impressive to look at, as he was in standard marauder gear leaning against the wall of his rinky-dink little lean-to. I heard you wanted to get into the trash coast. I can get you in there, but you're going to do me a favor first. I've got a special job, one that I'd like to keep on the down low, if you know what I mean. It'd be best for everyone if Helena Pierce never heard about this, he said with a rough voice. We scratch your back, you scratch ours. Stab our backs though, and I'll rip out your fucking spine. Get me? I asked with a firm tone. He scoffed at me. My brother Janice is the leader of Janice Town, and he's turned the place into a hive of scum and villainy. It wasn't always that way. Good people used to live there, but he chased them all out. When I protested, the cunt exiled me. It ain't right, and the people of that town deserve better. Janice needs to be removed from office, violently, he said, trying to make it sound like he was a good person, but I just rolled my eyes at this obvious pile of grog shit. Regardless of the pile of shit this dick was trying to get us to buy, we still headed for this Janice town that was definitely not an actual fucking town. Calling it an outpost would have been fucking generous, as there was only 6 buildings in the whole place. There was metal dividers scattered about for seemingly no purpose, and a shit pipe running right over top of the middle of the place. The inhabitants of the place consisted of a pathetic 25 bandits, and that included this Janice guy as well. Curiously though, I didn't see a single midget, which was odd, as they were in most bandit crews due to how uncomfortably common the genetic disability was in bandits. Surprising lack of dwarves aside, the bandits of Janice Town tried, and failed, to put up a fight as the 5 of us made our presence known. Janice Cobb himself was merely a badass marauder with a pretty interesting assault rifle. Name: the meat grinder level, uncommon type, assault rifle damage type, N/A manufacturer, torque affix, war is in your blood extended magazine, improved fire rate. Despite the stats of the thing being kinda pathetic for a torque, the reason I found it interesting was this was a non-elemental weapon from the manufacturer that was a whole hell of a lot rarer than you'd think, as the Torg Corporation had gone all in on capitalizing on the explosive damage type, making the few guns from them without it oddities. I bought that shit off the group's loot pile for my collection for this reason, as it really was more of a collector's item than anything. I didn't really find any traits worth grabbing from any of the bandits, but got a cool 31,144 life force from them alongside the loot they left behind after being feasted upon by my powers. Thank you. You understand why a man can't kill his own brother. Bounty hunters are an entirely different matter though. At any rate, this is the beginning of a new era. Soon Janice Town will be called Taylor Town. Taylor Cobb said excitedly once we came to report the news. Yeah, cool. So when do we get to the part where you let us into the trash coast? You know, the entire reason we are even talking right now. I asked pointedly. Patience. There's still the leftovers in Janice, I mean Taylor Town, to clean up. To do that I need you to spread the word of my appointment to office. You'll find my right-hand man Eric Franks in New Haven keeping an eye on that bitch Pierce. Report to him and he'll spread the word and we will clean up the rest of the filth. Then you will get exactly what you deserve, he said, and I lifted a hand and pressed it into his lean-to's wall next to him while activating my corrosive trait. Acrid smoke rose from around my palm as the acid ate through it violently. I removed my hand after a hole the shape of my palm was left behind. If you ever think of fucking us over, I want you to take a nice long look at that hole and reconsider if that's a good fucking idea. We'll be back, I said with a cheerful grin before leaving the area with the others for New Haven. Alexander Drake Life Force 447,618 Integrated Traits, Gun Mastery Rare Grade X3, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Demi Supreme Body Legendary Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Energy Projection Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade X2, Lesser Dragon Breath Epic Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade X2, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade X3, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Rare Grade X3, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3, Elemental Body, Corrosive, Rare Grade, Corrosion Resistance Rare Grade, Mechanical Savant Epic Grade, Stored Traits, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade.